Good morning. It's 8:07. I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Pearl Walker.
Present.
Chair Warren.
Present. Thank you. We have a quorum. Our first item of business today is a discussion regarding the Douglas Community Center requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. This is Super District 8, District 7. Mr. Walker, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Nick Walker, Memphis Parks Director, 2599 Avery. Thank y'all for having us this morning. We start off with just a quick update on a somber situation. For those of you, I certainly don't need to relive the situation that occurred outside of the Douglas Community Center during our after-school hours a few weeks ago. But it was requested by council that we give an update on this. And so I think what you'll find, obviously a significant portion of this has already been in the media. Our friends at Shelby County Schools have talked a little bit about what happened. We just kind of like to talk you through the situation of what occurs when what we refer to as a code blue situation occurs in one of our community centers. Unfortunately, it's occurred more frequently recently. And again, I don't want to get into all of that, but as y'all are aware, as it gets warmer, situations, particularly of violence, can escalate. And so that is, again, unfortunately what occurred at the Douglas Community Center. But I just want to talk about it from a staff perspective and what occurred inside the building, because I think it's good information to share with your constituents. So at 3:51 p.m., an altercation occurred outside the Douglas Community Center. We do not have staff outside of the building. Our focus in the after hours at the community center is on the kids inside of the building. And so at 3:52, and so when we say an altercation occurred, essentially that is when the gunshot was heard. At 3:52, Memphis Park staff called 911 to report the incident. Once a gunshot is heard inside a building or in the vicinity, the center is locked down. At that point, a staff member is assigned to the door, and only people are let in. People are typically not let out. I want to be clear on this because from the video footage, there are situations where people are running out. Those are folks that are running out before we have had a chance to get to the door. It's a very chaotic situation. And so at 3:53, community center staff approached the victim outside. Again, I've watched the video of this. At 3:52, the first person who came upon the scene was a park ranger. The park ranger was patrolling in the area at the time. Again, this is not incidents occurring outside the community center is not a new development at Douglas. In fact, in the aftermath of this, there were a lot of conversations about exactly what occurs in the area. For those of you who may be unfamiliar with the area, there are 3 schools within walking distance of the community center. And so there's a large congregation of student activity in and around the area, really beginning about 2:15 and extending well past 5 o'clock. So a park ranger was patrolling in the area. Park ranger came upon the victim. So at that point, again, once the lockdown has occurred, a staff member went outside, came across the victim. The victim was face down and struggling to breathe. The staff member rolled him over on his side to try to clear the airway and stayed with him until 3:58 when MPD arrived on the scene and took over the situation. Shortly after that, at 4 p.m., paramedics arrived on the scene. And again, we had park rangers blocking on both sides. MPD was blocking on both sides, and the paramedics transported the victim shortly. Inside of the community center, what occurred? Again, so once the gunshots were heard, staff began shouting that a code blue has been issued, the door is locked, and police are contacted. Again, for those of you who have read about the situation, essentially the young man involved in the situation was also injured in the shooting and ran into the center. At the point at which he ran in, again, there are no facts known. All that's known is that there was a gunshot heard and a young man with a gunshot wound came running into the center. And so he was instructed to sit down. Staff stayed with him. And then staff directed everyone else in the building into the game room and notified management of the incident. A park ranger came into the building and informed the staff. So the park ranger who came upon the victim who ultimately died came inside the center and informed everyone that someone was hurt outside. The center director and the rec leader, again, the young man who came across the victim outside, went outside to check on the victim while the rest of the staff worked to keep everyone calm and safe inside. And at 4 p.m., staff began contacting the parents and guardians of the youth in the after-school program, informed that there was a code blue, and worked with them to get the children picked up as quickly as possible. Additional information, again, the officers escorted the youth from the building to their rides at the K-8 school. The staff remained in the facility until all the youth had been picked up. And I want to just shift a little bit quickly here to what we did for our staff. Again, although increasing acts of violence are becoming regularly, unfortunately, in Memphis, this is still a pretty rare situation to happen in one of our community centers. And so the point at which this happened, I personally reached out to the center director and the assistant director, had conversations with them. Tiffany McCollins, who's our administrator over centers, also had conversations with the staff. We worked with HR to reach out to Concern to have counselors available the next day at another location, which again, when someone goes through trauma, bringing them off-site and making sure that a trained professional is there to talk them through it. And I'll also tell you, just on a personal note, the staff that works in Memphis Parks are a pretty resilient bunch. And at first they were like, no, we want to be back in the building tomorrow. We need to operate like normal. And even the Rangers, I had to explain to them, like, this is not me being disciplinary to you, but I need you to talk with someone. I need you to meet me over at Glenview tomorrow. We're going to have people available, and I need you to take a couple of days. And so similar to the officers that have been involved in some shooting incidents recently, we worked with HR to set up personal leave, which did not count against their sick time, their vacation, anything along those lines. It was just 3 days to make sure that you are given the support and space and time that you need. The hours of operation at that center were shifted from 2 to 6 to make sure that we were able to operate. We brought in staff from other sites who volunteered because, again, we didn't want to tell someone, hey, I need you to go work at Douglas. We wanted people who wanted to go work at Douglas, in particular Tiffany, who at one point was the center director at that site and was familiar with people in the Douglas community. She went in and assisted in the site, and we brought in other staff members who were familiar with the Douglas area. And I want to talk a little bit about the programming that occurs in that building because, and we'll get into a much happier version of this in a minute when we talk about summer programming, but I want people to be aware of all the activities that take place in the community centers. A lot of times in situations like this, it's easy to dismiss what happens in the community centers as folks just come in, roll out a ball, and wait till parents pick them up. And that is nowhere even remotely close to the truth. We offer after-school academy and homework help, and these actually are pictures from the Douglas Community Center of those programmings going on. Arts and crafts. We bring in partners from the Chess Society, sports fundamentals, a program that was started by Tiffany called Lit Meets Rec. It was actually her master's program at North Carolina State when she's a big fan of that, and we're a big fan of that program. Trying to incorporate literacy efforts into recreation so that, again, these kids have been in school all day. We want to reinforce the knowledge that they have, but we don't want them to feel like they're still in school. So the Lit Meets Rec program is a good opportunity for that. And again, youth free play. A lot of times it is balls. We want kids to go in there and play pickup basketball, kickball, do other sorts of activities. Future programming, Douglas Community Center has been identified as one of, it says 3. You'll hear through the budget process that number is growing. But we are going to convert some of our traditional game rooms, so air hockey, ping pong, pool, foosball. We're going to start shifting to esports, making sure that there are video games available. And this is in an effort to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the kids. We have talked with them. Again, there's going to be a need for both. But when you have activities that you can encourage good behavior, have you done your after school? Have you worked on, the things that you're supposed to work on? Have you been respectful? Have you stayed in the building? If you have, here is a reward. We'll let you go into the video game room and play some video games with your friends. That's really a big draw, and that's a helpful tool. So this will be one of the first 3 sites that we put a gaming room in. And then I will say again, through a bad situation, we have strengthened our connection with MPD and the Office of Youth Services on ways to collaborate, provide more programming, and provide more presence to make sure that everyone feels safe in our centers. And that's the end of that presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Let's hold right there. Let the record show Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Spinoza, and Councilwoman Easter Thomas have arrived and are present. Do we have any questions concerning the situation for Mr. Walker? Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question so much, but why I asked you a couple weeks ago to put it on the agenda. First, I do want to put reverence on the life that was lost, the issues that went along with it, and the staff that dealt with it. Is that he is a lot to take in. Is just a employee, right? That's not what you go to work for. But then also, why I put it on the agenda is, one, to come to, I'm glad that Douglas is going to be one of those sites for those gaming rooms as the kids have requested, but to also think about with Douglas, and I know some other community centers and those that are close to schools in particular, there has to be some way that we're having a stronger relationship with the institutions that are by each other, right? And that's not putting it on one place, but when I was working at Overton, we were right next door to the pool and the firehouse, and all the mess happened in between, right? But both places were both hands up and said, well, if they're not in the building, it's not our responsibility. And all the mess happened in between the school building and the city-owned property, right? Nobody claimed that in between. When there was, and as long with this, since it's being like, what, a couple 100 feet from each other, there's all the opportunity in the world for how are the realms of communication strengthened and also the working together, right? The MPD and the Office of Youth Services coming in to help and support is great, but as the media is here and you all, how are we putting a plea to the other institutions right next door, right? Because these are everybody's kids in these communities that we have, and the community centers are close to the schools and for a reason, right? So they can be right there and be available. But if it's no communication, if it's no working together, then that just puts both of the efforts in both of the buildings for naught when that time is out for either one. So I guess that's just a plea and a thought for all of us to be thinking, how can we better strengthen that? And I'll probably bring that up to when the superintendent comes for budget, even though it's not budget, but still a good time to bring it up. How are we going to do that to better provide safety for not just the kids, right, but for those who are helping the kids? For them not to feel like the only option is to throw hands up and say, it's not my issue. It's not my problem because it's not in my building. It's not in my class. It's not in my rec room. But to really see that. Also, I did want to ask, I know we have like cameras around community centers and things such as that. And you don't have to answer this now, but what's needed to help staff and you all feel as though you have a better grip or surveillance on what's going on around the building, even if you're not physically doing something outside of that wall, right? Because keep thinking about working within a school building. Yeah, if they're not in my classroom, they're not in my classroom, but I still feel responsible to know what's going on so I can see where are the parameters of where I can intervene, right? So is there, and you can bring this back when y'all have budget or an email, what is there that could provide you better safety and surveillance, not just at Douglas, but at other community centers? Because even though they're not in the building, stuff goes on outside of the building that y'all need to be aware of so that you can intervene or do, thwart or divert however you see fit. So I know we have certain cameras, but I don't know if they go all the way around. Douglas has a lot of land behind it. A lot of community centers have a lot of blind spots. What do we need to do to increase that? Because even if you do have staff in the building, I feel as though they need to know what's going on. They need to be able to see what's going on at all areas, all angles, all surrounding their building so they can be able to protect inside and outside.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know, it's interesting. I think one of the things that is coming to us in the mayor's new budget is they are bringing in a group that I think is being funded by youth villages that is designed to sort of help us coordinate between different groups. So with the GVIP and the police and the parks, and it's sort of an overview. So be paying attention. I think that may be one of the answers to your questions is how do we better coordinate all of the different groups? And I think they're going to actually be working with the school system too. So we can ask during budget on that and get a little bit more explanation. I've had a little bit of information in one of our GVIP meetings where I heard from the mayor's team on this, but it's a national organization. Are you aware of the name of that, Nick? What is
the Alliance, folks? The Youth Alliance?
I'm not sure what it is, but it's going to be coming to us.
Yeah.
Okay. Let the record show that we have Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Green now here. And we've got one other presentation, which is on the Youth Summer Program. Do we have any more questions on this? Okay. You want to talk about Douglas? You want to hear the program first? Okay, so Cooper Sutton and then Logan.
What Councilwoman Mr. Thomas discussed, and you all may have mentioned about the park rangers, having more park rangers. And do you think that would it be possible to have enough park rangers so that they could monitor what's going on outside? And is that a plan moving forward to increase the number of park rangers per budget season to get to that point?
So I'll answer that quickly. I want to be careful because I'm a huge advocate for the Park Rangers program. I think it is wonderful. I think we need to be very clear about what the Park Rangers role is. Park Rangers are eyes and ears. They are not interveners, and they are not sworn law enforcement officers. They are much more of educators and eyes and ears. I believe the administration is trying to balance those two things. So us in the administration, I keep saying administration like I'm not part of the administration. But it is something that we are evaluating, is growing that program and working with MPD and working with all partners to make sure that the best way to keep kids and staff and patrons safe in our centers is what we present to y'all.
Okay. Well, I thought that's what the park rangers were for, to be outside, going from park to park, making sure everything is okay and reporting if it's not, because the staff needs to be inside doing programming or doing programming outside with the children, not looking all around to, head on swivel in the sense, even though they are cognizant of what's going on with the children they're with, but in terms of any, pending or looming danger, I thought that's what the park rangers for. And it would seem as though they would be the ones to alert authorities if something was going on outside in the parking lot or things like that. So I think having a description, a scope of services or a job description could determine what they're supposed to do. I don't think that's the issue. I was just asking about the number because I know we only have 6 right now, right? In how many parks?
162.
100, yeah, and so that would never work. So it seems like to me, instead of trying to put police over there and all that, having enough park rangers to cover all your parks would be great as well.
Going to depend on our funding. It's now 8:26. We have a presentation concerning the summer programming and 2 more questions. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Chairman. It's really not a question. Is we keep going around and round and round and round and round and round and round in circles until the parents understand. This is all we do. We're just beating a dead horse instead of getting to the root cause of the problem. The parent has to be somewhere involved. And we make excuses. We want to deal with the youth. We're going to do all these youth programs, but not one time have I heard anything as far as educating, helping the parent, get the parent involved. You want to put park rangers. These people want to go home to their families. They want to go home, and they should go home. I want to go home to mine. But until the parent, and we got to do a better job in this city holding the parents accountable. What happened behind Douglas, you know, it broke. It was just another tragic that happens in Memphis to the children that look like me, not understanding where they're getting these guns. I just asked, where are these guns coming from? How are they getting so much access to these guns? And nobody is dealing with that issue. Where are the guns coming from? I was at a program called Ceasefire. This young man, brilliant, GPA, a 3.0, but he's headed down to the federal. He had situations that was at home that caused him to end up where he was. So until, I know we want security, we want cameras, you can get all of that. I understand all of that. All of that is great. But we're gonna have to bring the parents somewhere in the circle and hold them accountable. And that's a work, that's a job that we're going to have to do as a people, and all of us are gonna have to be accountable. I was just in Whitehaven at the Nike store. 6 young men out there soliciting, had no business doing it. The security guard called the police. Whole MD police force out there. But you know what I did? Give me your phone and I want mommy. I had 2 parents to come up there and hold them accountable. Your sons are not allowed to come up here. Make sure you know where your children are. One was way from Ridgeway. Call mommy now. They had one in the back seat. Parents have to know where your children are, and we are going to have to do a better job holding them responsible. I don't care how many programs you put in, because they got to go right back to that situation. And until we do a better job in communicating with the parents, holding the parents accountable, finding out what's going on, we're going to keep going around the circle because we keep putting Band-Aids on and a little Neosporin and just, oh, it's going to be all right. We're just going to keep doing that. Parents are responsible. Young, old, it doesn't matter. But we got to get to the root cause. And I keep saying that over and over. The root cause of what is happening and where are these guns coming from these babies. Thank you, Chairman. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker.
Good morning. Thank you. I can unpack quite a bit with this, but I want to start with, and I won't take too long, Mr. Chair. You mentioned 3 community centers that were getting new game rooms. Okay, because when I toured Hickory Hill earlier, the game room had been identified as underused or not being used, and so it was going to be repurposed, and I would prefer that it just be upgraded, definitely, for something the young people can do. So I am a trained trauma mitigation facilitator. And when you mention about people running out of a building, you're literally fleeing for your life. And I appreciate what you all did with respect to understanding that that was trauma and allowing space to recognize that. I've been robbed at gunpoint. I've had a 9mm shoved in my neck, made to line the floor of a business that I formerly owned. When I was on the campaign in 2019, I witnessed the shooting on the parking lot, me and other people at the McDonald's on Elvis Presley in Rains. And we ran toward the counter. I and others hopped behind the counter. When things were in the clear, we went back on to the parking lot and gathered around this individual who had been shot in the leg. And people were praying for him and consoling him until the ambulance arrived. And most relevant to what happened at Douglas, I was at another place, and gunshots were fired, and people started running, and my body, because of a stampede, was carried probably about 15 feet by the crowd, and my feet did not touch the ground. So this isn't about me, but I just want to say that this is very real, and this could have been a much worse. Any degree is not acceptable, but this could have been much worse when you're talking about people running and fleeing for their lives, because it's easy to fall and trip and be trampled over. And finally, the new Starbucks in Whitehaven, they had to close their doors during after-school hours earlier this year, between 2 and 5, and that is just not acceptable. So I met with Cooper Sutton, we met with the manager, the regional manager, and I'm about to wrap it up, Mr. Chair. We met with them. I brought in youth services and some other community stakeholders, because we just cannot give in to that. So nobody had been shot, but there had been gambling and fights and just other activity, and that is just not acceptable. And so to your point, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, what we're doing moving forward is, she stepped out, is establishing better relationships with that business and everybody in that corridor, because once they leave the campus, the administration, the school's administration, they have no jurisdiction over them. And so I'll close with that. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know we're a little bit off parks, but we are on our community environment, so I think we're still with the committee deal. I'd like, if we could, possibly to have our presentation about the summer programming, if that would be okay. And then we can have further questions and comments if necessary at that time. So go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Sure. So this presentation, I've given it a couple of times. I've not given it at City Council. Just want to kind of talk about the programming that we offer this summer. And this is not a comprehensive list. This is just kind of the highlights, because I think it's important when people talk about what is there for children to do in Memphis, that they get an understanding of what all we offer. So obviously the first activity is our Community Center Summer Camp, which is June 3rd through July 26th, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30. It is free. All 2,200 spots are full, but we're still taking names on the wait list. I told somebody with Fox 13 this yesterday. If you are interested, please get on the wait list. Things change. Anyone who has a parent knows. Somebody suddenly decides that they're getting into a different camp, or that they're going to stay with their grandparents this summer. Spots become open. Sometimes we add staff. Things shift around. Please add your name to the list if you are interested. The Play Your Part Summer Program. This is a drop-in program that we started back in we restarted in 2017 at 5 locations for 2-week intervals. We have unregistered programming in the parks. This is obviously the first week is going to be at Chandler Park, Frazier Park, Burke Ferguson Park, Oak Haven Park, and Wilson. You'll see it spread throughout the city. Again, this is from 9 to 2. Lunch is provided. Activities, games, all sorts of things going on inside of the parks. Typically, we try to have these nearish to a community center, if not in the park adjacent to one, in case of weather events. But again, no registration is required. This is a drop-in program. Family Fun Fridays. Again, it's had many different names throughout its history, but Family Fun Fridays is what we've kind of stuck with. To anyone that has not been to one of these, they're incredible. They are not inexpensive to put on, either from a staffing perspective or the types of events that we bring in. When I use the analogy of a carnival, it's a pretty accurate one. At several of these last year, we actually had carnival rides, petting zoos, bounce houses, food trucks, DJs. Again, it is a great program. My daughter has been to every one of these since she was born. And it is a great fun time. At the locations where there is either a water amenity, i.e. a splash pad, or a pool, we keep that open until 9 p.m. as well. So again, this list is on memphisparks.com or on our Facebook page. But again, make sure you get out to these, particularly if they're in your district. And then we have a video here of the Family Fun Fridays.
This is so much love, man. I'm just blessed. Like for our kids, everybody's here. I know my baby over there having a really.
Oh, man.
But this right here, this what it's about.
This was at Orange Mound Park.
It is free. So shout out to everybody that's doing this, and we get this thing started off right. So come on out here. She said what she said.
Yeah, I assume the food is not free.
The food is free. Actually, we give out tickets for the first 500 folks to get food at food trucks. 800, I shorted us. Sorry, this one kind of hits me because obviously what happened in Orange Mound recently. This is how I think of Orange Mound Park.
It's a much better deal.
It's a real block.
Everyone come out and take advantage of Family Fun Friday. It's free.
All right, it is struggling with the internet, I'm assuming this morning, but
To the public, and it's a family fun good time.
Okay.
See you at Park next Friday, the Friday after that, the Friday after.
all right, we'll move on to the next one. Okay, and then just wanted to highlight a couple of opportunities. The golf opportunities for youth. The PGA Junior League, the Nike Junior Golf Camp at the Links at Whitehaven, and the First Tee program. Both the Nike Junior Camp and the First Tee program do have a fee associated with them. What I will say is in both instances, if you have constituents whose children are interested in getting into golf and they go to register for the program, in the case of the Nike Junior Golf Camp, if you will reach out to us, there are scholarship opportunities. Likewise, at the First Tee, the city helps partner with the First Tee to make sure that there are scholarship opportunities for that program as well. I've personally tried to expand our partnership with the First Tee because I think it is a wonderful opportunity to get children and young people exposed to the game of golf. And then youth athletics, we will have beginner soccer training Wednesdays 4 to 5, intermediate soccer training on Mondays. Both of these are monthly programs. Sports camp for summer camp, where week 6 through 7, we're going to do 3-on-3 basketball and flag football tournaments at the camps. In a partnership with a group called Later Skater, we've started doing some programs over on the Hickory Hill tennis courts, and they're going to expand that to have a skateboard jam and competition to be determined. So we'll start promoting that when we have a date and location set for that. Sports Fun Fridays, we offer to summer camp kids as a field trip option on Fridays, where we will set up activities. And then futsal, for those of you that are unaware of it, it is sort of an outdoor version of indoor soccer. It's a 4-on-4 tournament that happens on, again, a tennis court that's been converted to a futsal court. It's really exciting. We now have 5 of them throughout the city of Memphis, and we're going to use those to do a mini tournament in August. And that's really it.
Okay, so in the queue we have Ms. Logan. Are you still in our queue? Okay, you're up, and then I think Easter Thomas after that.
The tennis, I know the tennis groups that are at the parks, are they connected in any way, or are the children that are at the parks able to utilize those tennis centers?
They are. So you're talking about our partnership with Tennis Memphis. Tennis Memphis has a summer program that we make available. Again, they primarily run that through their camp organization, but in any location where we're co-located or there is tennis near a community center where that activity is going on, they do partner to have days where the kids in that summer camp come over to that facility and participate in the programming.
Okay, I didn't see it on here. I was just...
No, again, I try to leave a lot of the stuff that is partnered out just because I'm focusing on what we're doing. But no, that is a great program. There's a ton of those. But yes, ma'am, that does take place.
Okay, and I also wanted to note to build on, respond to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's comment. A lot of times at the parks, or sometimes at the parks, there are adults that are on the campus that it's not always the children that are in need of attention or watching or interception. So having those park rangers are not just for the children, but I totally agree. And we've had a number of conversations about parental responsibility and engagement, and will continue to do so. But in terms of the parks and what's going on at the parks, I think that's an opportunity for us, and we'll continue to move that forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I might have missed it, but did you mention when the pools were open? Pools and splash pads?
No. The pools will open up the same week as camp, and so that'll be. And we are still, and I actually did an interview about this the other day. We're still trying to hire more lifeguards. At this point, our plan is to have 7 outdoor locations open. It's a possibility that some of those locations we will shift or we will add, just in an effort to make sure that as many neighborhoods as we can touch, we try to have an aquatics facility at some point open this summer. But right now, we're at about 50 lifeguards. We need to get to 70 to be fully staffed this summer in order to operate 7 outdoor pools and the 4 indoor pools. So again, send them to memphisparks.com. If they are 15 years old, can pass the test, which requires that you swim 300 meters, can paddle in place with just your legs for 2 minutes, and then retrieve a weight off the bottom of the deep end and get it back out of the pool, I want to say in 90 seconds. If you can pass that test, we will pay for your certification, and then we will pay you $15 an hour to be a lifeguard this summer.
And if you're a Boy Scout and you've had your lifeguard merit badge, you don't have anything to do this summer.
If you're Red Cross certified, yes, sir.
Red Cross certified, come on, and we can get them Red Cross certified if they need to have that too. So please think about that. We need more people.
Is that
Or
information
Girl
on your
Scouts,
site?
Chair.
Well, the
or
Girl Scouts are in the Boy Scouts. Right? Have you been paying attention?
So,
That
so
information,
The boys can't
continuing,
get in the Girl Scouts, but girls can get in the Boy Scouts.
Chair,
that's how it works.
is that information on your website
Yes, ma'am, it
regarding
is.
becoming a lifeguard?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Right.
And then also, you mentioned that all the slots were full for summer camps. How many kids is that per community center?
So we have 25 locations that offer camp, and it varies based on the size of the facility, but 2,200 spots, 2,500 kids, or sorry, 2,200 kids, 25 spots. It comes out to about an average of between 80 and 90 per spot. And again, that's going to vary because obviously a Burt Ferguson, Hickory Hill are going to be able to hold more kids than a Mitchell, but it depends on the location.
How many do you have on the wait list?
About how many do we have total?
I mean, like total. Like how many you got on
I'll
the
have to
wait
get that for you.
list? And how much money you need to get these kids in camp this summer that's on the wait list?
Some of it is the capacity of the building, I'll be honest with you. I am not sure, even if we were able to hire more folks, because that's the other problem, is we have to maintain a ratio of number of kids to counselors, and making sure that we have enough people to do that safely. 2,200 is about where we feel we are now. Do I think we might be able to expand that in the future? Possibly, but to do that this summer would be difficult given the time frame to hire more people.
So it's not the money that has them for capacity, it's the lack of employees.
It's the lack of employees and the lack of space, because at the end of the day, some of these buildings are pretty full. You go to Hickory Hill Monday through Friday, it's pretty darn full with kids.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green.
I want to thank you for bringing this. I saw your presentation on the county side at the Public Safety Ad Hoc, which I actually think is an appropriate place for you to present this, because I think this is crime fighting. It just might not look like crime fighting. And I guess I learned a lot in that presentation, and I'm glad you brought it here today. I hope, I know it's early, but I hope the public is listening. And I know I am taking on my own responsibility in making sure I'm a megaphone for your programming, and I challenge my co-council members to do the same. I'm also, I've pledged to you and talked to you about coming out to your Play Your Parks and bringing popsicles to the kids one day, trying to find a day that's convenient for the ones that are in my district, and the same with the Family Fun Night. Out of my own pocket, I just want to be able to be a part of the community and be a part of the solution. And so again, I put that challenge out to everybody here on the council to find a way not just to, maybe share this on social media, that's great, but actually plug in, get out in the community, get out in these parks, and find a way to connect with these kids. So thank you, Nick, for bringing this.
Thank you for asking for it, Councilwoman Green. And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman.
Let the record show Councilwoman White has arrived.
Well, Director, you know that I've been involved with this for many years, long before this council, long before I even thought about being. So I've been involved with parks. I think when you first came on, you and I met, I was involved before then. Children trying to get, making sure that our babies, our brown babies, get what they need. And I'm just trying to be careful about what I'm saying because we're just constantly just going around and round and round in circles. We talked about the swimming and the need of lifeguards and how many you have and how many you don't have. And I know we have tennis program for children. I know we have a golf program for children. But mostly brown children don't know how to swim. They don't know how to swim. And children love water. They love water. Is there any in the near future that swimming lessons will be included for? Okay, so how does that work?
So right now, we have a program, and again, you can find more information about this on memphisparks.com, where there is a 2-week program every night for $25 that, again, there is the possibility that we can provide scholarships to take care of that for families in need, where every evening you go through a 2-week course. My daughter's been through it twice. And at the end of it, depending upon the age of the child, they are not completely swim proficient, but they are incredibly more swim comfortable. And again, it's a progressive program. So at the end of that 2 weeks, if the child is still encouraged and engaged, there are intermediate classes, advanced classes, and then boom, suddenly they become a lifeguard. I'll tell you, of the 50 lifeguards that we have today, the vast majority started in our swim program and either became members of a swim team or progressed into being a lifeguard that worked for us. And there are people, again, in this room, Tiffany started off as a lifeguard, not for us, for competition. But, again, it can lead to a lifetime being in Parks and Recreation.
What age?
I want to say it starts at 5. I'll have to get that information to double check.
Could you get that at 5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so it's $25 for 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is scholarship.
Again, we're working on that right now. Again, I've got to be careful because we don't have the mechanism in place for it, but we're working with the team.
That's what I want to know in the funding and what it looks like,
yes,
for that, and how many,
How many can we afford, that kind of fun stuff?
How many can we afford? Because, we got to...
I will tell you this while you're contemplating that. $25 for a 2-week swim program,
Mm-hmm.
as someone who has both done the program for my child through the city and in the private world, it's normally more than that per hour.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think we're doing an incredibly affordable thing, but I'm with you. Anything we can do to remove barriers to make sure that Black and brown children in Memphis know how to swim, I am in complete support of.
Yeah, thank you. And that's what, I was trying to say, just kind of moving those barriers. And I would just love to see and it's going to take a lot of work when we get our babies involved. I'm sure they have to register for all of this and they have to have the parents' consent. But kind of put something in there where they can be more involved, show up more. I know some parents have to work, I understand that. But if we can just get them more involved, I'm just old school. Sorry for that. I know this new generation, but, if anything that I was involved in, somebody had to be there, an adult. They had to know, there was just a responsibility. And I think we've just lost that. We just want everybody else to take care of everything other than us. And we got to try to find a way to implement a program also when our children come to these community centers, that the parents has a responsibility to know what's going on, to be accountable, and to know, because they got to go back into these environments and they go back into the same thing. And the trauma that you're doing, thank you for that. You'll be amazed I'm sure, the trauma, but we just got to do something better because it's just the same soup warmed over again using the same spoon, and we keep putting a Band-Aid on it. So we got to do something better, much better.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you,
I want to
Chairman.
clarify real quick.
Councilwoman White.
So it is $5 if there is a scholarship received, and then there is no charge if any public assistance is received. So that's,
Thank you.
fortunately, someone texted me.
Councilwoman White.
Good morning. I just wanted to know if Riverview pool will be open this year.
I'll have to double check on the pool. The community center, we're in the process of finishing up the punch list right now, and it should be open for summer camp, but I'll double check on the pool and get back with you.
Guys, thank you for that presentation, and thank you, council members, for asking for this presentation. Seeing no further questions, we are now adjourned.
Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, Chair Spinoza.
Thank you, Regala. Doug, we'll try to be quick. We're a little bit behind, but I want to thank you for all the texts. Y'all had a busy night with the storm, and y'all have done a lot of good stuff here in the last 24 hours, so thank you for that. And then I'll make one quick comment. Moving forward, I think I'm going to ask Councilwoman Green and Vice Chair Walker, we would like to get with you, and all this information we're about to look at today is part of what we asked, right? We asked for as we got going this year and heading into budget season. So thank you for putting all this together. Council members, this is what we've asked for. This is what we're getting. We've all gotten copies of this, but the floor is yours, Doug. I just wanted to review. There's one item on the agenda, and it's the discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda. It's what we asked for. Here we go. Thank you, Doug.
So thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, MLGW President, 220 South Main. So on your first point, again, I want to apologize. I had everybody in a group text. I've got a new phone, and somehow my group text contact didn't transfer, so I sent it to the chair and the vice chair in hopes that they would get the text out to y'all. I'll try to rebuild that group text, so I can get it to y'all.
That's my bad. Of course, I compliment the text, and then the group text is broken.
I sent it to.
I could have done that too. So that is
I have
on
one
me,
for
and
the
I apologize
mayors,
for that.
for the commission, for the council. So anyway, we have 7 items today. These are all the items that are above the limit of $150,000 in cumulative total for the contract or the purchase order. And so 7 items on tonight's consent agenda, and I'll go through them in order. The first is Microsoft Support Modern Engineer. We have Microsoft products. What this provides is actual people, technicians to come on site and help us troubleshoot our Microsoft products. It allows us to get those software licenses for all of our users. We use this just like The city does, but these are engineers that come and help us with integration of the Microsoft products into all of the systems that MLGW has. It's a part of our normal operating procedure. This is $174,000 for a 12-month contract. It's the first of 4 options to renew. The second contract up for consideration is document storage. It's called Laserdisc document storage. This is actual hard copy storage of all of the records that we have for MLGW so that people can go back and review their records over time. It's with Jack Henry and Associates. This has been our long-term storage. You can see this is the 18th renewal here. But they have all of our documents back for 20 years. Renewing this contract gives us the best price for something called Spool View and Synergy software. And then comes with the requisite licenses for our users. So this is part of our normal storage of documents and technical information. The next contract is in the funded amount of $531,000. This is for 12 months. It's with the Lane Christensen Company. You'll recall that I said we want to increase our water production. We typically had done 4 wells per year, and now we're going to do 8 so we can increase production. What that means is that I also have to increase the number of wells that I abandon each year. So when we drill a well and when it no longer is in function, I have to do a process that abandons the well to make sure it's sealed off and secure so that nothing can get down into the ground. And so as we move to add 8 new wells, I have to also abandon 8 new wells, or 8 wells that are no longer in service. So that's what this contract does for us. And it's with a company that does this work for us. So this will allow us to continue that water production. The next is $36,000, but that's the incremental amount above the $150,000 limit. This is obviously for our Treasury Management Department. This is a software that they use to manage our portfolio. So it's just a part of the software they use to manage the investment portfolios, all of the bond portfolios that we have at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And so, again, 1-year renewal of a contract that we've had for some time with this software. The next is a natural gas supply agreement. This is a 5-year award. I'm going to spend just a moment on this. What this is doing is extending a contract for 5 years with Tenergy. Now, you will look down, and the date is not a typo, 2054. This is a 30-year look ahead. These natural gas companies make capital investments based on long-term contracts. As you'll know, we have the lowest natural gas prices for residential customers in the country because we do a great job of managing our gas portfolio. We do more than 2,000 purchases of contracts of gas per year. We do out-of-the-money call options, we do hedges, and we do pre-purchase agreements. This is one of those pre-purchase agreements. The value of this to us is that we have been receiving a guaranteed 30 cents per MMBTU. What that is 1,000 cubic feet of natural gas. It's really realized 35 cents of discount per MMBTU. And with this, it will add another 7 cents. So about 42 cents of savings for every 1,000 cubic feet of gas that we buy. And that is going to realize about $1.2 million of savings just from this company for our customers. So that's the advantage of these advanced purchases of gas, and that's one of the reasons why we have the lowest natural gas prices for our customers in the country. So it yields benefits for our customers. The next is repaving the Sheehan pumping station. Sheehan is over by the University of Memphis. This is our second oldest pumping station. We are just in the process of remediating the windows there to replace them with modern windows and remove some of the outdated infrastructure. As a result of all the construction and because it is very, very old, we have to replace more than almost a couple 100,000 square feet of pavement over there so that we can continue to access. Our water lab is there. We have a substation in that area as well. So this is a regular and recurring paving for the Sheehan pumping station. The last is trash removal. We have commercial operations, essentially very large industrial operations, and so we privately contract with BFI, who is Republic Services, and they do our private trash hauling for us. This is an annual contract of $348,000. seems high, but when you see the nature of the work that we do and how much waste we have to dispose of because of construction, that's what this is about. So it furnishes everything that we need to get rid of trash from the MLGW properties. Subject to your questions, that's all I have to present for the fiscal consent agenda items tonight.
Thank you, Doug. I have one quick comment. As you were sitting there speaking, and I see Alonzo, I'm going to ask Alonzo, if you don't mind, to send an invite maybe, or your office to maybe send an invite to all the council members just to take a tour of the facility off Covington Pike.
Sure. So you're speaking of the System Operations Center. That is our SCADA center. That is where we control the electric, the water, and the gas systems. So it's a big facility with a lot of big screens, and you can see the complexity of the system. We'd welcome a tour for all of you to show you that.
It just helps with constituent questions. It's a room probably 2 to 3 times the size of this room, and it helps me. It helped me a bunch, is why I'm offering it to everyone.
It's quite informative.
Obviously, no one has to go do this. I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but we get a lot of requests, so that's why I'm asking y'all to send that. It takes as long as you want it to take. I think I was there for an hour. Heineman was there, showed us around. So I'll just recommend that to everybody. It really, really helps to understand the complexity and just the size of what happens. But it's just, anyways, humble suggestion.
Glad to do it.
All right, Councilwoman Logan, I see you in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. President McGowan, I noticed that, thank you for your presentation, and I really love the way that we're doing this. I think it's really good to have it in committee. I wanted to get more information on, I noticed that there was only one of these that had a goal.
Yes.
Supplier diversity spend, and if you could, at our next committee, discuss that and why that is and how we're working to resolve that, or what are the opportunities there in that area, supplier diversity.
I'm happy to do that, ma'am. We have last year we finished at 34%. And so we followed the same process for acquisition as does the city of Memphis. So we have registered, certified vendors. If there's nobody in that space, there's no goal in that space. We reach out to companies to try to help facilitate their participation there. But we follow the very same process as the city of Memphis does for identifying supplier diversity and helping to grow those companies here. Some of what we do is pretty specialized. These software companies are big national software. That's what you're seeing today. The paving is the one we had the participation because we know that there's local companies that do that work here. So, but yes, ma'am, happy to give you the full report.
And we had discussed coming back and discussing how to those primes can bring people on and how we can get more people in that pipeline so they can grow or they can collaborate and get some of these. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, and we're happy to bring back our leader who runs that program for us, who does an outstanding job.
Thank you.
Great question, Councilwoman. So Doug, we'll add that to the agenda.
Sure.
Anyone else? Look at us getting back on schedule. Oh, Councilwoman White, almost. Got out of here.
Good for us. I'm not usually that long-winded. The Microsoft support engineer, is that one position or
no, ma'am?
Is it several? I got a little confused.
It's who we need. So depending on, you never know which software issue you're going to have with integration. So this is a contract that provides a number of people on site to resolve any integration problems we have from the user at the desk to the actual integration with the MLGW software. What does that mean? So it can be one person, it can be multiple people coming to help us, but this is the annual contract to make sure that we don't have any hiccups because of the software there. So these are on-site individuals, or they can be a person who's an expert from across the globe that comes and helps us with integration.
And so is it just like a fund that you just pull from, or is it an actual, because that's what I was looking for, is it a contract?
It's a contract for the year for them.
Oh, with
to
the
pay
Crayon
for that.
Software
Yes, ma'am.
Experts, LLC.
To pay for that support, yes, ma'am.
And have we used that before, or is
Yes,
this a
ma'am.
brand new?
Yes, ma'am. Crayon software is something we've used before, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Dr. Warren. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Walker. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Wright. We have 3 items in today's committee. The first item is a resolution transferring $2,800,000 from Fleet Services unreserved fund balance to cover FY24 shortage, all council districts, sponsored by administration. Can we get a motion and a second for this item?
Second, or move it, whatever
All
you
right.
need.
Ford. Spinoza seconded. Thank you. All right, who from the administration is here to present?
Morning, Council. Morning. Melvin Jamerson, Interim Director, General Services, 125 North Main. Now allow my staff to introduce themselves.
Eric Conrad, the Fleet Administrator for Fleet Services.
Good morning, Elisa Rankin, Senior Administrator, Finance.
I'm Patrick McNeil, the Finance Manager for Fleet.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. So this morning, I want to talk a little bit about the $2.8 million request to be transferred to the General Service operating budget, Fleet operating budget. So cost of operations is where I want to start. Cost of operations are a service delivery that we meet daily for the other divisions in General Service. The other divisions. So those are the things that we supply for our fleet are the services for the vehicle repairs and maintenance. So these vehicles have to be maintenance, have to be serviced daily, and we are needing to move the $2.8 million to the operating budget from the Fleet Fund Reserve. This will give us the working capital that we need to continue operations for our division, so that we can supply the needs, meet the needs of the divisions. In fleet, we have an internal service fund. Internal service fund means simply that we charge back for services rendered for the fleet services that we provide throughout the year. And so the money comes back to us as a revenue. So the $2.8 million, it'll be cash injected into the division, into the fleet operations, and it'll come back as a revenue.
Okay.
So we are requesting $2.8 million to be moved from the Fleet Reserve Fund to the General Service, to the fleet operating budget, and we're requesting same nice minutes.
All right, we have some councilmen in the queue. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. Did we not budget for this? What happened? That's all I really want to know.
So we did budget, and we budgeted from our forecast what we expect to spend this year.
So we exceeded $2+ million than what we forecast?
Yes, sir, we did. We are on track to exceed over $2 million from the forecast.
Okay, so here's my issue with this, and I think, council, I think at some point we have to consider an ordinance, a way to require folks to come to us, division directors or whoever, to, when we have forecasts, we budget, we have statements to say, hey, 3 months in, we're 25%. We know we're on pace. 3 months in, we're 35%. We're starting to exceed our budget because we can't continue to dip into our fund balance. That's why we're here looking at a 75-cent tax increase, because we're allowing the administration to put us in a bind because we're consistently overspending. This is not a productive way to continue doing business. $2.8 million over, And, you know, we're going to continue to hear the same things from division directors over and over again. So let's just look at the last budget. This is what happened. We took out $11.8 million out of the fund balance. We found out there was a mistake where we forgot to account for, I think it was 101 firefighters. So we had to go back in and take another $10 million out of the fund balance. And now what we're hearing today is we're asking to take another $2.8 million out of the fund balance. Something is not right. What we're doing is broken. We have to fix this. But in addition to that, it seems that, you know, some administration were not forthcoming with how much projects were going to cost. You know, I need to know, well, I'm happy Chief Adams walked in. I need to know what happens if we say no. Because we're asking the people 75 cents. And we're also asking the people to you know, today we're going to hear solid waste fee increase, 23%, $6.8, a total of about $90 a year. That's a lot of money. Fixed income folks. We take this out, and you think we're going to have to approve 75 cents? It'd probably be talking much more if we continue to hit the fund balance the way it is. And then the state comptroller, you know, he doesn't necessarily care for this place we call Memphis. What happens if we continue to do this? We can't. I just need to know what happens if we say no. Can somebody tell me that? I need to know what happens.
So, Chairman, on the fund balance, the fleet fund balance is, of course, on the fleet side, it's the reserve fund balance is our fund balance with fleet. Mm-hmm. We won't hit the general fund balance.
That makes sense.
So that would be the fund balance that we accumulate over the years that we are operating for our income.
But, okay, I hear that. Thank you for the explanation. It doesn't make me have a panic attack again. Two, but what I still have not heard, what are we doing to, if we're forecasting over every year, if we're forecasting every 3 months, we're forecasting, what procedures or protocols are in place to prevent us from continually exceeding what we're budgeting? Because it seems like every division director comes to us and say, hey, we forecast this. This is what the council approved. And then what happens is we just continually exceeding the amount that we allocated. Then what happens is at some point during the council year, the fiscal year, you come back and say, hey, we forecast this amount, but you know, we spent $3 million more than we were supposed to spend. That's my concern. It seems like we come up with a budget, we forecast it, and at no point in time does anyone say, hey, we're spending more money, we're spending more money, we spend more money. Or no one comes back and say, hey, look, we got to dial it back here. Like at some point, whoever is leading the ship say, look, we're spending too much money, we're just not going to do it. Instead of making us look like the bad guys. So it's not frustration directed at you specifically. It's frustration directed at what we heard yesterday. Because, you know, I think Councilman Spinoza said yesterday that, hey, you know, are we trying to duplicate programs that we created with ARPA dollars? And then we're here today, it seems like it's a lot of mess. Just a lot of mess. So that's my frustration. Sorry, it's not directed to you. It's just directed at, you know, how we're doing business. It doesn't seem like it's the most appropriate way to do business.
Yes, sir.
Chief Adams, I'm glad you joined in.
Yes, sir.
I hope did you hear my frustration?
Your diatribe? Yeah.
My frustration.
Your frustration. I did, and I understand. Being the former director of General Services, Antonio Adams, interim chief operating officer, being the former director of General Services, many years, we presented a budget on the property maintenance side. That budget is funded wholly out of the general fund. So with respect to that, you deal with all of your deferred maintenance, and then, of course, all of your requests. When you do so, sometimes you can run to failure. The bell has been rang several times throughout my course, stating, former Councilman Jones even mentioned and I'm going to give him some credit today. I know. I mean, I know. I know he's been on his he's been on his victory tour. Yeah, but with respect to that, it has been apparent within not this administration, but the administration, and then quite honestly, Councilwoman Logan has mentioned it as well, as far as investing in the buildings. But I'll say this, with general services, we always had to look within to reallocate money. Always. And so what they're coming to you with is a request to reallocate money. One, from the fleet side, which is a fund balance. The fund balance has come from, since 2014 to present, where we've been able to actually put money aside at the end of the year in shop charges and fuel charges. And it's accumulated over time. And now you have an opportunity, if you also wish, to reallocate that money from fleet to take care of your buildings.
How much do we have in the fund balance, in that fund balance?
Okay, sorry. It's a little over 7 million.
All right, so we have a little over 7 million. We're asking to take 2.8. Is there any way that we can use this fund balance for any of our operating costs? You give me about to give me a lawyer answer?
No. So you can, but you do that at the peril of your fleet. And here's why. So let's talk about the fleet fund, and let's talk about the general fund property maintenance. And this is why we wanted to put together this fleet task force. Fleet, their charges are billed out per service request, and it's an internal service fund. So every division is allocated based on their current trend data of spend, fuel, and shop charges. Property maintenance, it is one block of funding, and it takes care of your facilities. This includes your managed facilities, and this includes all of our police precincts or police properties, fire properties, libraries, etc. And then most importantly, City Hall. So when you say, can it? It has in the past, but you do that to the detriment of your fleet.
Okay, so I think I'm going to defer to any other council member shortly. So we're talking about doing so at the detriment to the buildings, but you know, I would argue that if we don't do something different than we're doing now, we're essentially going to pass a very high tax increase to the detriment of the folks who call Memphis home. So that's one. So it's possible to use some of these funds to support the operating budget. That's my only question. It's possible. And if the council so choose to allocate 2.8 million to address this issue here, and the council decides to take 2 million out of this fund, we will still have 2.2 left in this fund?
Yes, sir.
And then, and now I want you to, can you explain to me, and this is my last question, tell me why this is problematic if we use some of these funds for operating.
So okay. I was just informed that there is yet another resolution that's going to come before you as well. So, but let's talk about this in theory, why it's problematic. It's problematic because, one, you put in a lot of fleet every year. So you are going to get additional fuel cost by the consumption. You put in that fleet as well, so you have to decide, or you have to maintain it. When I inherited, or when I was promoted to be General Services Director, we almost lost General Services. We always lost General Services because General Services was just like the Solid Waste Fund. It was borrowing from the General Fund. And the comptroller said, that's not permissible. So through hard work and some strategies, we did come up with ways to put back towards our fund balance. The administration at the time decided, because what was happening is we were not adequately booking our pension ADC. So those costs were not being absorbed until at the end of the year. Over time, the division didn't get more money. We just had to get smarter about stretching that dollar. And that's the reality. Now, I'll say this. You did ask with regard to what are we doing different. What this administration proposes to do is to adequately fund the overall budget so then it can be reallocated. But this division is going to be no different than the others. There will be cuts, and there have been cuts. So you'll hear it when they come to you during budget. It's yours, if you like, to restore, increase, etc. Because it's been done. It's been done. Councilman Warren, a couple years ago, he mentioned about increasing fuel because the fuel cost. Yeah, you know where the money came from? The fleet fund balance. There was no increase in budget. There was no increase to the budget. It was taken from the fund balance and it was used for that cost.
So it seems like we had, so you said administrations in the past have used this fund, and I think what you just referenced is when we talked about addressing fuel costs, we use this fund. So do we anticipate any more? Okay. There's another resolution coming. I'm assuming that resolution is going to take more money from this fund. Well, the amount of that resolution? So we'll be down to from 4.2 minus 1. So we'd be down to $3 million in that fund.
You'd be down 4.
No,
yeah.
So we'd be down. What would be remaining? About $3 million.
3
million.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right.
And one of the things I'll say, we can commiserate over what we walked into and we inherited, or we can fix it. And I think this is the time to fix it. Are we pissed? Yeah. Should you have been put in that situation? No.
So,
but what I am saying is, let's fix it.
So
let's work to fix it.
But fixing it means, the obvious is where we are now. That's what fixing, but it doesn't mean necessarily just fixing it. It's trying to build upon when I think the people are saying, let's see, show me what you're going to do different, as opposed to let's, come up with something completely different and seeing if it works. Let's just show the people what we're going to do different. But okay, I see what's about to happen. Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let the record show that Councilman Carlisle has joined us. Good morning, Councilman Carlisle. Good morning. We will now hear from Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered how much of our current situation with fleet has got to do with decades of underinvesting in our fleet in general and the amount of repairs that we have to do. And I assume that as we're doing these repairs and as we're buying gas in bulk, that's how we're generating our fleet reserve. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And then, of course, we do contract out to augment those repair services as well. What we are looking at in this administration are lease options, lease with maintenance options. We are exploring and we're working with our task force to really identify how many pieces of fleet that we really need and where they're truly being allocated or resourced. There will be a change, but we're working together with that task force to actually create that change on how we use our fleet, because in some instances you need pool cars. Not every division needs an assigned car. We can pool cars. Some can lease the vehicles. One of the hurdles that we ran into is that we're self-insured. So we do have to ensure, or we have to make sure that our vendors that we will lease from feel adequate and safe and secure that we're going to be able to pay any and all bills should there be a loss, because we are self-insured. Many of them require insurance.
So I guess back to the question is, the way you develop this fleet, reserve fund is by savings that you got on bulk gas purchases?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and by the amount of work you do for the rest of our departments and charges that come from there, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is sort of, so I'm looking at this right now. It seems to me like this particular transfer has happened before, and it's one of the ways that you routinely balance your budget without coming to us for increased funds.
Correct.
Is that?
Yes, sir. The body, not this body, but the body has approved transfers from the fleet fund previously to cover fleet costs.
Okay, so it's almost like what they're doing as a business is they're developing a profit, they're using a profit and spending it down and not coming to us and asking us for more money for their department. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, sir. In this particular case, definitely it is.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for this presentation. I would like to see, I'm very concerned, as we all are, and I would like to see moving forward, because it appears that, we felt that there were operating procedures, protocols, checks and balances, best practices in place in administration. And I'm not saying that there aren't, but it doesn't appear that there are. And I really would like to see, what are we doing to implement those things? I know someone asked about a maintenance program. Someone asked about, there were some other basic operational things that you would think that's in place that apparently may not be. Are we doing an overhaul or an internal audit, or looking at where we need to shore up departments in terms of protocols to ensure that we don't get here? And I would like to see, especially when they come and they say, and it says we want to transfer some money, we want to buy something or do something, to bring the department or division that's bringing the request needs to bring where they are on the budget, like a sheet that you all give us to say where you are on your budget and if this is going to take you over or under. Like we do the MWB spend, you attach, we see what the number is on those things until we are comfortable in the spirit of working together, because we're both this body and the administrator is equally, and the mayor is equally responsible for the budget and making sure that we're fiscally sound. And we're at a pivotal point right now. So this collaborative effort is going to be necessary. And it's not overreaching or trying to take oversight, but it's making certain that we're doing our due diligence. And I don't think we've been given the information that we should have been given. So now we need to require it. And, I know I do. Even if somebody just send me an email before I see it on here, before I can vote, I would like to see this request is within budget. something that simple. I don't know how you want to do it or what's going to be best for you all to give me that information and us that information. But I think moving forward, we have to work collaboratively like that to ensure that we're making the best decisions financially. It was my understanding, that the comptroller's report and everybody that's, the state, we were in good standing in all these areas. And apparently, some kind of way, we've been able to show it like that, but it actually hasn't been that way. So, I want to see it that way, continue to see where we are. And when you all come during this budget season, if you could lead in with how you're right sizing. Like now you're telling us, okay, because when I looked at this, I thought it was the general fund. So to know that you all do have, at least in this area, a reserve or a method on having money bring in, I appreciate that and don't want to use it all up. But if you're trying to right size with that, that's not a good method either. I mean, you might have to do it to initially get where you need to be, but it doesn't look like that's what we should be doing, taking from that to right size. Just get the budget right on the front end, and you won't have to do that. But I hope you understand what I'm asking, not just with this area, but across the board. Where are we? Right now, we don't know where we are. And I would like to know that and how we're going to move forward, knowing that, with those checks and balances.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so, one, I want to make sure that I don't mischaracterize. There are checks and balances. There are protocols. As a matter of fact, we have a vehicle maintenance shop. You have two. One for the heavy side, meaning all your trucks 1 ton and above, and then you have one for the smaller side. Every division is allocated its fleet. They have a manager, or they have someone that's assigned that maintains and manages that fleet. Fleet maintenance maintains the fleet. They're open from 7 to 3, and then we actually created second shifts to take care of our light vehicles. So the divisions are aware. The shops have been publicized. We communicate with the division's liaison to make sure that the fleet come in for service and repair. One thing that we have to take in consideration, we've lost a lot of vehicles. And I'm talking about accidents. And so that drives. You have your fire department that has a mandatory level in which they got to have reserves. So we have the fire shop where you have a lot of men and women that work there to drive overtime because you got to make sure that you have the requisite number of vehicles there. Here, what we're asking is, to your point, is a reserve. It's no different than what Dr. Warren mentioned or stated. I should have been a little bit more clear in my explanation, but this division is only asking to take from one pot that was developed over time and offset where we've had to run because we've run to failure in many instances, meaning total loss. Our fire apparatus, a lot of that equipment is not readily available on the shelves. So the men and women at the fire shop, they fabricate and they install. The same down at Bellevue and Ferrisview in our solid waste installations. You have a body shop just until last year. Where we never outsourced. Now we're outsourcing.
All right, I gotta hop in. This is just going, we're going, I'm so sorry. But the reality is we're just going round and round and round. You guys are supposed to budget for all that stuff, right? Like, so all the things you're doing are supposed to be forecasted and budgeted for, and there are unforeseen things. This is a third-party entity for all intents and purposes, right? It's its own company. It bills the city back at each division level as if it's its own company. They have a reserve fund, but the intent of the reserve fund or any reserve fund should be defined, right? It can't just be for unforeseen circumstances. It's too broad in general. And so any company that has any sort of proprietary funds or set aside says this fund is for X, this fund is for Y, this fund is for Z. If I go to my bank and say, I want to borrow money from you, and they say, you're going to need a reserve fund, and it's only to pay a contractor for overages, I can't go dip into that fund because, I need to pay my development fee. Same applies here. I think the question to where Councilwoman Smiley's kind of going a little bit of a different direction, but somewhere similar is, I know what he's looking for if he's still in here. The question is really this. Why was the decision made? It's one thing when fuel charges go up. That's what that fund was set aside for, right? We have annual contracts and we have the spot open market, right? Fuel prices rise, unforeseen. We had that when they shot up by 150%, 200% in a fiscal year. The real question is your contracted pricing with your customers, police, fire, park services, why not put it on their books and come out of the general fund operating unfunded balance as opposed to having fleet services? Here's what the optics look like. Here what the optics look like. Again, the operating budget wasn't properly forecasted. Therefore, we are now trying to plug holes so that we don't have to say to the public, and this was and I'm just going to say it, Mayor Strickland was very savvy about choosing his words very carefully, as any attorney is. And it's really nice to say our operating budget is X, knowing that you've got the Fleet Services Fund, the Debt Service Fund, Fund 245, Solid Waste Fund, all these other things that are Public Works touches, even though they've got Enterprise Fund, it touches the general fund. But the general fund is sound. And the reality is instead of saying that we need to pull money out of the unassigned fund balance so that police can pay its bill to fleet management, you want to take money out of fleet management's reserve fund and pay their bill for them, basically forgive their bill. I mean, that's ultimately what's happening here if I want to dumb this thing down all the way. The question for this body is that something you want to do? I mean, the bills are due. And so the question is where do you want the money to come from? I'm hesitant to do that. I also understand the relationship that we're going to have going into the fund balance more and more. I wasn't here when the motion was made, but this certainly is not going down with same 9 minutes today. Because we are in the middle of budget season. We have got a bunch of stuff that we've got to take under consideration. And we've got a huge, I mean, if you just said it, like for fleet maintenance, I mean, there's been like 25 police cars wrecked in the last 2 months. I mean, so it's not, I'm not laying the blame on any single person sitting out here, but I think to your point and to others, we've got to fix how we operate in these funds and what they're actually specifically there for. Right now, this is we may or may not have budgeted correctly, and now we're going to try and bail ourselves out for actually the third year in a row. We were $1 million out in fiscal year 23 adopted budget. I couldn't pull 24 fast enough, but I think you made a note on it, and I'm super sorry to interrupt you. I could just tell we were spinning, but I think that's the question before the House. So I'm happy to let this thing move forward. I'm not going to vote on it in committee, but I'm not comfortable with same 9 minutes until we have a little bit more in-depth discussion of other than broadly shop charges and were higher than, right? If it was a specific division, if it was a specific item in a specific division, I'm curious to know that. And Antonio, I know you and Melvin dig in on that stuff, and I know that it's a hard relationship, and I'll be quiet, but I will say this. We had a company that was solely dedicated to our firm, and then we made it we were a third-party service for another company, and it was the most painful relationship ever because it was a related party company. And so I understand that is very difficult for the both of you because you're still a part of the team, but you're also trying to run your own company when it comes to billing and accountability. And I will say this to all my colleagues: when you get phone calls from other division directors, sorry y'all, but about cars and fleet, et cetera, one of the big things we run into is just simply getting people to bring their vehicles in on time for proper maintenance and fleet because the police department doesn't work for Melvin. So getting those things on these regularly maintained schedules is critical for us. And then you've got other things like Philip's fleet, although it's kind of in his fund, but we've got other specialty vehicles that are an absolute nightmare to maintain. So this whole thing has got to get brought into where it is not unwielding anymore. Those are my comments, but that's generally the issue. Like, that's the question before the House is, how do you want to pay this bill? And then how do we fix the issue going forward? That I yield the floor. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Logan, you may finish your thoughts.
Thank you. I do appreciate the Cliff Note version of it because that was a little bit engaged and involved, but that broke it down. And again, I say the same thing, though. We definitely need to right size. We definitely need to see exactly what it is. And I agree. I'm assuming that's what my colleague said, that we don't want to vote on. Well, I think it'd be difficult for us to voting on something that is not the right way to do it. Like, instead of doing it a patchwork way, what is the right way to do it? And then we can determine which way we want to go. So I agree, same night minutes would be a little bit premature without us having the information.
All right, we'll have Easter Thomas, Cooper Sutton, and then Green. Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Okay. Thank you. Cooper Sutton?
Well, Councilman Chase and Rhonda Logan and Councilwoman Logan kind of, wrapped everything up. And I think we are back where we started from when we first, at this new body, we asked for it at the beginning and not to come to us with these surprises. We asked you all to do that. I think we did. Am I correct?
You're correct.
We asked to give us a little time to marinate on it and to dig deep so we wouldn't be where we are now, so we can move on with business. And that's just like handling your homes. How would you handle your households? That's all we ask. And I don't want to be repetitive. Bring it before us. We don't like surprises. This will not get same night minutes like they said. Bring this before us. This administration is not your last administration. It's not the last administration. We dig deep and we want answers because we got to get out of the hole and the critical issues that we're constantly repeating over and over and over again. You project, we forecast, and then we end up still begging. I don't like begging.
Right. Correct.
Let's get it right. Y'all do an amazing job, wonderful job, but we got to get it right. And we owe this, and I concur with both of my colleagues. We asked at the beginning of this administration what we wanted to look like. We expect that. No more. So pass along to every other department and director.
Understood.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Let the record show that Councilman Ford Canale has joined us. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll now have Councilwoman Green, and then we'll end with you, Chief.
Look, I'm not naive. I know a budget is wrong as soon as it's passed, but this feels like a master shell game. And the problem for me is not only do I still not know what happens if we don't say yes. When it was the firefighters and you came here in front of us and said, hey, we're not going to make payroll. I'm not sure what happens if we don't move this over. I'm also not sure exactly what it's going to. What costs $2.8 million? Nobody has said, it's not in any of our packets. We're not clear on that. And we're clearly holding this item. We're going to talk about it again, so you don't have to answer it today. But if you're just like I gave President McGowan the blues for the MLGW every time he came in here and asked me for $3 million and $5 million and $10 million, you can't come in here and say we're moving $2.8 million and not tell me what it's for and what happens if we don't do it. And how many more of these are there to come? I mean, that's the other thing that we are incredibly unclear of. And I think the problem for me is not that I am being surprised up here with, this is 2.8 on today and 1.2 is coming down the line and I don't know what else. We have a job up here and our number one resource is public trust. And we break all public trust when we are not transparent with how we are spending their dollars. I cannot possibly say yes to something that I don't, and it's not like I don't understand because I'm confused. It's no information's been provided, that I don't know what's coming next, that I don't know how many more times are we gonna hit the fleet reserve fund, how many more times are we gonna hit the general fund, the debt service fund, I don't know. I feel like we're not having an honest conversation, so I can't go out with the public and have an honest conversation. And when I can't have an honest conversation with them about how we're cleaning up the 24 budget, how can I have an honest conversation with them about what I need from them in the 25 budget when the mayor is asking for a 75-cent property tax increase, when he's asking for an increase in our solid waste fee? I can't do that work. I can't, this is a help me help you kind of thing. I can't do that if you can't tell us. I realize you're playing cleanup, but we don't need to be surprised by it, because when we're surprised by it and don't have the full information, I mean, this to me is the same thing as when we were talking about $10 million one lines on the MLGW consent agenda. That's not enough information at all. We have to have more information so that we can justify it. I get that money moves around. I get that this is specific fleet service, unreserved funds. It's built up for fleet services, but for what? Are we replacing cars? Are we fixing fire trucks? You listed off 20 things, but I don't know what the 2.8 is going to. I'm sure you do. We're just asking for you to be honest with us, because we hold the public trust to spend their dollars appropriately. And I think we'll have more conversation on it. It's not going to happen today.
Chief Adams?
You all are, you are correct. This should have been socialized with you all prior to. Fleet, in my discussion up here, I'm thinking that there's been that socialization. So that's on me. There is a lot of nuances as to how we transfer and what we've done. What this group is bringing to you is no different than what they've done in the past. This is a purely prescriptive transaction. It's for your review. You're right, you should have more information. But I will take one objection to what was said. It was never the intent to deceive, and I don't believe they ever deceived. When we uncover, there is a process in which the bail is wrong, the action is taken, and it comes to you for approval. This team here, they're not dishonest. No, you said about a dishonest conversation. And that is not the case, because again, one of the things that, and we talk about it, is when they find out, the divisions ring the bell and we have to get it on the agenda. If there is an ability to move the money without your approval, it would have been done. This is prescriptive, and you're right, you deserve to know a lot more detail about this, and we will give you that. You're right, but never have we been dishonest, and I will not wear that jacket, and this team will not wear that jacket.
And for the record, council, there is a breakdown of the $2,800,000. It consists of the inventory purchases, professional services.
Yeah, and look, I see that in there, but
Okay.
like inventory purchases, what does that mean? Is that cars? Is that fire trucks? Like, that's not, these are all materials and supplies is listed 1, 2, 3, 4 times with different amounts. That's what I mean.
Okay.
And this is the first time you've heard about it
That's the point.
right now.
So,
That's the point.
And that's all this is about.
Councilwoman
So
Green.
let's just hold it and we'll go to the next item. And then, sorry, excuse me. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, Councilwoman Green, all of these items are for our operating cost and fleet. We're not purchasing any new vehicles. These are for any parts, any materials, outsourcing. These are for our general operating costs for fleet maintenance.
Is there a motion?
I believe the motion is made on second, so it's on the floor.
Okay.
So motion to send it down and bring it back next week. So it'll come up in the regular course of action.
Okay, so there's a motion to hold it and bring it back until next time? All right, are you making a motion to hold it for 2 weeks? Spinoza? Can I get a second?
Point of information.
Okay.
If we do that, do we just have to make same night minutes next week? Or if we just pass it and it comes back, then we talk about it next week?
Maybe.
I'd rather not put it on there until we know what
Okay.
we're talking about.
All right. Thank you very much.
Right. This item will be held for 2 weeks. The second item is an ordinance amending Chapter 15, Section 15-12 of the Memphis Code of Ordinances regarding solid waste fees for collection and disposal, all council districts, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Canali, second by Cooper Sutton.
And to move it downstairs for first reading tonight.
All right. Who from the administration is here to present? Please give your name, address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, 38119.
Anybody else? You don't want to present on this item?
Darius Jones, 125 North Main.
All right. You may proceed.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So again, Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director. So we've discussed since on and off since last February the need for a solid waste fee increase. I know this body, there are several of you that haven't been involved in detail with these discussions. I just wanted to take this opportunity to kind of rehash some of this, where we are, the need, and the plan, and that's the intent of this presentation. So our current challenges are, we have increased bulk waste volumes being presented at the curb. We have a lack of enforcement of those abusing the system. We have increased costs for equipment, labor, and services. And we have an overall need to improve the speed and consistency of our collection. Our waste volume. So in this figure, that top line indicates our municipal solid waste, which is the garbage that's in your green card, has been relatively stable. But that bottom line shows you how significantly our bulk waste volume has grown from 52,000 tons per year to in 2017 to 179,000 tons a year in 22. This is our rate history. This figure just shows you the rate history that the solid waste fund has had since its inception. The last fee increase was in FY20. This figure kind of correlates with the last figure. It shows how the solid waste special revenue fund, because the solid waste fund is a special revenue fund, has been supplemented. As you can see, when the fee does not cover expenses, supplemental funds have to be found, and this is not ideal. So this figure shows the impact of no action. We will drain the special revenue fund this fiscal year. A supplement would be necessary even if no increase in service level is made in next year moving forward. This slide shows our projected expenses for FY24. We forecast balancing our spend with the remaining fund balance in the special revenue fund, driving that to zero. This figure illustrates the increasing cost, in this case, of garbage trucks, of our equipment. In 2014, a garbage truck cost $141,000. 2023, that same truck was $291,000. Since our last fee increase, trucks have gone from $176,000 to that $291,000. So we're seeing significant increases in cost. Our labor costs have increased. Our crew chiefs, those who drive the garbage truck or recycle truck, were paid $16.60 an hour in 2017. Crew chiefs now make $21 an hour and are still at not at market rate. We'll get, because we have that in our proposal. So. Our staffing level has decreased over the years. We've adopted operational efficiencies to minimize the need for fee increases. We have made great efforts to do more with less. Our increased cost of services, such as our contractor for Area E, they were previously underbid. You can see back in 2015 how we went with the lowest bid, and that did not always serve us well. We believe we have right-sized with a vendor that can deliver quality service. So as we brought these this fee increase to this body, previous members, this body, we considered other service options. We considered call-in bulk collection. We considered increasing bulk waste collection, the bulk waste collection resources. And we also considered bringing all services, including Area E, in-house. Council requested we develop a collaborative plan with our labor partners. And that's what we've done. This is the collaborative plan. We plan to rebalance our routes, adding 102 collection employees. Our labor partners, AFSCME, have committed to collecting the small hand piles and bags with greater frequency, keeping small debris from becoming bulk waste piles. We propose creating a 20-member team to communicate solid waste rules and work with our customers to change their behavior. We will build a dedicated strike team to contribute to the administration's overall fight on blight. We will bring our employee wages to market. It is great value for their service. We will fund community drop-offs using the data collected from the strike team activities. We'll place our equipment on a 10-year replacement cycle linked to the challenges that were in the previous item's discussion. We also need to rehab and ultimately replace our Bellevue transfer station, which is 50-ish years old and at end of life. What am I doing? Yeah. So what does this cost? This is the 23% increase that we're looking at. That's a $6.89 per month, plus note a one-time $2 million cash infusion from the general fund for FY25. Last year, what was originally brought was 37% increase, or $11.09 per month. That's just for your historical knowledge. And during those discussions, it was suggested to stair-step this increase over a 3-year period, and that's what you see in this chart. This will allow council to review our operational performance, how we spend our money, and the value you're getting for our service. With that, that's my presentation, and I'm open for some questions. Yes, ma'am.
All right, we have some councilmen in the queue. We'll start with Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to, can you explain why we need the rate increase and what is the alternative?
So ultimately, the rate increase is we see higher volumes at the curb. We have a fleet that is in dire need of capital infusion. I've been here since 2012. 47% of the trucks we run were purchased prior to me coming on board. These are the trucks that service our residential population, our single-family residential, and up to 7 units. They drive all over the city. They're used in heavy industrial environment, and they can't stand that beating, that kind of beating. We have seen those increases in volume of bulk waste at the curb. Everybody has. We have worked with our labor team with a commitment of getting those bags that are manageable by hand, the small piles of sticks, bird nests, things that you call a bird nest, that are outside the cart. We, in collaborating with them, it's been very, very good discussion with their ideas of if they can get that what's manageable week after week, that it never grows and festers into the problem and slowing us down. Right now, there's not a full overhaul of the bulk waste model, the twice per month, but we do believe that if we can get those small piles, that what's manageable by hand week after week, it doesn't fester and doesn't bog down the bulk waste cycle on that twice per month, and that allows that special equipment to be tasked with what it's supposed to be getting, stuff that can't be easily managed by hand.
What is involved in changing the customer behavior? I heard you mention that. What is that
So
specifically?
what we have in here is an environmental enforcement team of 20 people. It's 2 supervisors, 18 people that would be dedicated to going out in the routes. That's areas A through E, and going and interacting with the public. So first things what you see is people stealing service. There are things in the ordinance that are prohibited. Tree contractors that are cutting down trees, unscrupulous rental property owners that are evicting people and throwing everything out the curb. These things are prohibited by ordinance, but it is very difficult to catch and prosecute because we don't have a dedicated team. And frankly, our collections teams have been trained, programmed to just make it go away. But when you try to make an infinite amount of material go away, you're trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. So we do need, we need this dedicated team to go out there, communicate with the public, what is right, what's not, and then take that enforcement action, tag what we found with our tagging process. When we encounter a violation under the solid waste rules, we're allowed to place a large yellow tag on the offending debris. We give the customer the ordinance gives the customer 5 days to remove. If they do not remove it within that 5-day period, we schedule it for removal. We remove it, then we invoice the customer, which in accordance with the ordinance is the property owner of record that would be invoiced. If they don't pay that invoice, it would go as a lien, as a special tax assessment on the property. And anecdotally, what we've found is when we do aggressively tag, 80% of those offending piles they go away by the property owner. We don't have to touch them. And so we feel that that'll be a very good investment in behavior change. And also we would use this team in communicating proper recycling techniques and things like that, and growing the value of our recycling program.
Okay, sounds good. Last question. Would you all send me what your protocol is for collecting the containers, if a person moves, what is the process for collecting those? Or if they, yeah, I think that'll be enough. And just your policies around those.
For when property transfers, how we address property transfers with carts.
Like identifying a second can and that, second container that you purchased, and is there a contract and how that's, when it ends, that whole little process right there, because I think there might be some opportunity for us to save some money.
Sure.
Okay,
sure.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll have Councilman Smiley. Okay, we'll have Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for the presentation. Not very timely, I would say, is the thing yesterday, talking about tax increase, but a few questions. The 3% raise that's proposed by the administration, what would it bring solid waste staff to, and what's the difference between what you're proposing and the 3% raise with bonus that was brought to us yesterday?
I got it someplace. I just gotta find it. Sorry.
While he's looking for that,
I had some other questions too.
oh, okay. Well, maybe you can answer your other question while he's looking for that.
My other question was about the fleet, since we just were talking about fleet on the last item.
She wants
Okay.
a percentage on the individuals.
I don't know if anybody listening to the question. Or if you don't have, but that's, if you don't have it,
I can share.
that's also an important point, right? So
Yes. I mean, and just the long and the short of it is we have done some, I guess, conversations with the local haulers about trying to bring our employees up to the current market rate, the private hauler rates. And so there will be much more substantial increases on certain
do you have
categories.
a percentage that this proposed fee increase brings the staff to? In the well, you don't, if you don't have it
it'll
now,
be it'll be
you can bring it
based on
back.
the title, and this was I guess this came from the collaboration with AFSCME on this.
Which I understand. So if you
Right.
can bring back when you
Yes, ma'am. I
bring
can.
back when we're
I
going to do
can.
this, is there any difference that can shave off of this if we are to approve the 3% for the tax increase?
The proposal would be because we're in the special revenue fund. This wouldn't impact the general fund.
So solid waste wasn't included on the 3% increase anyway, is what you're saying?
It was that was the last best offer. I guess that was what came out of impasse currently, but there won't be any, to my understanding, there won't be any realized savings from the general fund were we to deviate, or any impact to the general fund were we to deviate from what was the impasse offer, because this would be funded out of the solid waste fees and the solid waste special revenue fund.
I know, but what I'm asking is that if there's a difference, what can we save? For example, if you're increasing staff salaries by 6% and we're voting to increase everybody's by 3%, can you cut off 3%? Can it go to something else?
I'll look at
how does it? How did you factor in what was proposed yesterday from the mayor's from the mayor's office into this proposal?
I do have it. I'll have to put my finger on it, but I can get what I'm hearing is you want to know the delta between the difference between what's in here, the fee increase, and what was proposed by the administration,
and how you're factoring that into your proposal.
Okay.
Also, we just spent time talking about the fleet services unreserved fund balance. Is that 2.8 in all of the fleet services? Does that not include solid waste fleet? How was that factored into the fleet discussion that we were just having?
Oh, I don't know what specific charges they were speaking to, but I just know that they maintain our fleet, and there are the improvement in the age of our average age of our pieces of equipment will benefit them on both the cost side and the labor side of trying to maintain our fleet. The older our fleet, the more expensive it is for them to maintain, for us to pay them to maintain, and the more labor it costs for them to maintain.
So is your proposal to replace fleet or to update?
It's to put them on a replacement cycle. So right now we don't have a replacement cycle. It's just whenever we scrounge enough money together that we can do another debt service, we'll go and buy 15 or 20 trucks. This would actually put us on a cycle where every year we're buying 15 garbage trucks, 8 dump trucks, 2 grapple loaders, and we'd have a constant replacement cycle instead of waiting for the truck to die and then going out and buying 20. I mean, there was a year back in 2015, I think, we bought 78 garbage trucks because we were desperate. We needed trucks, and we found a way to finance it. So, and this would just allow us to better plan for a fleet replacement cycle.
Okay, and 2 more questions. Does this gradual increase year after year, does it include a year after this where it decreases, where it goes back down, or will it continue to stay the same, or will it go up after?
This would be right now. What this is projecting is a stair step over a 3-year period. But again,
after that 3-year period,
after that it would stay. After that, it would
stay
stop.
at the 42.58. It wouldn't go back down.
Yes, ma'am. But this contemplates us following the ordinance where we would revisit every year at budget, because the ordinance says that the solid waste fee should be revisited every year at budget. And so what I would do is I would challenge myself, challenge the group, the collective, is that every year at budget we just sit down and have a difficult conversation about, Philip, you're doing a really good job spending. Maybe there is an opportunity to reduce. Philip, you're doing, that we're seeing increases in costs. We need to adjust, because that's what we don't see. That's what we don't see every year is we give a 3% raise, but we don't see a 3% increase in the solid waste fee. We see a 2% to 5% increase in vehicle cost every year, but we don't increase the solid waste fee. And so every 5 or 6 years, what we're experiencing is we contract and control our spending to the point where, okay, now I need a 20% increase. And I just think it needs to be revisited every year as we see our expenses, how we're performing, and the value you guys are getting for your service.
Okay, last question. Can you go back to the slide where, I think it's the slide before this, where it talked about the amount of employees? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you all plan to do? How many temp workers do you have? And then what is the plan for them within this collaboration plan that you did with Aspen?
So our temp workers, we're running anywhere between 75, 90-ish temp workers at any time. And the idea would be to hire, to I guess prioritize hiring of those individuals that are currently on board as temps into the full-time roles, and then reduce our dependence on temporary employees. I'm not going to say take it to zero, because we do.
So we still would have temp employees.
Yeah,
how much do they make?
$15 an hour.
Would they be increased as a part of this or no?
No, ma'am.
How many temp will we still intend to have after we onboard more full-time employees and increase their pay?
Right now, I don't want to give a number on that, just because I want to see how we perform with the full-time employees. We typically run about 10% vacancy, because this is a very hard job, depending on the time of year when we bring people on board. Hiring somebody to work on a garbage truck in July, I'd say like 40% of them don't make it 2 weeks. And so there's a constant turnover, which we constantly posting and filling. We'd also try to concentrate on hiring from within. So as we hire from within, we have vacancies being created that we have to backfill. So you have to get all the way down to the frontline employee before you start bringing in new blood. So these are challenges, but Deputy Jones and the support team have done a really good job of getting hiring under control the last year and a half.
Okay, so just to recap things I'm looking for when you come back. How this 3% raise is proposed by the administration is being reflected in your proposal. What do fleet services and that unreserved fund balance have to do with any of your fleet? Is it, I don't know if they're showing us the amount of billing of services that you do, the amount of money that goes into there, the amount of benefit that you all get, but how is that, since we're just learning, more about this, I'd like to know how that is brought into your proposal. And then lastly, what's your temp plan as far as, or as much as you can tell us, as far as your employees that are going to shift as part of your proposal? Thank you.
Thank you, Director. They will be coming back tomorrow, so we will be able to offer a time to have additional questions, Council. We have another presentation.
Ask a quick question.
Yes.
So I just wanted to be clear, and I think this is the 3%, the general employee raise, that goes to folks that fall under you, correct?
The 3% proposal
from the mayor.
From the mayor would, but
impact your employees.
It would impact our employees if we funded out of the solid waste.
Then my next question from this, is there, within the increase, does the increase also includes an additional pay increase on behalf of those same workers?
It would not double dip. So it would be the increase that's in the fee proposal, not the 3% on top of that. So the 3%.
So it's not on top.
It would not be on top. They would not get both. They would get the wages that we've collaborated on, not the wages plus 3.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Right.
Not the wages plus 3. Got it.
Right.
Do you all have any comparison to similarly situated cities? Like, is there any kind of like apples to apples comparison in terms of the fee?
I do have a table I can share.
Can you bring that tomorrow?
I can. It's just so you know, it's a very confusing matrix because the level of service and what's allowed in each system is different, and so the pricing is not always apples to apples. We are a unique city in the volume and what's allowable at the curb. Few people allow you to put 4 rimless tires twice per month on your collection day at the curb. There's some places that ban yard waste. Like yard waste isn't allowed at the curb. I can bring that and share it with you. I just wanted to let you know it's difficult to.
And one other thing that I would want to know tomorrow too, because I think this kind of is a reoccurring kind of thought, even as it pertains to the mayor's proposed increase, is that that's the way that we need to fix it, but we're not really taking the time to look to see, one, what it is that we need to do in terms of cuts, potential restructuring, and what discussions have been had as to other potential streams of revenue that we've not tapped into. And I know that was a big discussion yesterday during the budget hearings. And I think that's kind of the same thing here when we're considering an increase. So I would like to hear about that tomorrow as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Pearl Walker.
Thank you. So you shared some figures earlier of how the weight, the pounds, the weight of waste has increased the past few years. So if you don't have a hard figure, what do you estimate based on the increase over the past few years? What do you estimate the increase will be next year from this year?
the hope with the environmental enforcement team is that we start communicating waste reduction and that we start driving that number to stabilize and even start bringing it down. We've actually seen some this year, some decreases in bulk waste volume, and sometimes that's related to storms and everything else. But we have seen some reductions. But I truly believe that as we communicate better with the public, especially focusing on not just recycling techniques, exploring organics recycling, but as we communicate one-on-one, have these folks out in the field communicating one-on-one with customers, we can start driving behavior change to stabilize and reduce.
Well, I think that would be great because we're here because there has been an increase year after year the past few years. And so my concern is there going to be more increase? And does this 3%, does this accommodate that? This budget that you're presenting, does it accommodate the potential increase? But I get what you're saying, that you're putting things in place to decrease the increase. And so I would like for us to be successful with that. But, and also getting, it's like the pink elephant in the room, and the constituents, they don't want to talk about there's an increase. We have all this litter, trash, garbage, illegal dumping. A lot of it is coming up from Mississippi along the south corridor of my district, and it's very real. It's very real. So some of us are blessed to not have this be a part of our existence here in Memphis, a part of our reality, but this litter, trash, and illegal dumping is very real for many of us, and I would like to see as many preventative measures take place as possible, as many as we can afford, and all hands on deck. The media, y'all show up for this. Can we get some PSA announcements asking people, do not litter? Let's help keep this city clean. It's all hands on deck. People just throwing blankety blank out everywhere, and we're expected to pick it up. And I don't think that's fair. And it needs to be said. All this litter and trash, it's just not, the cup doesn't just hop to the curb. The mattresses, they don't walk out to the curb or walk to the alley. These are humans who are contributing to this. And I will yield the floor to Cooper Sutton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker and Chairwoman. I want to first of all thank Director Phillip and ask me at the beginning of the year, January the 9th, I ask you all to come to work together and to resolve whatever issues. And I want to commend you both for doing that. Secondly, I want to thank you all for allowing me to ride and be part of the pilot team to see the trash and the dumping and the hard work that you all are putting forward. Thirdly, I want to say that the Bellevue station that you were asking for to be rehabbed, and me going out there, getting my hands dirty with you all, picking up the trash, and that facility is absolutely filthy. It is despicable that any human had to even work at a facility like that. So I am in agreement with that. Thirdly, I want to commend you all for the strike team. They're doing a hell of a job. Your strike team with the only 3 men, is it 3 men? 3-man team, your regular sanitation trucks that you got out there that breaks down every time we go somewhere. It's broken down, but they're still managing to just rough it through all of this. It is the cities need to be accountable because we have not invested in the proper equipment. And so now we are in a critical position, and we are having to look at these increases because the administration way before us did not do what we're supposed to do. There is maintenance required with anything. I'm going to go back to what I always say. You want to maintain your homes and live good. You want to maintain your vehicles and make sure they run properly. These equipment has to have the same kind of service done to them. We have poorly done a job here in Memphis, Tennessee. Thank thank you for coming out to the tours and the community meetings, because I learned that if your garbage can handle should not be turned toward the street. It should be turned the other way. Am I right? And so everyone in my community that I see now, we are turning our garbage cans the right way so it can be safer for you all when you're picking up the trash. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a way that the garbage can should be placed when they're out on the curbs?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm learning. So I want you to know the behavior change that you said. Everybody in my community, I stop by, hey, your garbage can's wrong. Well, let's turn it around. Let's get it right. Because you guys are out there. You are risking your lives with needles. I was out there on the pilot team picking up trash. Thank you for having the gloves out there. It is absolutely, I concur with you. Stop putting your freaking mattress, shoes, it's just ridiculous. What has happened to our morals and our character here in Memphis, Tennessee, and where we're finding most of it's being done in the black and brown communities? Shame on us for continuing to be so nasty. And I don't understand where we picked up these habits at. I don't understand that. Blight, crime, we hear it all the time, go hand in hand. Stop it, black people. Stop it, Asian. Stop it. Clean up your mess. When there is something out there and you're not sure what to do with it, call and someone will help you. These guys are out here risking their lives every day. Every day. I saw needles. I saw all kind of stuff in that filthy trash that they're just dumping everywhere. Our environmental courts got to do better of holding people accountable. It's accountability we're striving for this year. I'm only here for 4 years, but while I'm here, we're going to get it right and make it right. These are hard growing pains for us. This stuff is tough. We walked it and inherited a lot of issues that had never been addressed. So I want to commend you and ask me, you are working together. I pray that what you're asking for, the strike team and everything else that's going on, because I've been out in the field with them, and I see what they do, and I know what they do, and it's hard. I pray that you get your employees that you're missing, the 614, I think it's 104. If I'm not, help me with the numbers.
It's 102 in collections, but 133 overall.
Okay. Thank you for meeting with me, explaining to me, letting me see, and allowing me to go out with you all. And I did a deep dive. So I experienced, so I know what you're talking about. I couldn't be cute. I had to go out there and work. I worked with you all. So thank you. But clean it up, Memphis. Clean it up and stop dumping everywhere. I yield the floor, Council.
If I may
Chair.
quickly, in 1968, the year that Dr. King was assassinated here, and he came on behalf of the sanitation workers. In 1968, we had 1,300 sanitation workers, and now we got 515 full-time. 1,300 in 1968 and 515 in 2024. I think the point is simply made with the numbers. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you all so much. Councilman Warren.
Thank you. Could we go to the previous slide? In the other direction. There. I'm trying to look at those bottom numbers there, and it looks to me like at some point we become positive, where it says net cash flow with the general fund. And by the time we get to 2027, it looks like we're 3,469,000 negative again, and that's with this increase.
Right.
So does that mean that the increase in 4 years is going to need to be increased again because we're now in a negative cash flow? What does that mean?
We'll be driving that trend, which is why we have to double down on behavior change and look at the service delivery model.
So if we don't change anything, that's where we'll be.
That's where we'll be.
3,469,000 in the hole that year. And I assume that the only reason we're having an in-fund balance is that we've increased our reserve fund and we're paying for that out of the reserve fund, and the next year will be negative.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as we look at this, what we're dealing with is a long-term behavioral change that I think everyone here is adequately addressed and I think makes sense. But right now, I think what we're dealing with are years of neglect in our capital improvement to where we've just run things till they break down. And then we have an emergency meeting and we have to put stuff in. Every other business plans for the future. This is planning for the future here. And I just want to say in 2027, we don't need to wait till 2027 to tell us, okay, this is where we are. And as a community, we need to do pretty much what Cooper Sutton says. Let's get it together and clean it up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And not be afraid to bring the budget every year that I'm sitting in this seat because it's an ordinance that says so, and you have not done it. So you are required, and it's your responsibility to do so, whether it hurts or not. Bring it to us because we can't do anything about it if we don't know about it. So we're not going to hide any stuff anymore. We're going to be upfront and honest and open and deal with it. Thank you so much.
All right, this is the first reading. We're going to go ahead and go for a vote. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. Thank you. It is the idea of the chair that ayes have passed it. Ayes have it. The last item is a presentation by All World Project Management. Thank you so much. Regarding the Memphis Stormwater Quality and Quantity Program. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Who from All World is here to present?
Chairwoman.
All right.
Chairwoman. Before they start, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. As All World comes on, colleagues, I wanted to bring this before you because, as you know, I don't know, some of you may have constituents who experienced a lot of flooding, and over a period of time and throughout different areas in my district and across the city, just saw that we needed to have get some insight as to what we're doing with our drainage system. And we also had approved for them for Public Works to actually look into this and to, see what we need to do to improve. And for the first time, we actually have moved on it, have gotten with the company to alleviate, to study this issue. And as we talked about this morning, making certain that we have management systems in place for the different divisions and departments so that we won't find ourselves in these critical places. And this is one of them. Taking a look at our drain system, and I'm sure many of you in your districts have areas where the residents don't realize that they're responsible for the drains in their areas, on their streets, in the neighborhoods, and there's flooding, and then they're not cleaning out the drains. And so this is just one of the systems that we have to really take a deep dive in if we want to continue to keep our city healthy and safe, because the drains, the water goes through our entire community. It affects cleanliness and blight, because if you see a lot of trash alongside the roads, well, a lot of that comes from water bringing the trash forward. So just a number of things. I think this will be a very informative discussion moving forward. And we want to make certain that all of us are informed so we can inform our constituents. So with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Shall we go with our presentation?
Yes, sir. Robert Kinnick, Public Works Director. Before I turn it over to our All World partners, obviously what Councilwoman said is exactly correct. Just as a quick reminder, everybody in the city pays a stormwater fee on your utility bill. Those fees go to Public Works and fund our stormwater infrastructure, which includes the maintenance and capital investment in that infrastructure. So, we have a big city with a lot of infrastructure, and so we have been working on a plan to understand what's happening in our city, because flooding happens. We've been tracking it, but we haven't really come up with the best ways to resolve flooding. we don't have the capacity in-house. So several years ago, we embarked on what we consider a program management opportunity, and we solicited bids, and we selected All World to be our what we call stormwater program manager. And so they've been working diligently and very hard to help us on these problems. So studying the city's 37 drainage basins are something we're going to do for our master planning, but also executing on issues that are impacting our city and our citizens when they experience flooding. So All World's here to kind of talk about what we are, where they are, and how we plan to move forward. And I'll turn it over to Dwan Gillen with All World.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum.
Director Connect, thank you for the introduction. Dwan Gillum, VP All World Project Management, 60 North BB King Boulevard. Before I get started, let me say thank you to this committee for giving us an opportunity to provide our second update on the work that All World Project Management through the MSQ2 program is doing on behalf of the city of Memphis. I want to send a special thanks to Councilwoman Logan for this invitation. I think it's imperative for us to keep you guys aware of how we're spending tax dollars at the end of the day. I have to say thank you to Officer Young over there for giving me this bottle of water. I've had this chronic cough for the last 3 weeks, and I'm hoping I can get through this presentation. Needless to say.
I'll get you a card.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, with all this talk about funding today, if nothing else, let me assure this body that the MSQ2 program is committed to ensuring that we make the best use of every dollar that is allocated to reduce flooding in this city by making sure that we mitigate as much flooding as possible across the city of Memphis. Considering that resources are always limited, it is imperative for the MSQ2 program to make all decisions regarding drainage projects through a fair and equitable process, which we would discuss a little bit later. I would be remiss at this time if I did not say that we have a team of dedicated engineers as well as project managers that are assigned to the MSQ2 program. We're also fortunate to have a number of national firms as well as a couple of local minority firms assigned to the program. I think those of you that are with the MSQ2 program, will you just kind of raise your hand? We also have Cindy Reeves, who is with SRC, which is one of our teaming partners with the program, and we're fortunate to have Cindy Reeves. We will take a moment a little bit later to introduce our other teaming partners as well. Excuse me. I would like to kick this presentation off with a 90-second video, which I believe will give you a quick down and dirty overview of the MSQ2 program. Go ahead, Andrew.
We are proud to introduce the Memphis Stormwater Quality and Quantity Program, known as MSQ2. MSQ2 and its team of professional engineers and project managers, along with the city of Memphis, is committed to reducing flooding in communities across the city. Our goal is to reduce flooding by making significant improvements to the city's drainage system. To achieve this goal, we are using the latest engineering technology and practices to identify improvements to reduce the risk of flooding. Through the help of citizens from across this community who have reported flooding to the city's 311 call center, we have identified over 280 potential drainage projects in communities throughout the city. Projects are prioritized using a robust selection process to maximize available resources and invest in areas with the highest need. A vital element to this process is the voice of the citizens, and we ask you to continue to do your part by reporting flooding to the city. Utilizing cutting-edge technology and crews that are out in the community every day, we are cataloging the condition and location of all drainage infrastructure in the city. This information allows us to work with city officials to prioritize drainage projects and make decisions regarding maintenance and repairs. To maximize our efforts, we are also working with city officials to identify additional financial resources available through state and federal grants as well as low-interest loans. With everything the program is doing to mitigate flooding across the city, none of this is possible without the help of the community. That is why we continue to ask you to help us when you see flooding by contacting the 311 call center. With all of us working together, MSQ2 is making sure it drains before it rains.
Okay, appreciate it. I'm pretty sure you recognize some of the characters in that video as well as the individual that was doing the voiceover. I think that was, again, an overview of the program. And it's also just kind of a preview of what we're going to present here today. In order for us to kind of tell you what we're doing and how we're doing it, I think it's beneficial for you to have some background information on how we got to where we are today. You know, first and foremost, Memphis, like other major metropolitan cities, have seen their share of flooding in recent decades. It was due to that the city decided that in order to combat this enormous drainage and flooding issues, that they would start to develop a comprehensive stormwater program. In 2018, I believe, city officials released an RFQ, and in 2019, All World Project Management won the program through a very competitive bid process. Since 2020, a couple of things that has happened. Number one, we have developed a very comprehensive project identification and selection process, which we'll talk a little bit about later. Through that comprehensive process, we have been able to consider more than 350 potential drainage projects to date. So we'll talk a little bit about that in just a little bit as well. Excuse me. The last time I was here, we talked a lot about catastrophic flooding. This is what the city experienced in 2010 when the Mississippi River exceeded its flood stage and broke a new record, which caused tributaries and rivers and everything else to back up in communities across the city. Very catastrophic event, to say the least. In 2011, we saw this again when there was a very unusual storm pattern that moved across the state of Tennessee, which caused death and destruction from West Tennessee all the way to East Tennessee, with the city of Nashville and surrounding area really suffering the blunt of that particular storm. I think it should be noted that these are what we consider to be a 500 and 1,000-year flood. There is nothing that the city of Memphis or any other city can do to deal with this type of flooding. And that is the primary reason why we're focused on what we call a 10-year flood, and that is what you see in this photo that's on the screen
Mr. Gillum,
today.
With climate change, don't you think we're going to be more likely to see more and more 500-year floods within a period of time less than 500 years?
I totally agree with development as well as the changing weather patterns. Yes, I think it's very possible that we could see 500-year floods, you know, every 10 or 15 years. But again, that is not a whole lot that we can do to prevent that type of flooding. That's why we're focusing our efforts on the type of flooding that you see in this particular photo, and that's what we consider to be flash flooding or localized flooding. I think the citizens of this community can kind of understand that natural disasters will happen occasionally, but what they don't understand is every time we get a small amount of rain, this is the type of situations that they incur when trying to get from from point A to point B. And every so often, we do have situations where we get water in homes. This is what we consider to be a 10-year flood, and this is what the MSQ2 program is primarily focused on. Next slide.
Let me add real quickly.
Yes.
Obviously, our city's design standards have changed over the life of the city. You know, many of those systems that we're looking at were designed under different criteria. The city and engineering primarily led a major revision to our drainage design manual, and a lot of what you're mentioning was taken into consideration. And for example, I think we adopted a 25-year and moving forward, a 25-year capacity in managing storms moving forward. So that is what we have done to allow for additional influences from empirically driven storm events. But to the point, anything like above that is considered a non-standard. You know, and 100-year plus events, which are 1% every year, 500-year 0.2, 1,000-year events 0.1% chance of happening. Those are not budgeted for by anybody, and so, but we have made changes to allow for that.
Appreciate it, Director. I think up until this point, we've established that the MSQ2 program is definitely in the business of mitigating flooding across the city of Memphis. So with that being said, I just want to kind of cover a few major accomplishments the MSQ2 program has been involved in the last 3 or 4 years. First and foremost, unlike the sanitary sewer program, which DOJ and EPA gave us a roadmap in the form of a consent decree, we basically built the MSQ2 program from the ground up. It all started with what we consider to be our vision and mission statement, which we solicited input from all of our stakeholders from across the city of Memphis to help us pull together our vision and mission statement. We utilize this vision and mission statement as a guiding principle to all decisions that are made by the MSQ2 program at the end of the day. Excuse me. I talked a little bit earlier about the fact that we have considered more than 350 potential projects to date. Just because we've looked at 350 due to funding constraints, we have a total of 49 projects to date that are in the hopper, either some phase of design. Design sometimes take a little bit longer in order to complete, but at this point, we've already completed 8 projects with 3 projects under construction as we speak. One of the things that has helped us as we move further and further into construction is we just signed an agreement with a national firm to bring them on as our CMAR, which is a construction manager at risk. This CMAR would allow us to bundle projects and move them through the, the approval system a lot easier. The CMAR also helps to create savings because the CMAR would basically put together what they call a GMP, which is a guaranteed maximum price. And if the project comes in a little bit less than the guaranteed maximum price, the CMAR would split that savings with the city. We've also was very instrumental in assisting the city to secure.
Mr. Gillum, I think that we're running so late, we're going to have to ask you to sort of speed up a little bit if you can, and maybe give us the bullet points on your slides instead of everything on it.
Okay. The WIFIA loan, something that you guys signed about a month or so ago, which is a low interest loan provided by EPA. It will help pay for about 50% of the projects. It guarantees the city of Memphis upwards of $44 million in finance. Next slide. Talked a little bit about our project identification and selection process, and just want to kind of run through this slide real quick.
Okay, and then after that, Councilwoman Logan wants to say something.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It all starts with, if you look at the funnel, with 311 calls. That's why it's imperative for us to continue to emphasize to the community that if you see flooding or anything that can cause flooding, to go ahead and report that through the 311 call center. That starts the project identification and selection process. One of the things that I would note here is that city officials are definitely involved throughout this particular process, all the way through to go, no go. And this is what we use to kind of, decide which projects we can move forward with and which projects we cannot. Next slide.
Mr. Gillum, would you, what I want the council members to see and the public to see is, and maybe you're getting that right here, the severity of where we are, what the drainage system is having to endure, the age of it and what you're doing what you all are doing to mitigate that or to fix it. And in our communities where there's flooding and how that's connected and how we can impact, we know we're going to have to take care of this and fund this. So I want them to know what it is.
Yes, just real quick, outside of identifying projects, overseeing the design, overseeing the construction, we also have crews that are out in the community every day, and they're physically inspecting all 90,000+ city drainage assets. What we're doing with that information is helping the city to build an asset management program. What this asset management program does at the end of the day, it allows the city to put together a proactive maintenance as well as repair program that at the end of the day, they utilize this information. They're able to come to you guys with a budget that they can justify with the information that's being put in the system by these field crews. This is just an example of a inlet that we've inspected. At the end of the day, we also are basically putting digital ties drainage plans on the system that city officials can access with click of a mouse. Moving a little bit further, this is an email that's automatically generated and sent to Public Works Drain Maintenance whenever we detect a hazard with any of the drainage assets. And usually we get a response from Drain Maintenance within about 2 days where they've made the emergency repairs, which again helps to mitigate risk at the end of the day because people could get injured when you have an inlet that's damaged. Next slide. Talked a little bit earlier about our teaming partners. We have All World Project Management, ABS, which is a locally owned minority firm, SRC. We have Cindy here. We have national firm Black and Beach, as well as Neil Schaefer. None of the work that we are doing could be possible if we didn't have these firms. I would say that we've exceeded our goal of just over 50% MWBE participation every year. Last year, our MWBE spend was 69.1%, so we're doing a phenomenal job there. Excellent. Here again, emphasis is on reporting flooding as well as anything that can cause flooding to our 311 call center. Next slide. Last but not least, we just got through talking about our teaming partners. We want to partner with the City Council. We ask you to continue to stress upon your constituents to report flooding, anything that can cause flooding. We also have situations where we're trying to do a drainage project in an area, but maybe one, maybe two property owners sometimes are reluctant to give us an easement. We have to show up here with condemnation because it's imperative for us to go ahead and move forward with these projects. And then last but not least is public education. Rome wasn't built overnight. Design sometimes could last a year, but once we identify a project that we're going to move forward with, we're going to see it all the way through to the end. So sometimes, residents may say, hey, they said they're going to fix the flooding in my area. When is it going to happen? And last but not least, we do have a department within Public Works that is more focused on the quality of the water, even though the MSQ2 stands for Memphis Stormwater Quality and Quantity. Our focus is on quantity, and that's flooding. But we do, work to make sure that we're protecting the stormwater throughout the city of Memphis. Awesome. But Direct to Connect does have a department that focuses its efforts on water quality.
Thank you.
So with that being said, I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
We got one question coming up.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Cooper Sutton.
People's Road in Westwood, is that a project that you all are currently working on? This is 20 years in the making.
Good question. I'm glad you mentioned People's Road because you may see that particular project here in maybe a month or so. Condemnation, we got one holdout and it's involving the feed store. I think Councilman Ford is also familiar with that. We need to get that easement in order to mitigate that flooding.
The owner of the property is resistant to us.
Things up before we talking about the feed store, that's at Peoples and Third. I'm not only talking about 20 years ago. We're talking about Peoples Road from Weaver Road going all the way to Westwood. That was just my other tenure here.
Just real quick, that is all part of an impaired system. We have a number of projects in District 7 that we're working on. One being District 6 that we're working on there, especially the situation overall on Tonto. We're working there. We're looking to actually put in a stormwater park down off Western Park. And we're working with Westwood CDC to do that.
So yes. They actually have identified.
Wait 1 second here.
Off right now. I need Mr. Connect to talk about it?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, we going back 20-some years, okay? You know, when it flooded, and what you're talking about also, you know, a lot of that, it flooded where people could not even go back into their homes. This over here at Peoples and 3rd Street is irrelevant compared to what that is, okay? Going all the way back to Westwood, that's where Tonto and all the rest. That's why I need you to talk about it, because you know the history of it a little bit better, okay? Can you do that for us?
Yes, sir, I'll be quickly. Obviously, you know, we've been monitoring areas and keeping up with the regular issues of flooding. We depend on the citizens to call us. And we have these, you know, technology has helped us identify areas like Tonto where it's just very frequently flooding. And it's actually, you know, getting to a point where we had to do something. And we lacked the capacity, as I mentioned a few years ago, to do what we needed to. So that's why All World is here. They have finally moved the needle or moved the ball forward, whatever we want to call it, and got into a point where we're ready to hopefully start construction and address it. But it's going to take, like Dwan said, us being creative, you know, because we don't always have the property. So we're going to acquiring the property and building a feature that will help flood and provide another benefit to the community. So that's the great things that we're doing that help resolve issues that's been taking a long time. 20 years is way too long to resolve something, but
Well, 20 years in my black area is taking way too long, okay? And just being honest. Okay, not only that, you got Mitchell High School down there. They once flood out also, when all this other flood. But you know, 20 years, no, it should have been really kind of taken care of. I thought it was, but I see that it's not. And now we all of a sudden, hey, when I added some other little roads on, like Tonto and all the rest of it, and then you're talking about the Peoples and 3rd, those were really little small things to do. But the main where all these people live, and 20 years is way too long.
But we did get the South Cypress Creek, got a grant. We have some things that we've been working on, and the grant has been a whole nother headache for us because of the cost, and we had to fund it. But I also say that, you know, with all these headaches with dealing with owners who don't want to work with us, that's where we get frustrated. You know, we're trying to fix a problem, but owners just fighting us makes it so much more complicated.
So can you bring that to the council for condemnation more rapidly? Is there a way that can move forward more quickly than you've been doing it?
I think we've done our due diligence, and that is basically I've done through condemnation a few times that we have to do our best faith effort in due diligence. So I think we're ready to do that. Yes.
Okay. I think what you're hearing from the council is that we're ready to hear it. Councilwoman Logan, you want to close this out?
Yes. Quickly, and then
I was Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So I think, Councilman Ford, what you were referring to is the South Cypress Creek improvement as a result of the 2011 flood that occurred down there. There is actually, it's a HUD grant funded project, and there is a scheduled groundbreaking at Alonzo Park, I believe Monday next week. And that is to help mitigate the flooding that occurred in that area. So that is coming forward at this moment.
That's why I just wanted to know some history and then an update on that part, because like I said, when it comes down to Tonto and then that 3rd and Peoples Road, that's a different issue. But hey, it's more of a simple issue, even though it was flooding there. But you had all these homes coming around, and what you looking at a few miles of homes, okay?
Right.
People could not move back into that. You know, a lot of y'all may not even been born 20 years ago, but I mean, and didn't really care. But hey, but it was a disaster area down there. People had to have boats, everything else, in order to try to get in. People didn't understand what was going on during that time. You know, people got flooded out. The best thing, didn't nobody die from it, okay? But I mean, you're talking about houses that was underwater. And it was there for a while, okay? And then I can understand too, a lot of them, after all that was over, hey, y'all had trouble trying to get them to sell or okay, because they would ask, hey, we'll buy the home, everything else, but they did not want to do it. So you had those type problems too. So that's why I wanted you to have an update on all of it and down through the years, not just a couple of years. in all the complete areas. That's what I want.
So,
Thank you,
council
Councilman
members,
Ford.
that's why there's a federal side to this, and there in all of our districts, and then there is this what they're doing. The city's responsibility to have a program in place, and that's what I wanted you to know. We do have that. We will need to, they'll be coming for approval and things like that, but. As Dr. Warren said, with climate change and those things, we're going to see flooding, and we want to make sure that the drains are cleaned out, that they're not crushed, and those types of things. So this is a serious matter, and it's something that we need to begin to look at. So
but this is Public Service Recognition Week. So happy Public Service or Recognition Week to you guys. Yeah.
let the record show that Councilman Warren and Councilman Ford Canale has joined us, please.
So we put a little short presentation here that covers some of our resurfacing program that's projected and ongoing in Memphis, as well as some of the litter issues and some of our budget numbers and some of the things we're working on. And Katie's worked hard on this.
So to start off, I just kind of put together a brief overview of what all TDOT is responsible for in Shelby County. This kind of gives the routes, the state routes, as well as the local names, like State Route 1 is Crump, North Parkway, Summer, et cetera. And that just kind of gives us a brief overview of what exactly we're responsible for as far as our routes. We are currently responsible for 75.26 interstate center lane miles, which translates to 469 lane miles. For our state routes in Shelby County, we have 277 center line miles with 1,300 lane miles. Currently, we are staffed with a team lead, two tech supervisors, 3 tech seniors, and then 20 transportation workers. Currently, that is about half of what our org chart would allow for Shelby County. We are at about 50% capacity.
And we are, I'll add on there, we are kind of going through an organizational change. So we've did a lot of, we've slowed down the hiring process because our HR group is working on the new titles and implementing. Does everybody know what a lane mile is? Are y'all familiar with what a lane mile is? It's one lane of a highway, 12-foot lane for 1 mile. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay, for this year's fiscal year, we were budgeted for Shelby County about $6.7 million. Our current litter contract per year is about $2.3 million. Our mowing contract is $965,000. Our sweeping contract is $1.3 million. And our drain cleaning contract, which is $459,000. Our costs for our individual crews are broken down in these pie charts. 67% of that is labor, 25% equipment, 8% materials. The larger pie chart breaks down exactly what we're spending that on. A quarter of our efforts are based on our pavement life. And then the next biggest is our litter, which is 17%. And then snow and ice falls at 13%. That is a big part of our operation. Something to note is our statewide TDOT maintenance is facing some restrictions to our budget to try to balance it. Some changes include some overtime reduction, deferred vegetation management, prioritization of safety-sensitive activities, and only essential procurement. Some of the questions that we get a lot are, well, who's responsible for what, especially as far as state routes versus, is it TDOT's responsibility or is it the city's responsibility or the local municipality, wherever you're at? So I just kind of wanted to go over exactly what we are responsible for or what we understand we are responsible for. And it goes back to the Tennessee Code annotated, Title 54, it's in that section. Basically, what we understand is within the municipal city limits, we will maintain from curb to curb where curbs exist or the full width of a roadway where no curbs exist. So with that interpretation, a city street is always going to be a city street regardless if it's a state route. TDOT is responsible for the roadway surface from curb to curb or from shoulder to shoulder. That includes all the pothole patching, crack sealing, joint repair, snow and ice treatment, sweeping, etc. We are also responsible for the roadway structures, bridges, tunnels, retaining walls, and guardrail. We are also responsible for the medians on the state routes. That is where our mowing contractor and our litter contractor actually work on the state routes within the city limits. They only work on the medians portions of those. So What that means for the city is responsible for anything outside of that face of curb or the shoulder of the roadway. That's the mowing, vegetation management, sidewalk, litter pickup, etc. I know the biggest topic for us and we the most complaints about is our large debris and our dumping and how are we managing that. We have started, since we acquired a new team lead for Shelby County Maintenance, that happened back in February. He has taken over and has hit the ground running. We have since then started enforcement of our lower litter contractor performance. We have that contractor now doing as he's supposed to be performing and pulling in all the large debris, which he wouldn't actually be responsible for because it would weigh down the bags, but pulling that closer to the shoulder so that our staff or our contractor that we may hire can pick that up. Let's see. We are using contractor utilization for large debris from the shoulder. It takes about 4 to 5 trucks of our personnel just to provide the traffic control on these larger routes. So that's a lot of people just to get some of this debris off of the road. So we're trying to be as efficient as possible. So when we are doing patching operations, we are cleaning up, getting everything that we can within that area and making the most use of our time. And that is a part of what that new team lead has instituted within Shelby County Maintenance. We are using the hospitality hub for the encampment intervention and cleanups. They have been a great asset for us as well as the city as a whole. It's amazing what they're able to do. We are about to start off a sponsor a highway program kickoff where corporations can pay a company to pick up and place signage that promotes their business, as well as pays local personnel to pick up and do extra services at those locations, and that would be privately funded. So that is another thing that we will be looking to kick off here in the next year or so. And as far as trying to prevent some of this dumping and the homeless encampments, once our budget restrictions are kind of relieved, we do plan on adding more fence, especially at the bridges, at the interchanges, where we do see a lot of people, ending up inhabiting, basically, trying to block those off to where they can't get there anymore, and just try to, decrease that aspect of the biohazards associated with those encampments. So fencing is a must that we need to get a handle on and try to prevent some of that. As far as our paving projects, right now within the city, we have 3 that are ongoing. One is I-40 from the flyover to Sycamore View. It's valued at $4.2 million. It has a completion date of August 30th of this year. State Route 23, which is Walnut Grove, from Poplar to I-240. That resurfacing project has already just kicked off. It is valued at $4.5 million, and it is complete. It's supposed to be completed in September of this year. Shelby Drive from Lamar to Riverdale. That's $5.7 million project. That should be completed at the end of July. We do have some smaller paving projects that we have done in-house. One, for instance, is Summer over Wolf River. That bridge was in poor condition. We repaved it back in February, I believe it was, which improved those conditions greatly. And we did do some extra patching on Shelby Drive near the airport this year, as well as Union at East Parkway. We redid the intersection there last week, I do believe, to improve the pothole situation there. And we do have some other projects that are smaller in scale that we are looking to improve intersections that have poor pavement conditions. Some of our future paving projects, we really don't have much coming up that in the next year. The big project, which is the resurfacing of I-240 from I-40 to I-55, that's been on my list since ever taking this position. It's in dire need of repair. We've been waiting on the railroad permit, and we finally are looking to get that, and it should go to letting this December. And then in fiscal year 26, we will be repaving Stair Route 1 from Danny Thomas to Tillman, East Parkway from Lamar to Poplar, Lamar from Airways to Bellevue, I-240 from I-55 to Perkins, and I-55 from Mill Branch all the way to Kansas. And those are our future paving projects.
We've got one more major project that's not going through our resurfacing program. The concrete section of I-40 that runs pretty much, what is it, about 10 miles in length there at Midtown back to...
It's basically from State Route 300 to Hollywood is that concrete section on I-40 that... No, I-40.
I-40.
The North Loop.
It's probably the roughest section of I-40 in the state right now. It's really, really bad, yeah.
Right.
We just patch it. Well, it's in the works to do that. We're budgeting for it now, but it's concrete, and to do anything with that, you have to rip it all out. So it will be a major project for us, and it'll affect everybody that uses I-40s. It'll have to be phased. It's major road construction, so we're hoping to hurry up and get that started.
I was just going to say that what they mean is when you have concrete, you can't overlay it like asphalt. You can mill it and overlay it concrete. It's not done in the same way. It has to be broken up and redone completely. So that's why it's more complicated than just a standard milling and replacing a new asphalt.
In Nashville, I-440 was ripped up. It was concrete to begin with as well, and they ripped it up in that fast improvement project in Nashville. And that's what they did, and that's what we plan on doing as well for that North Loop.
What's the what? The duration of it'll probably be it'll be a 1.5 to 2 year project probably. So I'm just guessing it'll be very, very long and painful. But it'll be worth it at the end because it's really...
Yeah, because they have to keep traffic going. So they're going to have to do it in sections because, it's an interstate. They have to do it in a certain way. Yeah. There's no way to avoid it, unfortunately.
Is there a projection? I see 10-year project plan. Are you saying you're going to do that in 10 years or what's the approach?
So I just put together some of our TDART resources right now. TDART SmartWay is a great asset for anybody traveling within the area. You can see what the traffic conditions are. It's got a map, cameras, everything. To report hazards, you can call 833 TDOT-FIX, or you can go to that website and fill out a TDOT maintenance request form. And then I also included the link to our TDOT 10-year project plan, which was released back in December.
Okay. I was talking about the resurfacing project. Did you, in the Watkins Loop, the one I-40?
The major project there, we don't have a really definite projected date. A lot of it's going to be, money controls a lot of things when that funding's available. But the good news is it's not going to, we're only allotted so many dollars to resurface with, and this will come out of different funding because it's such a major project. So it won't slow down the other projects that we have going on. So we think that's good news.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Washington.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions, please. One is the viaduct over Kellogg's on Airways. It has crumbling walls, and it needs resurfacing. Who's responsible, and what is the schedule for resurfacing and maintenance of that bridge?
Which route is that again?
It's on Airways. That bridge over Kellogg's.
That's south of Lamar, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a city.
That's just north of Lamar. So that would be, according to that pavement plan, not next year, but the following year. We're waiting on railroad involvement on that one.
Okay.
That's the same thing with our Lamar resurfacing project as well, waiting on the railroad involvement.
Okay, Airways, when it goes north, where Parkway starts, the entrance of the viaduct to the state line. That's when it begins at State Highway. And many times the lamp posts that are mounted on the overpass over Southern. Many times those bulbs are out. Whose responsibility is that over the overpass?
MLG&W.
Okay.
Or some of those are the cities too. It's just depending on. I don't think MLG&W.
Who's responsible for cutting the grass over that bridge?
Councilman, are you talking about when where the sidewalks are,
Yes.
or the medians, or the
Yes.
sidewalks on the bridges? She's referring
On
to
the sidewalks on the bridge.
the sidewalks and maybe any raised curb sections in between the curbs. So on a bridge, there's no ownership, so they want to know who's going to do that.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Some of those we just have to look at.
It looks
case
like
by
it's
case.
no ownership. That's what it looks like.
Right. We partner a lot of times with Robert to try to address areas that may fall in gray areas on both of our ends. So we'll have to earmark that one and look at it together and kind of see who can take care of that. Apparently, our mowing contractor isn't addressing it now, so we'll have to either rein them in to do that or work with the public works.
Those areas that are known dumping sites, is there a regular schedule to check those spots? We know that there are regular dumping spots. Do we just wait on someone to call, or is there a schedule for people to check them? For instance, that same bridge, it would be the next bridge on Airways in the Orange Mound community. It's a dumping site. It's been on the news several times.
Due to our currently staffing, we primarily rely on the complaints in our system of people calling in and complaining about it, or we get emailed directly from the city public works of some areas, and then we'll go out there and look with them, and we'll partner and figure out exactly where we end and where they begin, or vice versa, and try to come up with a solution.
Okay. Is there a particular plan for improving on Lamar from I-240, from Lamar I-240 to Shelby Drive? Do we have anything in that area?
So from Lamar, from I-240 to Shelby Drive, actually coming up this Friday, phase 2 of the widening of Lamar is being let. So probably in June, you should start seeing that job start off. A lot of utility relocations at the beginning of that. And that job will go from where that first section widened just south of Shelby Drive all the way up to Perkins. And then in 2027, phase 3 will go and widen that third section from Perkins to Getwell.
Okay. Do you know if there's been a complement of highway patrol officers permanently assigned to Memphis?
Yes, I talked to one of the officers in leadership a couple weeks ago, and they just hired. I don't have the number off. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but they hired several more officers. Just 20. Okay. 20.
And they're permanently assigned? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. If you all could provide a splatter map for us to pinpoint the major projects in Memphis in the city limits within the past 5 years, and what was the total expenditures?
So all projects?
Yes.
Construction and resurfacing, widening,
Yes.
those kind of projects.
Where is the TDOT maintenance yard in Memphis?
Our maintenance facility is in Arlington. We do have a lot at Hernando off of Elvis Presley, and we also have our TDOT Help Center and our construction offices at Boswell, which is at the corner of 40 and Sam Cooper.
Can you send that to us? Are there road maintenance crews assigned on a regular basis?
Back to that, we are currently searching for some real estate. I've got it in our capital budget to establish a maintenance office in the city of Memphis, but we're having a lot of trouble working through trying to find real estate for that. But that is in the works. We've been trying to do that for a couple of years now.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What was your last question?
If there were maintenance crews assigned on a regular basis?
Yeah, that staff that Katie was talking about earlier is specifically dedicated to Shelby County, so they cover everything in this area. Was it 20?
Shelby County or Memphis?
That's Shelby County.
That's Shelby County.
Okay. All right. I just wanted you to share. I wanted to share some of the pictures that my analyst took. Was that yesterday? So this is Lamar Avenue. And you can see the grass. That's what I was talking about off of the curb that often is not cut, and the litter that is beside it.
Some of that is just growing up between concrete cracks. So it's not something we mow. It's probably something we want to spray. Yeah, I know. I see what you're talking about now. Yeah.
But if it could be eliminated.
Right.
Okay. Is it another slide? That's Lamar as well. You can see it needs cleaning.
And Mike, could you explain, like behind the guardrail on the interchanges where obviously it's inside the fence line, what do you guys do with the oak vegetation and trees? Explain to the council how that is addressed, because that's often a question. I know we're talking about mowing, but vegetation like that, what you guys do?
We do have a herbicide program. We try to do a lot of spraying for the heavy brush and things like that. And then this morning I was talking to Katie and that new Shelby County maintenance supervisor you're talking about that's something we're probably going to have to contract out to get some supplemental help. Just due to our limited resources, we'll contract out some of these interchanges and just target them one at a time until we get that heavy brush.
How soon can we get a commitment for contracting?
As soon as we can get it work, what's that usually take? 2 or 3 weeks to get it going?
It'd take about 2 weeks to do our first location, get it all the way through our procurement approval process, and get them mobilized with our traffic control plan. So 2 to 3 weeks, depending on exactly what location we're looking at and the complications of the traffic control plan.
3 weeks.
The issue we typically run into is when the heavy stuff grows. Our mowing contractors mow, they don't mow over trees, so they'll mow around it. It just escalates from there and gets worse and worse. So we have to address it in a specialty way, spraying it or get a crew in that can run chainsaws and clean it up in that manner. So it's a little more tedious process than just mowing daily like that.
I was just going to say that this is where we advocate to the TDOT leadership to fund all the programming that they need. So they're limited. They have hired contractors come in big machines with the forestry attachments. And for a number of years, they did a lot of work to cut back a lot of this kind of vegetation, but it took a special investment by the TDOT towards this region, and especially 49 where we are, to make it happen. So we just need to advocate as much as possible for the state legislation to help fund it.
Now this area right here looks ridiculous all the time. This is the ramp at Mount Moriah and I-240. And it's just embarrassing. It looks like that all the time.
Yeah, that interchanges, this adoption program, if we can get it going and get some investment there from private dollars, that's really going to help us. But
it just doesn't seem like it would be that hard to get the little weed whacker.
Yeah.
The thing to pick up the trash, some garbage bags.
It wouldn't.
A rake and a broom.
I appreciate I've been in here a while, and I appreciate the passion all y'all have. A lot of it's the interchanges or when people have an opportunity to slow down and clean their car out. And waiting on traffic or waiting on.
Can we get some police assistance with somebody, a car or something, to flashing lights, and then allow you all to do what you need to do? We will help.
Yeah, but this program will help with some of these situations. A similar type program we've got going on right now is on Poplar Avenue, and drive by it. They maintain it, even though we still mow it. And things like that, they supplement that, and we're hoping this program helps supplement that. But that just like I've said sitting here, and me and Katie have both before, a lot of these areas we can pick them up in like a couple of days later, it's just horrible again. It's just.
But the grass doesn't grow like that in a couple of days. Even if the litter would get out of control, we've got to do something about it. It looks embarrassing. We get so many phone calls and emails, and it makes it seem like we're not concerned. So we're going to have some immediate support. And for transparency, I have reached out to our legislators, senators, House of Representatives, and everybody else because it's ridiculous.
I do want to add that the mayor and I are always frustrated by this. You'll hear this in my budget presentation. We do have a plan for a lot of the major thoroughfares. A lot of them are state routes where we're going to do an elevated service level as part of the funding increase that's been allocated from the mayor's budget proposal. So I'll talk about that, the big increase for right-of-way cleanups and management. So we're going to talk to the state leadership and ask to support this. Obviously, that this is beyond the local office, but obviously we're all working towards the same objective, cleaning these right-of-ways more frequently and finding a way to make them look better since they are heavily utilized and we all get tired of them just looking so bad.
And last but not least, I would just like to share, when I get off at the right-of-way of Walnut Grove, and when I get at the right-of-way of Poplar, it's clean. And when I go to McFarland Community Center and get off at Getwell or Perkins, it looks ridiculous.
So Boyle Investment has adopted Poplar Interchange, so that they are privately funding that. And there's similar happening up at the Walnut Grove. So there's a lot of private funding. We just need more. That'd be great to have more of that across these interchanges. We have looked at it. Yeah.
Yep.
So we just need more.
Maybe that's something we need to look into. We need some more
yes.
volunteers and partnerships.
Is that a program? Chair, I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes, we have an adoption program. Mr. Welch was talking about it, where we're trying to get entities to adopt these interchanges. We were able to do that with Poplar, with Boyle. The city had to agree to the whole thing is because they can't contract with Boyle. The city did it and is allowing Boyle to do it. So, but it's a way to get it accomplished without the city paying for it. We just have to be the main contractor.
All right.
Okay.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Green, Logan, Spinoza, and White has joined us. Before I go to one of these other, we said private people to help us. And I hope they're listening today. Instead of trying to give money for other things, let's give a little money to help clean the city up. That would be nice. And that goes to all of our private so-called millionaires that make a lot of money off of this city. So they should be really part of help cleaning it up some, okay? Instead of investing in something that's gonna make them another million and let the city go down, okay? So I hope they're listening today. Don't get mad at me, I don't care. Okay. I got Councilwoman Logan, Canale, Warren, Cooper Sutton. Lord have mercy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming today. We appreciate it. I had one thing I do want to say is thank you so much for paving Germantown and I-40. It's been a long time coming. Are you finished with it?
Yeah, that
There's
was just
one more.
that was just some temporary work. That road will not get paved for a little while, but those bridge ends and that turning lane and everything right through there was just really, really rough. So we had wanted to address that.
Do you have a timeline for when it'll be paved? Because it's not done. It's not finished. So you don't have an idea of when you're going to.
I don't know when it's in the program. It's further down the road.
Yeah, it's out of 3 years.
Yeah.
In 2 years? Okay, I'll find out. I'll circle back with you to discuss that. The other thing, did you mention graffiti on the state? How are you all handling the graffiti on the big walls when you're going down the interstate or when you're on a state road, or like on Austin P? There's graffiti under the the little overpass. How are you all handling that?
I think the smaller jobs we handle in-house, but sometimes if we can group some together, Katie, we've been contracting that out some, haven't we? I mean,
That's correct, especially with the aerial equipment that requires sometimes, that we'll contract that out and, but right now, we've kind of put that on the back burner as safety sensitive issues are at the forefront right now, especially with our pavement conditions.
So are we able to clean it up and then y'all get with them on the payment and everything? Because it's more and more tagging. If you leave a tag, that somebody else gonna come and tag because you started, the person started the tag. It's not as prevalent on the interstates because you all hop, they hop on that, but like on those exchanges in the community areas, on those, they seem to stay and, persist. So what is the process for getting those addressed?
Basically, we got to get an inventory. And then once we get the inventory, we'll group it up into, areas and get quotes on that so that our contractor can.
So we just email you all the location.
Correct.
And then you will let us know when you're going to schedule it after you see how much it's going to cost. So can we send you pictures? Would that help speed the process?
Absolutely.
That would help.
I wish whose ever presentation this is, I wish I could get a copy of it. Could you please send me?
We'll have those done.
His in return. Exchange
Absolutely.
presentation.
We'll trade pictures.
Yeah, you all going to send us the presentation that you all had today. We need that. The third thing is how close are we to shoring up or to securing the contract with the hospitality hub? Because a lot, like if you notice that picture right there, there's a shopping cart. A lot of our, I guess, overpasses or what do you call them, exits, it's a lot of trash there because there are people there occupying that space, some of our citizens who are experiencing homeless. Some of them may not be homeless. They may just be their daytime job of standing at the corner collecting money. Right. Yeah. And they're throwing trash everywhere. Sure. Like that cart right there. And you can see where that little great thing is. People are staying
right
there.
By the box,
right. So the hospitality hub's team that does the outreach, they address that. And if we could really make sure that we have a solid arrangement, MOU or whatever you all are doing, then we can lean into them about making sure that happens.
I agree. You won't find a bigger cheerleader for the hospitality hub than me. We use them all the time. Right now, they're set up to
by location, basically like.
Place by place.
Summer and I-40, that was one of our
Sycamore
locations.
View and
Sycamore
I-40.
View will be one. We're lining that one up. And then Perkins, we do that one like almost every 2 months, it seems like.
Is it, when you say, are they doing it on a schedule?
No, it's just when we start noticing an accumulation and then.
There are some really bad places on an ongoing basis all the time in a lot of districts. How can we secure them to do the outreach to get the people off those exchanges and then clean it up, because they also clean up too. It's a one-stop shop.
I would love to have them on contract, and I've met with them and talked to them about it. And our procurement process is pretty simple under a certain dollar amount. So we're using that and then going to do pull some historical data there to see if it's something we can approach further and have that as part of our maintenance budget, because it's ongoing. But we do have really good access to them and have a great relationship with them. And
so do we let you all know or let them know about the areas that need? So we let you know and you'll contract.
If it's on our right of way.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And I only said them because you all had them in your presentation. Yeah. Thank you so much. I look forward to getting your presentation and sending you that other information.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to anybody else, we're way over time, okay? The answer is you need more money. The state. I hope he's listening to me today. Our former colleague, Brent Taylor, Senator. Help us out. Y'all contact him. Tell him I told you to call him. Bug him. Okay? Yep, he's there. Maybe we can get some more money on west, that's Memphis. We don't get with everybody else, okay? For some reason, they've never liked this side of the country. But we need it just as much as anyone else, okay? But reach out to him. If he doesn't return your call, just let me know. I'll make sure he get on his job up there in Nashville, okay?
Yes, sir.
He should. He's a former colleague here, so he know what we need in Memphis, okay? Yeah. Let's make everybody else a little brief. Councilman Canale, Warren, Cooper Sutton.
Take me out.
All right, he want to be off right now. Yeah, you agree with me with Nashville, don't you? There you go. Okay, Councilman Warren.
Mine's quick. What do we do with all the bumpers that are just sitting around the interstate?
Oh, yeah. No.
Okay, you can't drive around. Just go drive around and do it once a day, and you're gonna find there's another bumper. How do we
Yeah.
get those off?
Well, we have our help truck, the big yellow trucks that patrol the area and help motorists, run out of gas, change a tire. We have them try to move them to the shoulder, but that falls in our large litter category. So our mowing and litter contractors do not pick up bumpers; they pick up litter.
Who picks up bumpers?
That would be either our in-house maintenance crews, or we contract that out, make the loop, check that, pick up bumpers.
How often do you
fenders.
make a loop?
Just as needed. There's no.
Well, I can tell you could do it daily as
Yeah,
needed.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Look, we appreciate you all. Hey, stay on the state. Hey, tell them we need some more money down here to make sure. Because like she was saying, and I always bring that up, when you get the Perkins coming on back, it makes us a black area, okay? We want to look like everybody else. I got issues with that, but it's always been that way, okay? Maybe they're trying to send that message that, hey, when you get here, you're going into a different kind of area. We don't want to look like that, okay? Because first of all, that area goes downtown. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, all of our guests. Today is May 7th, and it is now 11:49 a.m., and I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Cole, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Councilman Spinoza, and Chair White.
Present.
Oh, and Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. On the agenda, we have item 1, which is an update from MPD, all council districts, requested by the Public Safety Committee. Chief Davis, you may be recognized.
CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. So what we're going to do today, thank you, Councilwoman White. We're going to just pick up where we left off on our last presentation. We had probably 3 or 4 items that we wanted to cover. One of them was trauma-informed services from the Memphis Police Department. And we have those individuals, commanders that work in our Criminal Investigations Division that will give us an update on trauma-informed services.
Good morning. Introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Colonel Caroline Beasley with the Memphis Police Department's Investigative Services Unit out of 170 North Main.
Good morning. I'm Second Lieutenant Gloria Suggs. I'm at 1750 Madison Family Safety Center, Domestic Violence.
So the Victim Services Unit provides support and advocacy services to more than 1,200 families of homicide victims, including witness and other violent crimes victims. And they're housed at 170 North Main as well on the 10th floor in our homicide division. And it's 1 supervisor and 2 specialists in that unit. The emergency intervention support, they identify resources and referrals, emergency services, counseling, for those victims that are exposed to traumatic events. Those ladies also attend court with the victims' families per the request of the victim, and they also provide information to those victim families regarding the violent offenders. They also have information on the victim's rights and services. They assist the family members with filing victim compensation claims. They notify the victim about the custody or status of offenders in jail prior to their release, and they use the Tennessee Savin support system as a way of keeping up with that information. They assist the MPD officers with making death notifications involving the victim's next of kin. And right now, we're in the process of expanding the unit to include a bilingual specialist and in the process of getting a comfort dog to assist as well. Moving on to the domestic violence portion, that unit is housed at 1750 Madison, and is co-located within the Family Safety Center to provide wraparound services for our affected population. The Family Safety Center offers emergency housing via a partnership with the YMCA up to 30 days, and if the services is needed longer than that, they will do it by case. They provide medical and mental health services, individual and family counseling, immigration-sensitive victim services, court advocacy, domestic violence education, elder abuse services. MPD officers complete a lethality assessment form to determine if the person is in immediate danger. They also assist the victim with order protections for the intimate partners, and that's done through the Family Safety Center in partnership with the Shelby County District Attorney's Office. The Victim Notification Network provides timely and reliable information about offenders in U.S. jails and prisons. There's a 24-hour hotline for assistance if needed, and that domestic violence number is 1-800-799-7233, and also for suicide, 1-800-273-TALK, which is 8255. Our crisis line is 901-274-7477. And the Shelby County Crime Victims and Rapes Crisis Center, and that number is 901-222-3950.
I have a question. I want to go back to the first page with the victim services. How many people on staff in that department?
It's 3 there. We have 1 supervisor and she's present today, and 2 specialists.
Okay, Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Families that have cases or are victims that include Fed involvement in terms of investigation, at the federal level, like say if you all start off, but then you determine you give them to the federal officers or investigation, do those families still get support from the victim service unit and the domestic violence unit?
So she's sitting behind me. So when they start off with us, we follow through with them as much as we can. Yes.
But once you hand the case off, are they still afforded those services if they're Memphis residents?
Yes, we do. So yeah, just like I said, they never close the cases. They'll follow them through because they've established a relationship with them. So they will follow through with it.
But yet, in terms of anything dealing with the case, they have to get that from the federal officers. Do they have, is there a representative or someone at the federal level that is like your center that they're connected with? Or her,
Yes.
I'm asking whoever I need to ask.
Yes, because she's the one that follows through with it, but yes, she's saying that there is. Please, take
Okay,
your name.
thank you.
Take your name.
My name is Alicia Denton. I'm the Victim Services Supervisor. I'm a civilian with MPD, and we have a counterpart, Ms. Sydney Jones, who's a victim specialist with the FBI, and we partner with her as well on our cases. And also, too, we've created partnerships, several partnerships within the federal unit, and oftentimes we'll have quarterly meetings sometimes, if predicate, depending on if it's conducive for the unit, and we keep that line of communication going with them. So we don't often see the federal side, as much as we do the state side, but when we do, at least I wanted to make sure that we have the resources available for those families. Now, like I said, but oftentimes we don't get that unless the families come back to us and inform us, hey, this is going on the federal side. And then because what happens once it leaves us in our hands, we provide the warm handoff to typically the district attorney's office. From the district attorney's office and their victim witness coordinators, then if it turns into a federal level, then they in turn do the warm handoff. So the victims aren't necessarily dropped. So where they're going from victim service to different units. But what I found oftentimes is because we're that first person, that first interaction on this side, they often end up calling us back. In fact, on yesterday, one of my victim specialists received a call from a victim, from a wife. She said, I know I've got people over at the DA's office, and, they're wonderful, they're great, but you were that person that was there with me when I found this out during the worst day of my life. Can you please go to court with us? That's why the slide says, per the request of the victim, because we don't want to duplicate services and we don't want to step on toes. So when she called her, immediately, yes, I want you to go. In fact, she went on her off day. So that's the level of unit, what we're serving.
Okay, thank you. I know how to tell my constituents.
I'm sorry. Were you done, Councilwoman Logan?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, because I get, we get calls, and so knowing who to send them to, because sometimes they feel they have a more direct line to the people in Memphis as opposed to having to deal with people that are at a different level. So thank you for that information.
No problem.
I wanted to clarify, and I'm not sure if it falls under this department or not. One thing that I hear quite often from victims who've been assaulted, so who've been shot, is that they don't really get a lot of follow-up from investigators or as it pertains to their case. So for instance, where there's no suspect that's actually been caught, so it's not at the district attorney's office, but just basically just an update as to the investigation as it to who, the perpetrator. Is that something that comes from this office, or is that something completely different?
I'll let the commander speak to it, but it should be the investigator that continues to follow up regardless if there's any leads,
they still should have, don't we have protocols for that, Ma'am. for updates? Yes, ma'am, we do follow up. That's what they're supposed to do. And there are some instances that they may not, but if that victim reaches back out to their commander, me, or whatever unit it is, we will make sure that we follow up with them. I usually try to make sure that they call them back, but that's what they're supposed to do. Keep them abreast of the court appearances, the status of the case, when they need to come to court, where it is in court, and what portion is it ready for trial. That's what they're supposed to do.
And how do victims get in contact with you all? Like, how do you all make that connection?
Usually the precinct, if it happens at a precinct level, or where that case started, they'll start there. If it's in investigative services, they usually reach out to us in investigative services.
And so is it something that they request, or is it something that's like presented once you come in and you report a crime, or how does that work?
When they report a crime, it's presented to them.
Okay.
But again, there are some times where that investigator may be out on vacation or whatever, and that victim doesn't hear from them in a timely manner, and they're able to call and say, hey, I need an update. I need to know what's going on with my case. What's the status? And we'll provide that information for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman White. First of all, I want to say it's so good to see Officer Suggs and the commander. I've known Officer Suggs for over 20 years, working with her back in the day with co-ed when we were in the community centers, feeding the seniors, and I was at this big corporation making sure we were funding privately. So it's still good to see that you ladies are still in the community doing the work and doing the hard work and for the people. So I'm just really excited. I wanted to acknowledge that it will not go unnoticed, because I've been in the trenches with you all for over 20 years in the background. So it's so good to see that you all are hands-on and continue to do the work. Thank you. I yield the floor, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
I just had a follow-up question based on what you were saying, and I do understand that you said that's what they're supposed to do. Is there any protocol in place that every 30 days you call the family and give them an update, or once a month you give them an update as long as they're in there, so that it won't be haphazard or left up to the investigator or the officer, but it's a protocol in place that they all, even if there's no update, you say, hey, just checking in with you, want to let you know we don't have anything right now, but we're still here with you, or whatever. If that way we would know exactly that, yes, then it wouldn't be, well, some of them do and some of them don't, and sometimes they're on vacation or whatever, but even you're on vacation, have that someone else is supposed to make that call, their superior or whoever, so that, we are being consistent throughout.
Yeah, it's in place, and then we teach that during in-service training, just part of our training, that they do follow up.
So when they fill out a report, you should have a record if they did or didn't. And the reason why I'm asking, or I'm not trying to overreach, but I've gotten calls, and I've reached out to Chief Crow and others about, hey, I got a constituent who say son was shot, or wife, somebody was murdered or shot or whatever, and they haven't heard anything. Well, it was, in one case it was given to the federals, but in the other case it was local, it was us. So and that's why I'm asking, just to make sure that I have clarity that we do have those things in place and they are being followed.
Yes, we do have those things in place. That is in place. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for what you do, especially with domestic violence victims. I spoke to the head of Memphis Animal Services last night at the end of our budget hearing, and he actually told me that something I had raised with him was domestic violence victims often won't leave their pets, and so they won't leave their abuser, and that y'all had worked together in 3 instances to find the pet a place so that the woman could go to a safe space. And so I appreciate that work, and I encourage you to continue that partnership, because it's truly life-saving. And I also would encourage you to work with the Shelby County Rape Crisis and Victim Center. I know that, a lot of the officers go there for the initial, rape kits, but they also do gun violence group counseling, individual counseling. It's a great place for victims to be referred to have more support. And then the last note, I just wanted to say on your suicide hotline, nationally, we changed the hotline and we did it locally here to 988. And so you can update that on your slide and on your materials. It's an easy way for people to get information and assistance right away. They'll connect to our local hotline here. But 988, anyone who is feeling like they might harm themselves or know someone who might, please take advantage of that resource. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Any other council members in the queue? Okay, we can keep going.
Great, thank you. So we're going to move to the next item. And thank you, T. Appreciate it. We're going to move to the next item. And we were asked to just provide some updates on some of the Code Zero initiatives that we implemented from the beginning of the year. And the first two Code Zero operations were conducted in March and in April. But the overall concept of Code Zero was to enlist the support of various other entities, not just the Memphis Police Department and not just the fire department, but also our code enforcement officers, other agencies, sheriff's department, so that we could have a holistic approach to how we address public safety issues. And so the primary focus, the key elements is, as I said, holistic approach to public safety, data-driven. Where we go depends on what the data says we need to do in those particular communities. If it's various types of quality of life issues, then we go and address those. If it's gun violence, then we bring the team to address gun violence. If it's traffic or reckless driving, we bring the necessary resources. Also, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, as you can see, the various agencies represented, including the U.S. Marshals. In some areas, we have fugitives that we need to pick up, especially those fugitives that are guilty of violent crime that are still on the loose. We conduct those sweeps along with the actual Code Zero operation. It provides high visibility. It's multi-agency collaboration. We have a briefing prior to these initiatives so that everybody knows exactly what their responsibilities are. And of course, our fire department is also working with us to address businesses and various inspections that need to be done at businesses in the particular chosen area. Other help resources are out there to include help services for individuals that might be charged with prostitution and other types of quality of life issues, homelessness. So we address a number of different problems in the community on these operations. Our outcomes are usually based on quality of life issues, expansion sometimes of our Connect to Memphis program. We have individuals from our Community Impact Office and also from the Real-Time Crime Center that provides information to businesses about the camera network, signing them up, proactive crime prevention, traffic calming, speed reduction, outstanding felony warrants, as I mentioned, and then community engagement and education is also part of it. The first operation was in Mount Moriah. It involved traffic enforcement, warrant pickups. There were 78 felony arrests, 27 misdemeanor arrests, 35 misdemeanor citations. Guns were found during that operation and various illegal substances as well. 10 warrants for violations of sex offender registry, and then 8 misdemeanor warrants and 10 juvenile felony warrants were also executed at that time. And then I think we're missing one. Out of order, I believe. I'm missing one, but that's okay.
Chief Davis, I have one quick question. On the Code Zero, and I know that we've done a couple of these so far, and they've had really great outcomes. And I know in previous discussions, we talked about how do we continue to follow some of these offenders from the time they're arrested throughout.
Yes.
Is that something that you all are doing with these? And the only reason I'm asking is because I think this would be a great sample pool. from using the offenders arrested with code 0 in comparison to that chart that you showed us with the repeat violent offenders, and following maybe this select group from now until when,
Absolutely.
to see what those outcomes are. That's just a thought.
Absolutely. And some of the outcomes are somewhat disappointing, especially when we arrest the same individuals, or we arrest an individual and the bond is set so low where that person is reoffending within the week. We've had, these are daily discussions that we have about specific individuals. Some persons' names are very familiar to us because we're having to deal with them over and over again. However, we also have community support right now, too. There are individuals that have sort of created Court Watch, and the Court Watch helps us also to inform the community of the various iterations of cases in our court system, and those individuals sort of have their names illuminated. What's going on with this particular person, because we sat through a court hearing and saw that this individual was either given a very low bond or released on their own recognizance. So even though it's granular, it's important because we're dealing with some of the same individuals over and over again. So the repeat offender registry that we put together, we work that registry so that we can keep our eyes on some of what we consider the worst of the worst offenders, trigger pullers, individuals that we know that are out, that are actually committing these offenses. We canceled the last Code 0 operation because of the unfortunate death of Officer McKinney. That operation was scheduled for Rain Station. We wanted to give our officers an opportunity to grieve and just, get past that. And we have another one in a different precinct that's scheduled for this month. We won't give out the date because we like the element of surprise, so to speak. But they do yield great collaboration and really good results. And these are operations that we want to continue, but at the same time, we want to do exactly what you're saying, Council Member, is follow the process, the criminal justice process, and what's happening to these individuals so that we can at least illuminate cases that bring about concern for us. And working with the DA's office, there's certain individuals in the DA's office that work really closely with us and actually go out with us on these operations, because we need their sign off and their support on what bonds should be and speaking on our behalf in the court system as well. But it's taken a collaboration of everybody to make it work.
Thank you, Chief. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you.
And then Councilwoman
Thank you,
Cooper.
Chair. Quick question, Code 0, is it connected with the strike team, the one that used to be the 25 block or something, are y'all, it's not connected with that?
No, it's not.
Because the reason why I asked, because when the last time I asked about the next 25 block or whatever you call it, they said they were waiting on MPD. They move with MPD or schedule according to
Maybe
you
they
all.
have aligned themselves with us for their work.
Yes, yes, ma'am. You are correct. So once the Code 0 operation is complete, then we have the code sweeps with Public Works and the rest of their team, including Public Service Court, drain maintenance, sewer maintenance.
Yeah.
Then, of course, you have your street maintenance team that goes out as well. So they work in the area at least 2 weeks post the Code 0 operation.
2 weeks post. And the reason why I asked, because we wanted to make sure that there were volunteers and that the community knows they can move cars and move, just to make sure that everyone in the community knows that Code Sweeps is coming. But I never could get it, and they kept saying it was it's connected to the MPD. Thank you for that, and that kind of gives me a better idea. I know you just said you don't publish that, and I get that, but is it a way that we can find out when Code Sweeps is going to be in the different districts?
Well, if you identify the code sweeps,
then you're
gonna Yeah, so
It's the unfortunate part is you don't get to get community involvement in the code suites. You don't get to get the churches involved in everybody preparing. You clean up your neighborhoods, because I had planned on, going through the district saying, hey, this is a great day for everybody. Let's clean the drains, let's clean your neighborhoods, because code suites is happening. So maybe that's something we can talk through and figure it out. But thanks for that. Second thing is, when will the website or the app, whatever, when I came to your thing and you showed where all of the offenders, and it's gonna be, you said it would be available soon, for the public.
The dashboards.
Yes,
Actually, we moved the meeting a couple of hours because that's what we were gonna be doing later on today, but we are
It's a press conference, you're doing a press conference?
A meeting for the dashboard.
Okay.
The group that is involved, including the city's IT department, we have a meeting scheduled so that we can look at not just what our data looks like, but we're merging all of the city's data together so that it could be launched at the same time. Some of ours is already available.
Right, yours
Yes, on our website.
Okay.
But we're merging so that if somebody goes to the city's website, not the police department's website, they'll be able to see public safety data quickly, easily, and user-friendly to be able to access different data, whether it's code enforcement data, whether it's streets, whether it's police department data, fire department data. So we're working with the new IT team to merge all of that together.
But the one that shows the offenders and how many times they've...
That's already up.
That's already available to
Yes,
everybody? Okay.
on the police department's website.
Okay.
Repeat offender database.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have your back.
Councilwoman Cooperson.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you. Court Watch is phenomenal. I have been engaged with that group. They go down to 201 Poplar, and they are keeping an eye on the bonds and the court offenders. I've met with them. I'm going down there with them. They wanted me to actually see how the process works and what it looks like. And these are citizens,
Yes.
common everyday citizens that decided to help with the issues of what's going on. And they are doing a phenomenal job. The DAs that you're working with, I won't call their names. I have spoken with them, and I'm excited about the work that they're doing as far as the bonds and making sure that these repeat offenders, if they can get the help they need, great. But if they're just gonna keep doing this and be habituous, they need to be held accountable. And once again, I'm gonna say this, it takes all of us to get this done. I just wish we could have more visibility of the sheriff department because it's Shelby County and Memphis is Shelby County and they have jurisdiction without even getting your permission. Am I right or wrong?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. And they can do that. And more visibility would be greatly needed on the other side across the street, as Councilman Ford always say. Help from them. But I want to thank you all for the hard work that you're doing. And my PA announcement is mommies and parents and grandmas and uncles, when you see your babies with these guns in your houses, just make a secret phone call and let us know that they're there so we can stop the killing within our own communities, because you know they're in their houses and you know that they're bringing them. So just step out and say, I want to save my sons from being the next victim or next face on TV and dying senselessly and prematurely. So come on, community, let's work together and get it done. And thank you all again. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Davis, you may continue.
Okay. And Chief Crow has pulled up on the website just so that you could get a glance of what that repeat offender database looks like. We're still tweaking it, continuing to work on it, but it does provide a snapshot of the various offenders, and it has an actual line-by-line, name of individuals, what the offense was and location, and so on. Yes.
There was a list, and it said murder. It was a list, murders.
Yes.
I think what we're looking for is that right there, the individuals, and then maybe that next layer of like per case.
Yes.
In the courtroom.
Yes.
Judges. That's what we're looking for, right? And that's what y'all are working on.
We are working on that. We didn't want to wait until it was completely done because the information is still valuable to people, but we're still building on it because some of the information doesn't rest within MPD. We have to pull it from court dockets, especially as the court dockets change. But that's the ultimate goal, is to have real-time information about the case, where it is, what the bond was, whose courtroom it's in, and so on.
And we've been swapping texts. Let's get together. I've got a resolution with several things that I want us to work on together.
Absolutely.
And we'll bring it up in 2 weeks. But thank you for coming to Binghamton.
Yes, that was very good.
And I'm actually going to 201 tomorrow to watch the court folks in action.
Yeah, very active group, very supportive group.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so this is a work in progress. We're going to continue to work on it and tweak it. We happen to have some very talented officers in the Memphis Police Department that know how to do some of this work, but we plan to bring a contractor in to really just blow it up and make it where it's user-friendly as well. So I'm going to move on. We just decided to just give you a snapshot of Part 1 crimes also as an update through the month of April. You can see the declines that have occurred over the last few months, hoping to keep moving in that same direction. I'm sorry, those are totals of Part 1 crimes that have occurred in the city. Exactly. No, those are just the crimes. And so, of course, Part 1 crimes are our murders, rapes, aggravated assaults, robberies, burglaries, those 7 deadly sins of what they call them. So as we move on, a few highlights and I'll be done. Councilmember, you asked about some updates of various highlights in the Memphis Police Department. And we held graduation for approximately 1,000 Memphis Shelby County School 4th and 5th graders, culminating the Dare Great program just about a month or so ago. Our Dare Great program is anti-guns, anti-gangs, very large group of very excited young people that went through a 9-week program with our staff. We hosted a graduation for 75 Clergy Academy members, very large class. I think that was the largest class that we had of the clergy. Those classes continue to be well attended. Participation in the COPS office, active bystander for law enforcement training. Really, it is a duty to intervene training that we hosted, and we're also sending 6 MPD. We sent them through a trainer, and then they're also going to go and do a peer exchange with the New Orleans Police Department, who has had great success with this program as well. We held a fair and impartial police training with MPD Police Command and community members. That was a very well-attended and very beneficial 2-day training that we had out at the, what hotel was that? Embassy Suites Hotel, and had an opportunity to have really good dialogue with the community members, community leaders, and our command staff about fair and impartial policing and different perspectives on interactions with the police, how to have safe interactions with the police, officers' responsibility, community's responsibility. We are expanding our Connect to Memphis camera network. This says 6,500. We're probably at about 6,600 or more at this point of residents, and 700 integrated business cameras. And then the second Memphis Police Department Leadership Academy class started with 23 in our second cohort. And that Leadership Academy is in partnership with the University of Tennessee. And that concludes our presentation. It took us, I think, 2 months to get through it, but but we made it.
Thank you so much, Chief Davis. We appreciate the updates. Councilwoman Green.
Yeah, I just have some follow-up questions. Back on the data, On the chart that you showed us today, could we get a similar chart for all crimes, not just Part 1 crimes?
Absolutely. And this was not part of our original presentation, council member. I just had them to throw this in there. I said, let's just at least give them an idea of what Part 1 crimes are right now. But the next one will have our normal deep dive of the other crimes.
And on your website, can you tell us how often that is updated?
It's updated daily.
Okay, so how many homicides have we had so far this year?
125? Yeah, 125.
Okay, so 125 is what we're saying here, but on the website it said 98. So that's
I need to check and see.
Okay, so that's why I thought it was higher than 98 too.
Yeah.
I didn't know how much higher, but I thought it was higher than 98. So I just wanted to know how often we're updating that data on the website. I want to talk about a couple of things. One of them sort of goes back to the Code Zero stuff. You talked about the traffic calming and the visibility. Do you use the STEU, the Special Traffic Enforcement Unit, when you do these?
Yes, we do.
Am I correct that they only work Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 5?
Well, we just had a discussion about that in staff meeting yesterday morning, especially since we know that a lot of our traffic issues occur well into the evening. And
right.
So we had a very robust discussion about adjusting those hours, and good observation on your part.
Well, I say that because I think, Councilman Canale was brought forward a video. We've all watched videos of these street closures, and I think that's an untapped resource maybe if their time was different. Because again, these incidents, these road closures are not happening 9 to 5, right, Tuesday to Saturday. And I would like to see a reallocation of those resources, since they are around traffic, allocated towards those road closures. On those issues around what's happened on the road closures, how many arrests have we made?
I'd have to pull that data, to get you some current information on arrests. We did that presentation. Maybe that data would be sort of stale, but the last presentation we did.
We did it about a month ago. It's right. I think it's 3 or 4 arrests for drag racing and about 200 arrests for reckless driving.
And did we get those by going back and watching the videos? Because when we asked in real time, officers weren't on the scene, and so no arrests were made then. So I'm just wondering how we got to 200 arrests.
So for the reckless driving, we make reckless driving cases on a regular basis,
right? Whether
it's speeding or, the drag racing is specifically 2 cars racing each other.
No, I meant, I'm not talking about either of those things that happened. I'm talking about, we saw a shutdown near the airport. We saw one downtown. Those, when they are taking over our streets, how many arrests from those? There's been at least 3 of those major incidents that we've all seen in our email boxes, in our news feeds. How many arrests from those incidents have we made?
We'd have to take a look at that, because it depends on whether or not we actually can identify those individuals who are on the videos.
I agree.
Yeah.
And, one of them was very concerning to me, because one of the videos that I saw, they had a fire truck blocked in. And as you know, that's not just a misdemeanor, that's a felony when you start blocking in emergency personnel. And so I just want to make sure, just because those incidents are over, that we're still following up and investigating and trying to identify them. On the same vein, how many arrests have we made in the Orange Mound shootings?
The arrests that we've made in the Orange Mound shootings could not be, and I don't want to get too deep into the investigation, but the arrests that we've made for other charges are individuals that we believe were involved in the Orange Mound shooting, but we weren't able to charge them for the shooting. We know those individuals were there, but we had other causes to arrest them for other reasons in other cases as well, without getting to, and we have some additional individuals that are part of that nexus that
I get it. I'm a former criminal defense attorney. I know how this works.
Right.
You arrest for something else, then you
It's
say, "Hey,
still
is there anything else
very-
you want to tell us about anything else that happened?" But I'm just wondering. Two people lost their lives.
Yes.
And those were people's children.
Yeah.
And I've seen the heartbreak of their friends and family. I know that heartache because I've had it happen to me. And so I'm looking for us to see some real action in that case and in these cases where I'm getting constituents telling me, I'm down at the Orpheum, I'm terrified, I can't leave. I just want to make sure that we're not just moving on from them.
No, we actually have scheduled regular briefings on that shooting and a couple of other cases so that we can stay on top of the new leads, new witnesses. Just today, we had someone call in with additional information. So we have not stopped having meetings about that case is really just sort of growing. It's attached to some other things.
Well, maybe the next time we come back, if, again, around those incidents that are the road closures and around the Orange Mound shooting, I don't want to get into your case, but if we could just have some basic numbers about, charges that have been filed or arrests that have been made so that we can say to the public something's happening, because the last couple of times that we've talked about the road closures, we haven't really talked about Orange Mound in depth around arrest numbers. The answers are zero, and my constituents are frustrated by that. But
we have some great leads.
Okay.
we have some great leads. Let me just leave it at that.
That's all I have.
Okay.
And thank you for what you're doing, because at that Orange Mound meeting, there were threats made to those people. So I understand the protection around this investigation has to be very secure. Am I right?
Yeah.
And I got some text messages and pulled to the side that people's lives are in danger. And so we need to be very careful on how much information we release to the public on what's going on, because this is just not just bigger than just. We have to be careful when you're dealing with these people in the streets. So I just wanted to make that clear, and thank you. And the people's lives that are being threatened, even with $25,000 on the line, am I correct? Yeah. $25,000. I think that's the highest that they've gone in as far as a reward. So we have to be very careful when we are releasing information to the public and our constituents. But I want to thank you, and I want you to know that we know that you all are working on it, but this is very sensitive, and this is very scary for those that are being threatened, who was in the park or who knows things, that are trying to make sure that they stay safe and do what's right in the same token. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dr. Warren.
I'm good.
Any other members in the queue? Thank you so much, Chief Davis, Chief Crow, for coming before us today. We really appreciate the updates, and thank you all for all the progress you're making.
Thank you all.
Next on our agenda, item number 2 is a presentation from Block Squad, all council districts requested by me. Thank you. Yes. We're going to do this a little bit out of turn. We're going to go to item number 3 first, which is the update on the MPD Sentinel program, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Okay, Deputy Chief Joe Oakley, 170 North Main. On May the 1st, we put out an RFQ for a new camera vendor. On the May 15th, the RFQ ends. It was 2 weeks. So once that ends, city procurement will get with us on the contractor that got the award. Once we get that, we'll be working with our camera vendor for the new camera systems. Then we will be coming to each of the council districts so you can select the locations for your cameras. And this time it will not be groups of 4, they'll be individuals, so you'll be able to place more cameras in more areas that you would like in your district. 30 seconds, not 10.
I have a question. Thanks for the update. Sentinel, is this Sentinel
7?
Okay. So
And COVID put us behind a couple of years. So then once Sentinel 7's up, we're rolling into Sentinel 8.
Thank you. We've met, and I appreciate all y'all do. We'll be getting together hopefully next week.
Okay.
But thanks.
Thank you. That was my request. I just wanted an update, and I appreciate it. Thank you so kindly.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to state for the record, there's still some cameras that were supposed to have been allocated when my sister, Jamila Swearingen, was on the council. There were at least 3. So we would like that to be at the top of the locations.
Yes, when we didn't have a vendor back then. We do now, or we will in 2 weeks. So once we get that, that's on the priority because I know that you've been waiting a while.
Yes. So for the public, can you explain why they haven't had those cameras for the past 2 years? Because they have been blaming her, and now they're concerned.
Right, because we didn't have an approved vendor. You know, COVID sort of messed some things up, and then the previous camera vendor, the contract expired after the extension. So now we're on our way, and we'll get those up as soon as we get this process going.
Thank
We'll
you
make
so
it a
much.
priority.
Thank you so much.
One other quick question, and this goes back, Chief Davis, with the Code Zero and the collaborative efforts. One thing that you talked about when you first came up before council some months ago was lighting, that we needed more lighting. Has that been a part of the Code Zero efforts in terms of coordinating with MLG&W spots where we do need, in areas we do need more lighting?
Absolutely. Actually, Doug McGowan has also been a part of these conversations because the new LED cameras are outfitted, LED lights are outfitted for cameras. We talked about that before they made those purchases a couple of years ago. And so the next layer is that they are actually aligning some of their work with the zip codes that we've identified as being our most crime-ridden areas or violent communities. And so even with our new VCIF grant, the work that we're doing, the Code Zero work, is being aligned with MLG&W in their lighting project as well.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Is there some technology that when the people are doing those donuts, that we can have something that will shut their engines off or something? That doesn't exist.
You know, we've had thoughts about, if there's some inventors out there who would be interested, because there are ways to shut vehicles off, especially with OnStar and other types of technology. Of course, it's not a public safety, realm, but there's technology that we think about all the time that why can't we just shut vehicles off or have some mechanism to be able to do that? Who knows, somebody might be in their living room right now putting it all together. But right now, I don't know of any technology that's sort of on the market from a public safety standpoint.
Will the cameras be able to pick up some of that?
Yes, yes. The issue is always tags, covering tags, or putting counterfeit tags on vehicles. That's why it's important for us to also do traffic enforcement as it relates to counterfeit tags, because criminals are commuting around our city in illegal cars and with illegal displays of tags. And so that's part of what our, enforcement efforts are, and not just in these operations, just on a daily basis. That when individuals are moving about our city, just normal routine traffic, not targeting any particular person, but any illegal activity sometimes will lead you to the person who might be committing other offenses as well.
And all of the officers are trained to identify those
Yes.
tags.
They're
You can see
easy
them.
to identify. Yes.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, we ever use spike strips?
Yes, we do have spike strips.
How often do we use them?
Good question. Depends on the area too. They have sort of guidelines that really dictate where a safe area is for the spike strips. Typically, and I guess Chief Crow can help me with this, typically during chases, when we see a direction of a vehicle, we will deploy spike strips. I think they have used spike strips in the downtown area a couple of times in the past, but it has to be done in a way where the spike strips don't cause any other injuries to other individuals if it's a crowded evening or other vehicles around, or it could be deemed as being unsafe. Okay. But we do use spike strips, and recently I think we distributed more spike strips. Did we not? Yeah. They're ordered. Yeah. So that we can utilize them more.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We're going to now move to item number 2, presentation from Block Squad, all council districts. Oh, what did I say? 901 Block Squad? Block Squad 901? Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and, you see, ready? Yeah, please introduce yourself and state your address, and you may proceed.
All right, Delvin Lane, Executive Director of Block Squad Memphis, or 901 Block Squad. My house address, P.O. Box 664, Memphis, Tennessee. Are you ready? Okay, so Council 901 Block Squad has been around since 2012. And we are a youth gun violence prevention group that does work in 12 target areas around the city, which includes most of, if not all, the council districts on the panel here. Our goal is simple: to decrease gun violence in our target areas by 20% and citywide by 10% on an annual basis. Our mission is to equip, empower, and bridge the gap of at-risk youth and their families. The key things we do is mentoring, and we do it in the target areas that's listed here: South Memphis, Fraser, Westwood, Orange Mound, Binghamton, Raleigh, Nutbush, the Mount Moriah Corridor, North Memphis, Parkway Village, Whitehaven, and Hickory Hill, which covers the entire city of Memphis. But we don't work in all of these areas 100%. We work in the hot spots. We look for the target areas where we got action, where guys are hanging out, similar to what's going on Tate Street. And I would deploy ambassadors that hang out on Tate Street every day to see what's going on, to have a pulse of what's going on. And our target population is youth between 13 and 25. I won't go through all these slides. I know we pressed on time, but we respond to shooting incidents all around the city when it happens. If you ask us how do we know a shooting happens, we have people all around the city. They make phone calls, they send texts. We have a strong relationship with MPD. So we know what's going on. Me and Chief Crow has a good relationship. So we know a lot of times what's going on before MPD knows, because we got people in the community. So when they call us out, we send the crew out to see what's going on. I was just standing on the corner of Latham and Lucid just yesterday where a guy was shot. And so we go and feel the community, see what's going on. We listen. We've been trained on how to work the yellow tape through the Urban Peace Academy out of LA. And we've been on multiple training situations all over the country, from Miami to Detroit, Chicago, LA, Pittsburgh. We've seen how this work looks all over the city, all over the country. We understand the conditions of the neighborhood, thus we able to do assessments on the young people that we approach. We identify, provide case management for them. We meet these young people where they are. We don't go in judgmental. because most of us used to be them, and so we try to give them encouragement to walk away from their life. We collaborate with other organizations. Just recently, had a big meeting with Memphis Allies and Youth Villages to talk some things out so we can move forward as a united front instead of divided. Because we know divided, we won't do much, but collectively we can pack a mighty blow. And I'll jump through some of these, but mentoring is our key thing that we do. We go in and we do this thing called building LTOs, having a license to operate. If you got a license to drive your car, that same similar license. I was clicking on this one, not there. Oh, my man. Okay, gotcha. See, Chief Crow training me, man. Look at you, Chief. So building those LTOs are very important. We have them with a lot of the guys that's active in these communities. All right, Chief, that one didn't work, so I'm gonna try this one. Okay, yeah, there you go. A lot of these young people in these communities are very actively stealing your cars, targeting you at the gas stations, at the grocery stores, so they can take advantage of your hard-earned money that you've made, so they can possess it. And so what we try to do is go in and get these young people a different approach on life, show them how to work hard, how not to break the laws and stuff like that. You can go to the next one, Chief. I brought paper just so I can keep up. All right, so just a couple quarterly stats from last year. You see we were sitting at 50 murders on the first quarter. This year we was at 80 murders, and as we know now, we're at 125 homicides. It just shows you how it has to be more people on the ground with relationships, working in these communities to help these folks resolve crimes and conflict resolutions without shooting and killing, because the access to guns, we know, is at an alarming rate. If a young person has a cell phone, they're more likely to have access to a weapon too. I was just in a middle school with fifth graders, and I asked who in the crowd had access to guns, and over half of the fifth graders raised their hands. So we know there's some issues. And because the guns are so readily available, what we try to do now is focus more on gun control, gun safety, and things like that, because these young people, they have access to them, and want them to understand because you're mad at somebody don't mean you pick up a gun and kill them. And so we're working on stuff like that. A breakdown of some of the people that we work with, we're sitting right at 835 people that we work with right now. We had a big cut on our team. We cut the team in half at the start of the year because of budget reasons. We've been furloughed for the last 4 weeks, so we're not on the ground right now. A lot of my folks just volunteering to work, but these young people need somebody in their lives 24/7, 365, because the moment you let down, somebody else is going to encourage them to do something really, really dumb, and we're going to lose them. Kind of break down the age, the race. You see 5 Hispanics on here. We don't really count them in the number because they're not truly enrolled, because these 5 young people are what we call undocumented. So they don't have social security numbers, and we respect that. We still work with them, mentor them, and help them, but we don't make them feel guilty about not being documented. So these are breakdowns demographically. You can go through the sheet to the next one. And I want to ask y'all this question right quick. Have you or anyone you know been affected by gang or gun violence? Mostly in a room like this, we have a high number of people that say yes. And so we break down, you can go to the next one, Chief, just showing y'all some of the gang groups located here in our city. Vice lords, we got several different kind of vice lords, traveling vice lords, conservative vice lords, four corner hustlers, all the way down. We got bloods, all different kinds of bloods. We got gangster disciples. We got Crips. We got a whole probably 50 different kind of Crips here in our city alone. And our young people are heavily involved with all these groups. And so I want to paint a picture of you guys, how important it is to have people on the ground that knows what's going on. So this is just a group of some of the hybrid gangs we have in our city. The Concrete Cartel, which is out in the Hickory Hill area. I won't name all of them, but these groups are rappers. They making rap songs and they beefing and they killing each other. And so the constant wars we see are connected to a lot of this stuff that y'all see on these slides right here. Even the Orange Mound shooting involves some of these groups you see on these papers right here. And so how we fix some of this stuff is to get in with services. You can go to the next one, Chief. Get in with services, encourage these young people to find a different way, give them resources like jobs and things like that, and then help them to get job ready. A lot of our folks ask for jobs, but they're not job ready. And so we send them in there. They destroy the organization. They run off and steal all the stuff in the job, and then the job had to shut down. And so we try to help them to understand that you have to work slow and build up wealth and turn to generational wealth. These next couple slides, I won't speak a whole lot about them because I know we're on a public forum, but this is a major war that's going on right now. Bread Gang Lil Cuz, who's a fast cash Raleigh guy, is at war with FTO Set, who is AOB off Tate Street. Couple murders have been going back and forth with this war, and it's really, really serious. And then Drake Baby, who's right under that, or Baby Drake, he's fast cash also. He's at war with EBG, who is from North Memphis, the 400 area, and also AOB. And so these groups, one claim the threes, one claim the fours, they'll make videos dropping and cracking each other up. They'll lead to somebody pulling over to a community and letting go 2 or 3 switches. And there's a lot of videos. If y'all want the videos, I'll send them to you. The switches are fully automatic Glock guns. And when on your spare time, just check out this video, Stay in Your Lane by Bread Gang Lil Cuz. He's rapping about going down Tate and spraying them. And they sprayed Raleigh up because of this video. Their set made a video, and they sprayed Tate Street up because of that video. So I want y'all to see how important it is to have people like my team on the ground able to talk to a lot of these young people, and they'll call them up, 9, 10 o'clock at night. Man, I'm finna go, pull a move so I can stand on what I'm standing on, and my guys will pull up and throw them in the car, and they'll ride and go get a burger, and they'll talk them down. And that's a life being saved. That's a young person not going to jail and a community not shot up. And so we have to continue this momentum in order to, you ain't got to play it. It's kind of rough, Chief. My have some people ain't been baptized. Yeah.
Shootout in front of Methodist.
So so this set responding to the Bread Gang Lil Cuz.
Hey Draco, how you do that?
Where we come?
That's Tate Street.
Hey MJ, what you here doing, bro?
FTO, I'm standing on bench on road right now, bump head collab. So what I ain't done no rig. When time get busy, go hop in that ride.
He's cracking the fools.
Go body for body, eye for eye. My nigga quick like auntie. I mean respect, come on, murder, pay time. Hey, now nigga ain't getting no pay. Hit top 2 tag, him clout right now. Hit the back, you foolish. AGG on the car right now. Gave him 300. That on the route, nobody around. They drop that 100.
All right, so let me interpret. let me interpret right quick. So Bread Gang Lil Cuz made a song, said he gonna come down Tate and he gonna spray everybody on Tate. And so the set came back saying he cracking their fours. He said we're gonna go body for body, eye for an eye. And she got the machine gun in his hand. He said you got to get permission to come. They call him Tate Murder Street, Murder Tate. You got to get permission to come on Murder Tate, and you got to pay. And then when you come over here, we're going to take your payment and we're going to spray you. We're going to kill you. And so shootings happen behind these videos every time. 100% of the time. Because you got young guys trying to prove themselves to the older rappers, so they spraying. And if you want to hear a switch, I'll send y'all a video where they actually on Tate after 2 girls were shot, and the car that shot hadn't left the community yet. And the Tate Street boys broke the switches out. And all you hear on this video, and so those bullets are going somewhere. So it's highly important that we continue to work. Delvin Lane, 901 Block Squad, Memphis, any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Lane. And council members, the reason that I wanted Mr. Lane to come in and present is because before we had GVIP come, and one of the questions I got even while Mr. Lane was presenting, okay, what's the difference between 901 Block Squad and GVIP? And I see Director Johnson back there in the back. I don't know if you mind coming up here from GVIP. And so we know that, of course, having information is important, but one of the questions, Mr. Lane, that came up during the last meeting, and the reason I wanted you to come and present, is because we want to know, how do we determine the effectiveness of what this intervention is doing? We do believe that intervention is important. We believe prevention is important. And we also know and understand that information is just the first part of the battle, is what we do with that information. And so the concern has been, of course, we see a rising homicide rate. And so we want just a little bit more information on how, I guess, the efficacy of 901 Block Squad.
Okay. Yeah. So when it comes to rates, we got to think about laws and legislation too. As we have access to more and more guns, and I'm gonna say this, and I want y'all to understand, it's really hard to determine how effective we are unless you pull us out and look at it a year with us not being around. But I don't think we want to take that risk, because when Doug McGowan was here, we did something that we counted what we call crimes deterred. So every situation that we dealt, that we stopped a shooting from happening, somebody was shot, and we know for a fact it was going to be some retaliation. We went in, did some mediation, talked to both sides. Nobody was shot. We would explain that. We would have a record of it, and it'll be 300 or 400 crimes deterred within that year. And so I think when Director Johnson came in, I want to speak for him, but I think he's been asked for something different. And so y'all don't really see a clear picture of what all that we do, but I'll let him speak to GVI and Block Squad.
So with GVIP and
introduce yourself.
Director Jimmy Johnson, City of Memphis Group Violence Intervention Program, 170 North Main. We utilize 901 Block Squad to help us specifically identify those individuals who we need to offer intervention to. A lot of these individuals probably would never get arrested, or they go up under the radar because they're operating, again, at nighttime. They don't want contact with the police. They've putting the people in their community in fear of identifying them. So we have to have individuals that we work closely to help us really specifically identify those individuals, to get them to put the guns down and offer real intervention to those individuals.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, it's Council. Well, first we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then Councilwoman Logan.
I'm going to let Dr. Warren, and I can go after him.
Okay, and then Councilman Canale.
So I think one of the things that we probably want to understand about this program, it's not Block 901 or GVIP. This is what you've got is a combination, and both of these are working together in the Group Violence Intervention Program. We're calling one GVIP, and that's the intervention program where we're bringing community service and we're bringing people in for intervention. But you also have Block 901 that's out there being on the ground every day, and those two are intertwined. The third component of this is just actually getting geared up, and that's a specific police force presence, only identifying the people that are involved in these situations and trying to intervene and taking the ones who've done the murders off the streets and being there hopefully to work with the groups to prevent the next murders. So as we're trying to figure out how this is working, it's a combination of things going on. It's not you've got Block 901 and you've got GVIP intervention and you have the police department. What you have is a unified situation and I guess organization that's designed to try to stop the next murder. So I don't know if that helps some as we're trying to figure out how effective this is, but I don't think breaking it out in parts is going to help us. We're going to have to look and see how it's working together and see the reduction in murders over time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure about other places around the city, but I do know on the north end and in Raleigh that 901 Block Squad is extremely valuable. Principals call, nonprofits call them. They're going to go in the streets, in the trenches. And at this point, we are in crisis mode. We definitely need people who know how to be in the office collecting data, who know how to, write up the manuals. But we need people that are hitters in the street who has street credibility, that knows the gangs and know the ops and know the wannabe gangs and all of that, and the parents and the community, the neighborhoods, and can sense or tell when the climate in the community is a little off or rise. And we sometimes, those types of things you might not be able to quantify or qualify. You just know that it's happening, and their presence and what they're doing is intervening and interrupting this they're the ones that can go in. So I agree with Dr. Warren that we need all of them, but we have to make sure that we're funding them so they can do the work. We can't expect them to do the work and they're not funded. They have to be safe as well. And so I value, and I think that it's very important to be boots on the ground, to trust the boots on the ground and utilize them, as opposed to saying who and maybe they, like I said, work together. But in terms of checking all those boxes that we talking about checking, that's good too. But we got to have, because we won't be able to check the boxes if we don't have the interrupters on the street. And paying people to call them is a little bit off as well to me, because that's like having someone to manage them. Well, that should be, to me, more collaborative. You partner with them, not necessarily managing them. And if there's a requirement, we make certain that they meet the requirement in terms of data and in terms of reporting. But give them the funds they need to go do the work. And if somebody want to partner with them and learn how to do the work or something like that, but we cannot shut them down for 4 months or however long they've been furloughed. But we paying other people to collect data and to do administrative stuff, but they don't know how to go and do the work. So we're not going to have any data or any success. So we're going to have to figure that out. And but we definitely can't have organizations like them sitting and waiting, because it's getting ready to be summertime. And that's a critical point. And right now, they're just sitting. And the gangs and everybody else, they working hard. They're busy. So I would just admonish us to really think about what we're doing and how we're doing it. It can't be the same way we used to do in getting the one nonprofit to go get the boots on the ground to show the data for them, but they get the money. That's not what we can do. So that's I would position that here so we can really consider what we're doing. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lane, you said that 100% of the time when one of these videos drops that there's a shooting behind it. Do you know, is there any way that we can measure how many of these 125 homicides are related to this type of activity? And also, when they drop a video like this, they drop it and then it occurs how much later?
24 hours a week.
So when we see, if MPD catches a video like this, is there any time that we can intervene and make the arrest based upon a threat? They tell you that they're getting ready to go do it.
Assault.
What?
That's assault, right? That's crime assault. You threaten to kill.
So I want to make one thing clear to the council. We don't want to paint the picture that 901 Block is assisting in investigations, okay? I just want to say that we do not utilize 901 Block to assist in investigations to lead to prosecution in any manner. We utilize 901 Block to get ahead of the next crime from occurring, and that's where their value is. To Councilwoman Logan's point, we did an event in Ridgecrest Apartments about 2 weeks ago which was a success. We went out there, knocked on every resident's door, connected them to services that were in their close proximity. We had 901 block out there for two reasons. Going into these communities as civilians, you have to have someone to give you that stamp, right? That street cred. Because for safety reasons, and also these individuals that we're dealing with and we're talking about, they don't trust government, they don't trust law enforcement. So you got to have somebody there to bridge that gap. And that's where they stand in that broken bridge to bridge that gap between us and those individuals we're trying to serve. But I do want to make that clear. Let's not paint that picture that 901 block is there to help prosecute cases or lead to arrests. So.
No, but intervention only goes so far. I believe in intervention, but it only goes so far. If you tell me that one of those guys is holding a semi-automatic weapon or he's got a switch on a Glock, if you think that you can go and talk one of those guys out of what they're getting ready to do and they're going to say they're going to spray up a whole street, I don't believe that's the case. I believe that those guys have got to be caught and arrested. I don't think you're going to go negotiate your way out of that.
Well, Councilman, it's a little bit different. You're right, but relationships go a long way. And so there have been plenty of times where we've not only talked them out of it, but we've got the guns from them. And so it's some things going on behind the scene that I think you'll be real happy with. We just can't really talk about it here because there's ways in which we can get those guys, to the right people, and keep the community safe. It's just not happening quick enough. It's just too much going on at one time. And we see, what we're looking at now with Memphis.
Councilwoman Green.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for your work. I was part of the early GVIP meetings, and I remember very clearly how important your on-the-ground information was to the police, probation, DAs, to say, hey, there's a funeral coming up and we need extra patrols and things like that. So I appreciate that you are eyes and ears on the ground. To that point, I guess one of my biggest concerns about what happened in Orange Mound recently is I felt like we, whether GVIP or MPD, but we, the administration, either should have known that event was happening. And if we did know and we didn't feel like we had enough backup or, manpower, that's a problem. Or we didn't know, and that's a problem. So either way, it's very concerning to me. And I think that an organization like yours could provide us what we need to make sure that we do know these events are happening. We do know the numbers that we would need to stop it before it got deadly, right? And on your point about the videos, we had a presentation, one of our updates from MPD, it may have been last meeting or the meeting before, but the homicides at that point were broken down and only one was listed as gang related. And what you're describing to me today out of the 125 that we know now is many more are gang related. Would you say that's true?
Oh, absolutely.
So again, I feel like there's a disconnect with the information that you have, that you know is real, and what we're getting from the police or what information they're receiving.
So I think we have to be careful when we come to MPD because a lot of these guys are not documented gang members.
And Chief Davis, I would say she explained that. That one, that there were many more, but that was whatever their qualifier was that they weren't able to identify.
Yes, I think on the documentation side, we might have 8,000 to 10,000 documented gang members, but it's 100,000 kids in city schools, and over 60 of them already. That's 60,000 kids. So it's, we have to kind of think through a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is I just want to make sure that you all are fully communicating and then that full information is making its way back to us and to the public.
Gotcha.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Chairman.
Cooperson.
Thank you. First, Mr. Devon, I want to give my condolences to one of your team members. that was out there in the streets doing their work. And even though you all have been on furlough, defunded, and no money, thank you for allowing me to be a part of your team and being able to go out in the streets and understand the work that you do. Secondly, you are correct. We had a patient on Tate Street, and the doctor and I had to get permission before we were able to go on Tate Street and Latham and all of those areas where we serve, in my past life, the most disadvantaged people in this city. And so most of the time when I was in the streets, we had to get permission to go into these neighborhoods to see the people. And you are correct. It has to do with the culture. It's not just that easy to go and send certain people into certain communities. It's a culture thing that we have to understand as being Black. And I don't think people really understand that. It's a culture thing, and you have to have their language and speak their language. My biggest, I'm hardened because you are defunded and the great work that you do and you've been doing for many, 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 many years. There was one question you asked me a long time ago when I first met you about the streets. And you told me if I could get that answer right, I could survive in the streets. I see you smiling. And when you asked me that question, it was just one word that came to mind. And you said that I answered it and I will be able to survive the streets, because that was the missing antidote to what is happening in the streets. So I pray that we find the funds to get you all back funded, to get the team back on the streets. Thank you for the hard work that you all have been doing. Thank your team for the volunteers that are risking their lives in the streets of Memphis with our young people. And with the Glock being on the guns, I don't think, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect. These 3D machines are actually in the homes. I've done my research. I've talked to a couple guys that were ex-gang members. So these Glocks and these switches that are put on the guns are made by 3D machines. Am I correct or not? Mm-hmm. And they can get made in the homes. Am I correct or not?
3D printers.
The 3D printers. They can do that in their homes as long as they are not in the streets, right? So these are done by 3D machines that are made in people's homes, these switches. Am I correct? Okay. So thank you, and we want you all to stay as safe as you possibly can. And thank you for all the great work you do. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of that. I yield the floor.
Oh, I think Councilwoman Logan stepped out. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for what y'all do. Question, because it keeps being said. So, as of now, Block Squad isn't in the city budget. Yes or no? Just because different council members keep alluding to it, so I'm just trying to figure it out. Councilwoman Green couldn't answer my question.
So to my understanding, it is proposed that they continue to be funded. They were largely funded by ARPA dollars, which that ARPA funding ran out before the fiscal year ended. So
okay.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
And just a question, a very broad one, and you may not have the answer all right now, but we've been given in a short time a wealth of enlightening information, right, about what you do and what that looks like from a certain side. Where, as representatives of folks in Memphis, where is the hope in this? Where are we pointing to of what we can do aside from funding, right? That's everybody's answer. I'm not talking about that. We look for funding, but where's the hope in this whole presentation slide? What you got, the data? What are we looking towards? What we can do, and how do we not see this as just a doomsday for the city, right? It has to be something that, in a lot of things that you all have thought or talked with GVIP or MPD about, or different divisions on what we can alter and change in our city and the way we do things that can help the outcomes of this? Like I said, I know it's a big question. So I do not expect you to have the exact answer right now.
I got an answer for you, actually.
But
yeah, I got an answer for you, actually. And the hope is in the people you see. When we go to 12 graduations over the next 3 weeks and see our young people who've been shot, who's been on probation, walking across the stage, getting a diploma, walking on a job, going into the new police academy, trying to be PSTs. When you got 87 kitchen crip on my team that was standing in front of the Supreme Court a year ago with a life sentence that's now free and mentoring young people, doing the right thing. These guys in the streets look up to these guys. We have to remove them from their situations because every day, every second, their lives on the line. They got to make death decisions, life decisions. And so there is hope in it. We just got to continue to maximize the opportunity to keep them alive. And like a lot of our guys, they so in deep, we got to send them away. Let's go to LA for 3 or 4 months just so stuff can cool off. And so every day is something going on, but every day is still hope. It's hope when I go to Manassas every day. I'm from South Memphis. I ain't from North Memphis, but I'm now the head football coach at Manassas because I didn't have a way into the EBG land. Yeah, we got $350,000 to get some of the kids NIL signed. So that's hope. So now I got a couple guys who EBG and 700 at war on my football team, having a conversation with them just yesterday on what NIL means. Let's get you some money for your name, image, and likeness. But it's gonna take you doing this, this, and this. You gotta strip your social media page from all the guns and all the weed. You gotta put a tie on, get your hair lined up because NIL don't want to see a thug. They want to see a athlete, a student athlete. So there's a lot of hope. The overall picture of what we do is grim, but in that, it's a lot of hope.
thank you. And continue to give us avenues of stuff we can do, right? I know you got to give us the full truth and the news got to capture it and the public got to get it, but give us some options, right? What are some things we can do? What are some divisions that we can look at? What funding makes sense where, right? If you see after school programs don't make a difference with the kids, where does it need to go, right? Is there more employ? Is there more jobs? Is there more, So since y'all are on the ground with them, I would like to hear more from y'all, even if it's like just through email, updates, information. Y'all don't have to come here and make every time, but I would like to hear more information about options of what we can do to continue the hope that you're seeing. But thank y'all for what y'all are doing.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good to see you. And my condolences. I know you all recently lost a loved one. Thank you for your work and your service to this community. I want to go back to Councilman Canale's question about the video, and you were saying that, and I want to I want to get it right, so I may not get it exactly right, but you were saying that Block Squad doesn't do investigate. What did you say they don't do with respect to MPD?
They don't assist in investigations to lead to prosecution.
Okay. So, but with respect to the video, so you're saying that if a video drops, they cannot share that a video drops, or they cannot share that with MPD. Can they share that with you?
Yes. So GVIP is that buffer between what is being shared. So back to Councilwoman Green's point about the flyer, about the block parties. So they have assisted in saying, hey, this is a flyer that a block party is going to happen. We didn't get a flyer on the Orange Mound event. And we were discussing who was throwing it and all of that. We had one in Chickasaw, in the Red Oaks in Binghamton that they were playing again. We got ahead of it to intervene to stop that event from happening. It's another one coming up in North Memphis that we got a flyer on, that we're ahead of that one as well. But that's the intervention piece that they bring. It's a lot of constraints with MPD being able to go follow people on social media, blah, blah, blah. So we use that piece from 901 Block as intervention, not necessarily putting them out there as
But in
informers.
its simplest form, yes, they can let you know when a video drops.
Yes.
Okay. But they do not let MPD know when a video drops.
Correct.
Okay. So currently, do you all let them know when a video drops?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I judge. I can't speak for him. I just don't feel like his question was answered, but now I'm clear. So, okay. And then about the funding, so did you all know that the funding was going to run out at some point? Did you all know?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
go ahead.
So at some point you knew it was going to run out, and so because I'm just not clear on how we got here. If you knew the funding was going to run out, was there a plea made, a ask made in lieu of the funding running out?
So they were asked to scale up their team. They were asked to scale up in the prior administration, their team, based off of the ARPA dollars. And it was brought to the attention that
Excuse me, Mr. John. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's 1:20, and we're supposed to be getting ready to go in and planning and zoning. What I would ask for you to do is every question that Councilwoman Walker is asking, can we get with her and make sure she has that information? And I'm assuming the entire council would need to know that information as well. So you have that direct conversation with Councilwoman Walker, make sure she feels satisfied with your answers. But any additional information, could you provide that to the entire council? We are extremely behind. Apologize for everybody who's been waiting. Councilwoman White.
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smiley. Seeing no other business before this committee, the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee is hereby adjourned. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, May 7th, 1:20 p.m. That's running fast. 1:20 p.m. and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Keaton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 9 items on today's agenda, but here's what's going to happen. Item number 7 is going to be heard in budget hearings tomorrow. It's the fiscal year Q3 CIP update. So we'll put that at the front of the meeting since you're with us all May, baby. So we're going to move that. Item number 5 is a resolution to amend Title 6, Chapter 92 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Memphis to extend the sunset clause for the Equal Business Opportunity Program, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Could I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Chairman Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Colleagues, I'm gonna have this moved downstairs with no recommendation in 2 weeks. Most of us know what it is, but because we have other members that have not, I would tell you that this is also kind of an SOP for us. We're going to move it down on the agenda in 2 weeks, and we're going to have it heard in Councilwoman Green's a discussion on it for any member that wants an in-depth explanation of the program, the necessity for the disparity study that was done, and why there's a sunset clause. But I don't think it's worth having a large discussion today, especially given the time. So if that's okay and there are no objections, all those in favor of sending this down with no recommendation to be heard on the 21st, signify by saying aye. Aye. Seeing any opposed? Seeing none, the chair's an aye. All right, moving along. So that's 7. And then we need to take, where is city funding? Mike, are you taking 6? All right, let's take 6 really quickly. You guys can hang tight right there. We got 2 tables and the whole thing. Like a real council. Item number 6, a resolution requesting to amend the City Attorney Division's fiscal year 24 operating budget in the amount of $750,000 to address the rising litigation expenses for ongoing investigation in all council districts, sponsored by administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes, moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Ford. Mike, I'm going to take same 9 minutes off of this. I know that your partners at your different various firms are looking for payment. Unless there is a specific firm that can't wait 2 weeks, I think most of them can. I mean, Birch, Butler, Baker, all those guys are okay. And the only reason is we just have way too much going on right now, and I just want to make sure people don't feel like they're getting crammed down. Would you mind giving us just a very brief explanation of what's going on?
Okay. Michael Fletcher, Deputy City Attorney, 170 North Main, 5th floor. The ask is for the modifier budget to add $750,000 to it for fiscal year 2024. Kind of just a summary. We don't always control the costs of litigation. We certainly don't control the Department of Justice. We don't control plaintiffs who file suits against us, but we do defend them. There are 3 primary elements to the request that drive the request. One is the Department of Justice investigation, which is ongoing. In fact, they were here last week. They'll be here this week, next week. Hopefully, we're getting closer to completing their investigation, and they can do their evaluation and decide whatever they're going to do. The Wells case, they are engaged in the first of the depositions today. The plaintiff is asked to take 30 depositions, each 7 hours long. So you can imagine deponent preparation and then 7 hours worth of deposition. They actually asked to take Chief Davis's deposition for 20 some hours, 30 hours.
That'll be a fun day for her.
Yeah.
Fun couple days.
That was denied. Yes. But we're getting into a very costly stage at this. The judge has not yet ruled on the motion to dismiss, so discovery has been ongoing, but now it's getting into the deposition stage.
And colleagues, I would remind you, while Mr. Fletcher's commenting on this, please do not raise any questions about any specific trial case or litigation with the city.
Yeah, this is pretty general. I just want to give you an overview. And the last one, of course, is the monitors for the 1978 consent decree that was later modified, and there are monitors being paid. The last monitor meeting, there were 6 on the screen. The court approves those fees. We don't. We have no control over them. Judge McCullough sends us an order to pay, and we pay it. And the dilemma is that we are exhausting the funds that we have in the budget. We're at, Walter probably, Rhonda could confirm, we're at 84% of the monitor fee, and that's just to the monitors. That was originally $600,000, or roughly that this fiscal year, and 80% of the litigation expenses. So we are, it's bleeding a lot of money.
So one quick question: the money's coming out the fund balance. Where's the money coming from?
Yes, from the general fund.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a great question. So Chairman Smiley's question was, and just so it's on the record, is the funds were not budgeted for, therefore it's a request to transfer out of the unassigned fund balance.
And if we could control that, it would be one thing, but we can't control it. It is what it is. I'll be happy to answer any questions to the extent that I can.
Colleagues, any questions or comments for Mr. Fletcher? All right, seeing none, as painful as it is, the motion is to send this down with a favorable recommendation to be heard on the 21st. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Seeing any opposed? This item passes.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we are now moving back to item 1. We're going to take these. These are all companion pieces, basically. So let's do it this way. Let's have a discussion on the whole thing.
Okay.
And then we'll take the votes in sequential order. That way we're not stopping and starting. Is that good for you?
That works.
Okay. All right. Name and title for the record. We're going to basically call this a discussion, and then we'll move an item if we want to get into a debate on it.
All right. Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, 125 North Main Street.
Carol Ward, Debt Coordinator.
All right, so the presentation that have been provided to you covers the first 3 items on the agenda. Let's go to the next slide. Starting on page 2, so you got 3 resolutions, and the first 2 are associated with the city's commercial paper program. The first resolution authorized the issuance of $150 million in new commercial paper. The second resolution authorized the issuance of bonds to pay off the current $150 million in commercial paper that was authorized in 2022. And the third resolution authorizes the issuance of bonds to refinance for savings bonds that were previously issued and are currently outstanding. Next slide. So the city has a $150 million commercial paper program. It has a 3-step process. The first step is to seek authorization to issue the commercial paper, which we last did in October 2022. Second step is to issue commercial paper on an as-needed basis to fund capital expenditures. Then the third step is to issue bonds to take off the commercial paper when we get to $150 million. And that is what the second resolution is for. And then we go back to step 1, seek authorization to issue a new $150 million in commercial paper. And that is what the first resolution does. Next slide. All right, so the first resolution authorized the issuance of up to $150 million in commercial paper. It serves as notice to the public that the city will issue debt secured by its full faith and credit and taxing authority. And we're going to publish in its entirety in a local newspaper. Next slide. The second resolution authorized the issuance of up to $150 million in general improvement refunding bonds, Series 2024A. The bond proceeds will be used to pay off the $150 million in commercial paper and to pay cost of issuance on the bonds. These bonds will be sold via a competitive sale. The resolution also approves the form of a notice of sale, which will provide underwriting firms with details related to the submission of their bids for the bonds, and also approves the form of a preliminary official statement, which would be used by the firms to market the bonds to potential investors. Next slide. Estimated source and uses of funds. So currently in today's market, we will issue approximately $137.6 million in bonds. Those bonds would generate $150.8 million in bond proceeds. Again, $150 would be used to pay off the commercial paper. We got $800,000 in estimated costs, which will be used to, I guess, which will be the, I don't know why I'm getting tongue twisted. We got about $800,000 in costs, which will be paid for using the remaining proceeds. Maybe I just need to slow down a little bit. All right. Understood. All right, the next slide, estimated bond stats. So we're looking at closing this transaction end of July. The bonds will have a term of 20 years, average life of 11 years, and an estimated TIC of 3.87%. The next slide shows the estimated annual debt service on the bonds, and then the slide after that shows the estimated MWBE local participation. The chart at the top shows the fees, estimated fees, where we have an opportunity to select an MWBE firm. Those fees total $375,000. 69% of that will be paid to an MWBE firm, 68% paid to an MBE firm, 99% paid to a firm with a local presence. Fees at the bottom, where we don't have an opportunity to select an MWBE firm, those fees total $434,000 and change. Overall, MWBE participation 32%, MBE participation 31.7%, local participation 46%. Next slide. So the third resolution authorized the issuance of up to $145 million in bonds to refinance for savings bonds that were issued in 2012, 14, 15, and 16. The resolution also approves the form of a refunded trust agreement, a bond purchase agreement, and a preliminary official statement. Also included in your package was the state report on their review of the city plan and refinancing. No concerns were expressed. And the state's approval to structure the 2024 B bonds as balloon indebtedness. We'll get into that in a couple of slides. Next slide. All right, so the 2024 B bonds will be issued to refinance for savings the 2012 A bonds, 2014 A bonds, 2014 B bonds, 2015 C bonds, and the 2016 bonds. Due to the fact that we're refinancing for savings multiple series of bonds, the state has approved us to sell these bonds via a negotiated sale process. The city has selected a underwriting team headed by Siebert Williams and Shank as the lead underwriter, with Raymond James, Loop Capital Markets, and Samuel A. Ramirez and Co. serving as co-managers. Next slide. Estimated sources and uses of funds for the 24B bonds. Right now we're looking at issuing $87.2 million in bonds, which will generate $93.3 million in proceeds. $92.6 million will be used to pay off the existing bonds, and $700,000 in cost of issuance will be paid using the remaining funds. Estimated refinancing stats, we're going to close this transaction early August. Currently, we're estimated TIC of 4.35%. The 24B bonds have an average life of 15 years. The prior bonds, we're going to refinance for savings $91.4 million in bonds. They have an average interest rate of just under 4.8% and an average life of 15 years. Estimated PV savings, $4.1 million. Next slide. All right, this slide shows the estimated annual debt service savings. The column to the far left shows the debt service on the prior bonds that we're going to refinance. Column to the right of it shows the estimated debt service on the 24B bonds. I want to point out that the debt service on the 24B bonds are structured proportionally to the debt service on the prior bonds. Column to the right of that, you got your savings. And then the column to the far right has the savings on a PV basis, the $4.1 million. Next slide. Okay, this is the estimate of annual debt service on the 24B bonds. And the reason why these bonds have been deemed to be balloon indebtedness is because Look at the debt service in 2040 is $4.1 million, and then it increases to $18.3 million. Because that increase is greater than 5%, these bonds are balloon indebtedness. But again, the state has approved the structure and authorized us to issue these bonds as balloon indebtedness. Because it's proportional to the debt service on bonds that we're refinancing. Those bonds are heavily loaded at the long end. Yep. All right, next slide, MWB participation. You can't get it? All right. Oh, she got a problem, but you guys have it. All right, so the table at the top shows fees where we have an opportunity to select an MWBE firm. Is that not working? Nope. All right, we got $528,000 in change in fees. And because these bonds will be sold via negotiated sale, we were able to include the underwriter fees at the top. So of that $528,000 in change, 68% would be paid to an MWBE firm, 67% to an MBE firm, and 81% to a firm with a local presence. The fees, the compensation for the underwriters, these are just estimate. Their compensation would be based upon the number of bonds that they sell. At the bottom, we got let's call $170,000 in fees, no MWBE participation, no local participation. In total, $700,000 in fees, 51% MWBE participation, 51% MBE participation, and 61% local participation. Last slide. We're going to price the bonds July 9th. The Series A, the Series B will be priced July 17th. Close the A's July 30th. Close the B's August 7th. And report final results to council in September. And that is it.
All right, colleagues, obviously for some, this is the first big issuance, but this is pretty routine. I don't know, the refunding, we've done quite a bit, but I don't know that I call that super routine, but it is. But the commercial paper but if there are any questions about it, all right. We'll take them in order then. Item number 1, initial resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $150 million of general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes, all council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second? Second. Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen, Washington. All those in favor of sending this down with positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item passes, or goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2, a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed $150 million aggregate principal amount of general improvement bonds, Series 2024A, for the purpose of paying off outstanding commercial paper bond anticipation notes, all council districts sponsored by administration. Can I have a motion and a second to Ford and Swearingen, Washington, coming in strong today. All those in favor, sitting this down with a positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. 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 The chair sees this as unanimous. Goes down with a favorable recommendation. And item number 3, a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed $145 million aggregate principal amount of general improvement refunding bonds, Series 2024B, for the purpose of refinancing certain general obligation bonds, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Motion and second to hear this item. Move. We're going to give this one to Warren and Ford. It's close, Jana. Close. All those in favor of sitting this down with a favorable recommendation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. The chair is an aye. This item goes down. Favorable recommendation. And then item number 4 is separate. So we'll take this one. Oh, wait, no. This part of the series. No, this is separate. Yeah, this is separate. All right, so this is a separate one. So item number 4, a report on debt obligation for the issuance of $10,275,781 stormwater system revenue bond, Series 2024A, a WIFIA project, federally taxable for the purpose of financing various stormwater projects. Is this an actual, are you just presenting the report?
Yes. So we already approved the WIFIA loan.
Yeah.
We're taking tranche 1. This is the funding for the first tranche that will be utilized.
Is this a requirement?
Yes.
No, this is just a report
No.
There's no further action required.
Yeah, there's
by
no
council.
action. We just have to get a report out.
Yeah,
You're required to give us a report?
Yes.
Okay.
I go through in about 30 seconds.
Perfect. All right, take it away.
All right, so looking at page 1 of the other document you guys received, the par amount of loan, $10.3 million, interest rate 4.49%, funds closed March 19th. Go to page 2, at the bottom to the left, estimated cost of issuance, $354,000 and change. We got some annual fees of $21,000 from EPA, $1,100 annual fees for regions. Then go to the page with the blue tab. It has the annual debt service on the loan, and then the page behind it has the total aggregate debt service on all stormwater debt. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And we'll get in, just so you don't feel shorthanded, shorted here. We're going to get into WIFIA because I want you to explain it when we get to Public Works budget presentation.
Yes, sir.
All right. Colleagues, any questions on this project? Nope. All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Last 2 items on the agenda. Item number 8, a resolution appropriating $475,000 to Southbrook Properties for ADA compliant lifts and municipal public benefit investments, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Walker. May I have a motion and a second to get this item? Second. Heard Warren and Swearingen, Washington. This item has been moved to the floor. Is there anyone that would like to discuss this item? Councilwoman Walker, you are the sponsor. Would you like to say anything?
Yes, I appreciate.
Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the support thus far, and we are looking forward to a positive response on this item. It would mean a lot for the property. We have 7 theaters. 3 have been renovated. They all need the ADA compliance, so that explains the figure. For those of you who asked about the figure, it's not just for one bay, it's for all 7, but 4 have been renovated. We have a community room, we have a creative and performing arts center, the Cotton Makers Jubilee, they are home there. The Memphis Black Art Alliance, they have a home there as well. And so we're looking forward to being able to fully utilize this property as the corner itself, that Shelby Drive and Elvis Presley corridor has just exploded in a matter of months with 1, 2, 3, an upcoming 4th corporate brand that has been established. And we just want to be in line with the other properties at the corner and have this property once and for all fully renovated and completely finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Warren.
Yes, I took the liberty and called our ex-councilwoman, Teresa Robinson, and asked her about this project. And she said that this had been something that previously had CIP dollars allocated to it. I don't know if it had something to do with COVID or inability to actually complete the project, but she said the funds were returned to the city, and the current request is to provide handicap accessibility, and she believes it's a good investment to bring the Whitehaven Center up. So I sort of thought it would be nice to have her echoing from the past and sort of giving us the history of the project. So I think that makes a good reason why we should proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll make a couple comments. For me, it's not about necessarily the merits of the project. We, as a council last term, the city has a $2.1 million investment in Southbrook Mall to date of cash. And then this council in the last term gave $250,000 in a grant, and I can't remember the specific purposes of it. But the largest issue is that, you know, is for me is again, it's not the merits of what it would mean down there. I haven't seen any financials. Like we roast people over the coals when they come and ask. I haven't seen any financials. I don't know like what's going on the property. I know there's some county entities, so like I haven't seen a set of audited financials. I don't know what due diligence has been done. None of the things that we would typically require of any project. And then secondly, in the resolution itself, it's an unfunded mandate. And then third, we are in the middle of budget season. The fiscal year ends in roughly 53 days, and we're into the new fiscal year. So for me, if we're going to have a discussion about putting $500,000 into something, when we're already pulling money out of our unassigned fund balance just to pay the bills this year. It needs to be incorporated into the go-forward budget season going into fiscal year 25. Again, Councilwoman Walker, it's no disrespect, and it's nothing against Southbrook Mall itself. I've made several trips down there to meet with Mr. Grant and toured the property before and after the theater was renovated. So, I mean, I love the project. It's just a matter of there's no funding source. We're 60 days out from the end of the fiscal year. It really should be a part of the budget discussions rather than a standalone resolution. And that's just in my humble opinion. Yes, sir, Councilman Ford.
Yeah. It's supposed to be for 30 days, back in 2 weeks. You know, I'm trying to work across the street to try to find this money too. You know, we do have budget, and hey, we're gonna be crunching with this budget. I don't see a problem us finding the money. We just need the time in order to do it, okay? Yeah, because I'm working across the street, and you're sitting there talking about Sister Robinson. Sister Robinson didn't have anything to do with that, okay? Hey, when we end up doing all that, hey, I don't need you to request because you're going to piss me off, okay, if you say something about it, okay? She's not here. You know, hey, it was across the street and over on this side that started that, okay? Yeah, and I mean, hey, I'm not against it, I'm for it, but hey, it takes time and money. And when it come down to $500,000, I got an issue right this second. Not in that big of a hurry to get this $500,000. Give me some time to help try to find this $500,000, like we did beforehand, that Miss Robinson didn't do it. Okay, so please don't say anything about Miss Robinson. She's not on this council anymore. Okay.
So.
And I was in District 6, even though that was District 3. I did the work on that. And all I asked was, hey, for 30 days. This was brought back in 2 weeks. That's an insult to me. And I'm the one that started this project. Don't insult me. Don't insult me with Miss Robinson that had nothing to do with it. All I asked was for 30 days, okay? I'm for this project, but please, if folks get attitudes, which I really don't care about nobody's attitude, I'm talking facts and money, okay? Now, you can get all the attitudes that you want, and then didn't really want to say anything to me. But you know what? I'm gonna tell it like it is, and I ain't gonna have no hard feelings. I'm gonna love you today, just like I'm gonna love you tomorrow. But business is business. Business is business. Friendship and business are 2 different things. And I'm through with it. Now do what y'all want to do, but don't piss me off because, hey, when budget time starts coming around, I'm gonna call everybody out. And you ain't gonna want me to do that. And then get pissed off with me today with that, ma'am. And I mean that, Miss Walker, I'm talking to you. You got pissed the hell off.
I don't have an issue with you today, sir. I don't have an issue with you. And I didn't request to be on the agenda today, but I didn't. Just for the record. I'm as surprised as
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, Councilman Ford, please, thank you, sir.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, you know.
So you made
Councilwoman Walker, we're not gonna have a back and forth.
Directed towards.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Walker.
You should be saying Councilwoman Walker and Councilman Ford.
And I did, and he is no longer in the room.
Well, prior to when he left.
Councilwoman, I will recess us out of here, and we won't even hear this item. Or would you like to have a vote on it?
What I would like to do is be heard.
Then wait your turn to be recognized by the chairman, which is me. Councilwoman Walker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, with respect to the CIP funds that Councilman Warren referenced, those funds could not be used for the inside. They could not be used for the ADA compliance. They could only be used for the outside, for landscaping and some things of that nature. So I just wanted to share that information. Secondly, I did not request that this be on the agenda today. And so just like there were things that took place 2 weeks ago I wasn't clear on this either. But I didn't ask for this to be put on the agenda today. The meeting that's after the 21st, that's the meeting that I asked that this be placed on to have the time to identify a funding source. And finally, I was looking for the document and I can't find it, but the agenda in the file that has committee docs, this resolution, the doc for this resolution in the file of committee docs for today said that finance would be locating a funding source for this item. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any other members in the queue that would like to speak on this item? All right, Councilman Walker, are you requesting a hold for 2 more weeks while funding source is identified, or would you like to have a vote on this item?
I have a question first.
Yes, ma'am.
Why was it put on the resolution? Why was that added to the resolution?
My guess is it's going to be an accidental error by staff, which does occur. No?
Why was it put on today's agenda and I didn't request it?
All right, well, we will inquire about that. I don't know that I can do that. What's that now? Chair Smiley?
Thank you. So I believe it may have been an error on our part, but I did speak to Mr. Grant, and what he would like to do is to hold this item until after budget season. That's what he would like to do. So I'm okay with a hold for 2 weeks.
I'm okay with the hold.
But what I would suggest that you do is you have a conversation with Mr. Grant and see what his wishes are as it relates to this item. So
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. We had a conversation and we were expecting it to be on the agenda, whatever meeting is after May 21st. Let me look at that date. That is the meeting that we were expecting this to be on, not today. Which would be June the 4th.
So is your motion to hold this till June 4th?
Yes, please.
I have a motion on the floor to have this item held until June 4th. Is there a second?
Second.
The item's been properly moved and seconded. Any members that would like to speak to the hold? Seeing none, all those in favor of holding this item till June 4th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This item will be held till Budget Committee on June 4th, 2024, at date and time set by staff. All right, item number 9. Michaelin, this is you. Resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA allocation, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded by Green and Logan. Is that Logan? Is that Ron? I'm sorry.
Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you. It's a long day already.
Councilman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So, colleagues, the resolution in front of you, I know for the past few years we've been seeing this title a whole lot, amending the ARPA allocation. Basically, if you go down to the now, therefore be it resolved, I'm requesting $200,000 from the Memphis Library's ARPA line, which was founded 2 weeks ago, for the Urban Art Commission for the remediation of the Chelsea flood walls, and also to incorporate a youth engagement aspect with the arts. Last year, if you recall, we had, I think it was around May or April, where we were asked about our council. Yeah, it was in, so was it April? Or was it May? Okay. Okay. We had what was going around being asked of us as a council wish list. And so we all put items on there. I put a lot of items on there, but the last 2 things that were left were money for Greenlaw Community Center, and then also money to fix the Chelsea flood walls. If you have not driven past the Chelsea flood walls in the last 5-6 years of your life, Jana, it looks like what y'all had over there, right, from Paint Memphis. So we still have the remnants on both sides of the walls. They're WPA walls, Work Progress Administration, so there are certain rules for painting over them. Last year, where we were stuck at was the legalese of being able to get to paint over and cover from the artists. Because as y'all remember when that happened in Orange Mound, the artist came back, had a whole, fit, sued, city got in plenty of trouble. I'm getting to that. But I'm just getting to the origin of where this is coming from, the context of it. So I had asked for a amount of money to just remove the art last year as we waited on the legal solution for it. As of now, it's been said by City Legal and Urban Art Commission that they have found the legal way to be able to remove the art, which is great. The North Memphis community have been waiting on that for a long time. However, due to the lovely snow that we have received in the city of Memphis, due to climate change that we need to be real about, that money that was allocated or found last year is now being used so that we can have clear streets, which is understandable. So since we have found another source, this resolution is to be able to do just that for the Chelsea flow walls. Hopefully I summed it up. So I would love if you all would support this resolution in support of removing this art and having an actual, real deal, transparent community engagement process with the putting up of the new art and engaging the youth in all of the city. So this money, I put in here about youth engagement with the arts, but it won't just help those in the area. It can also be given to help youth all over the city with art engagement. So I think that that's all encompassing. It helps as we talk about options for kids in the summer. And it doesn't come out of our general balance, our general fund balance. It doesn't add to the budget. And UAC, Urban Arts Commissions, is ready to go yesterday.
So Councilwoman, just to clarify, I thought I remembered almost everything. Part of it was it a repair or a paint? I can't remember.
It's two layers on both sides of the wall. Paint Memphis did it twice.
Okay.
So they have to remove and or paint. Oh, I'm not the expert here, but UAC says they know what it does and what it takes, and they're ready to go.
Okay,
yeah.
they're gonna strip it and repaint
But
it.
since it's a flood walls and it's WPA, they have certain numbers on each of the panels, which is part of that too. You just can't go ahead and do it all. You have to make sure you pay respect to the numbers on each of the flood wall panels, front and back.
And I read it. Is this coming out of the library side or the youth pilot side of the ARPA?
The youth pilot side of the library's money.
Perfect. Okay. All right.
This was literally copied from the other one, so we figured it was the right wording.
You're next. Come on. I got one question. I honestly, I don't think I actually have a big issue with this because I think it although there's a program that's kind of set, I think this kind of finagles in there. I am perturbed though, and I understand unforeseen things happen, but I do distinctly remember this conversation because we had to figure out urban art first, public works second, and then we were working on the wish list, and you were assured that this project would be incorporated. Therefore, we didn't have to make any budget resolutions to that point. So I'm frustrated that we're here. So before we have to go and amend ARPA, are you telling me that there is no outstanding projects? Or, obviously we're pulling money already out of the unassigned fund balance from operating dollars, but I'm assuming because it's city-owned property, there is no other funding opportunity in order to fulfill this promise/obligation that was made last budget season? Or the question would be is, can we fund it? Can we get it? And she may not agree to it, but can we get it partially funded in this fiscal year and then the rest funded in the coming fiscal year?
So we didn't. We don't have the funding in street maintenance budget. We have had a pretty, heavy
John
year.
and Tommy are sitting right back there. They got all the money.
So, but no, unfortunately, no. We don't have the funding because of what happened this year in terms of our responses to events. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know that we could even swing 50% out of the budget. We have some financial challenges in street maintenance this fiscal year that I'm trying to sort through. So, I mean, and it would, without having another I don't have another general fund operating budget to pull from. I might look at neighborhood improvement and see, from like blight funding, if we could pull something, but
not even stormwater.
No, I can't justify stormwater.
The flood walls in the.
It's aesthetic.
Okay.
And it was just done.
So if I go out there with a jackhammer and put pockmarks in it, is it aesthetic? I mean, look.
Well,
I'll stop. We need to move along because
so
we're behind.
We transferred ownership to the Army Corps of Engineers, right, with the Last Word Act. So we don't even have any responsibility for it. They have Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for the maintenance of it.
Yeah.
The aesthetics are totally outside the.
I got it. Look, I'll just say this: Councilwoman Easter Thomas and I don't always see eye to eye, but on this one, I'm 100% behind her just because I distinctly remember this conversation. And I can't imagine how frustrated that must be, if I'm being honest. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. And look, I understand things happen.
Chair, can we take a step back and allow us to work with Councilwoman? And
That's up to her.
If we can find the funding source, because I can't say that it qualifies with regard to ARPA. I don't want us to move too soon as far as that's concerned. But you're right, there was a promise, and I think that we should follow up on that.
Here's what I'd be willing to do if the sponsor of the resolution is comfortable with it, and I've got other members in the queue, but I'm willing to let this proceed because she hasn't had a same night minute vote so that it's on the agenda in 2 weeks, which gives you 2 weeks to work out a deal. Now, she may, as a sponsor, may say she doesn't agree with that, but at least by putting a clock on it, because she's going to have my support. So that's kind of where I'm at. Councilwoman East Thomas, do you want to?
We can go with that. I will say I'd love to sit down with COO Adams, but let's not make this how it came out last year. I think 2 weeks is a definite great amount of time to find $200,000.
I agree.
Great.
All right. I've got Green and Warren in the queue.
I just wanted to be added as a sponsor.
Hands.
Yes, I would like it like that.
Yeah, the sponsor's behind you. Councilman Warren.
Yes, I just wondered, we're pulling this out of a library fund?
Out of a youth pilot program for a youth initiative.
That did not happen.
And so I guess my question is, with the library, they're doing this, so nothing's happening with the rest of that money? Should we be thinking about how we're going to be spending it for ARPA, or does the library have plans for that? And if so, what are they?
So the library does have plans, and they are financially obligated to their $1.1 million. I think there was another amount that was returning to council for reallocation. I thought that was under another initiative that you all agreed to, and I think some former members were actually administering or they were working with you all to administer that funding.
I guess my question is, how much more then of ARPA funds is just sitting there waiting for us to reallocate to ARPA-type projects that isn't going to be spent?
We have an update. It's in your emails, but I will have it resent to all of you that you can see it. Keep it. This is very important, though. I will say and I don't want to digress in ARPA because we are so far behind. Even the money that is out there, it is earmarked, and we have until 2026 to spend it. And so we need to take advantage of some of those things, like in Ashley's budget or in Director Cash's budget. A lot of that is affordable housing money that's going to be tranched out as those projects are coming online. But I will get you an update, and you can see project by project where that funding is. Just for what it's worth, just because we're in budget, and we've been talking about it. How did we get to this $2.2 million? Last year, as we went through the council's $70 million wish list and looked at trying not to get a tax increase, support first responders, and incorporate council-led initiatives, we started moving funding, supplanting the budget with ARPA for one-time expenditures and moving CIP funding around. Like a good example was Hospitality Hub. We were able to move money from ARPA to fund operations in the Hospitality Hub and then move it into the CIP for the actual construction versus the construction. So what happened was we took $2.2 million in cuts in the budget and utilized that cash elsewhere and kept ARPA and then freed up the 2.2 in ARPA. And then since July 1 of this year, the Councilwoman Robinson in her last meeting presented a pilot program with some stipulations. This new administration picked that framework up and said, we like what we're seeing, but we want to split it into a library program and a youth pilot program that really mirrored more of what Councilwoman Robinson was doing. We probably, in hindsight, need to have the administration come back to those committee meetings and talk about the framework of those budgets or those programs since they are brand new. We can either do that on a Tuesday or when those divisions come, we can dive into budget hearings. You guys let me know, but that is kind of the organic story of like where the money quote appeared from. It came out of last year's budget season. And the intent was, as a body, we talked about things that we wanted to do, like affordable housing, youth initiatives, public safety, and there was one more big one that I can't quite remember. We picked these big buckets of money and said, we're going to set this money aside, and then we're going to figure out how we want to spend it. So that's how we got here, as best as my memory can recall. So I hope that it helps for everyone, just as like a refresher. Been sitting down watching a lot of old tape, getting ready for this season. It was a joke. It clearly didn't land.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Yeah, so we're gonna vote on this item to send it down in 2 weeks with a favorable recommendation in the hopes that it'll get withdrawn or amended on sources of funds. But I guess we're gonna find out on the 21st. All those in favor signify by sending this down with a favorable recommendation to be heard on the 21st. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this will go down in 2 weeks. Favorable recommendation. That's it. We're done. We're adjourned. Boom.
to recall the roll? All right, Ms. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
If you have any private conversations, please take them outside in the hallway.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I think I'm here.
Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, present. Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, present. Councilwoman White, Chair Canale.
Here, Chair, there's a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda. Item number 2 will be held till the first meeting in July. Without objection, I'd like to send item 1 and 3 downstairs without presentation, without recommendation. Any objections? Very good. We're adjourned.
colleagues, it is 2:39, May 7th, and I hereby call the Housing and Community Development Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Regalia, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Canali.
Here.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren. Chair Logan.
Present, thank you. Today, we have 3 items on the agenda. However, we're going to hold item number 2. And we're going to now hear item number 1, which is a resolution amending and appropriating pilot proceeds from the Health, Educational, and Housing Facility Board of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, up to but not to exceed $1,500,000 chargeable to the FY 2024 budget by appropriating funds to the Division of Housing and Community Development Affordable Housing Program account. All council districts sponsored by administration. May I have a motion and a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Canali and seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And like to recognize Director Cash, if you would. Give us your name and address, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Ashley Cash, 170 North Main Street, Housing and Community Development Director. So this is a normal allocation, and we are not the Memphis Housing Authority, although we're great partners with them. I'm not sure if, there we go. This is a regular appropriation that we come to you all for. Years ago, there was a resolution established by by City Council to allow 1% of pilot fees to come to HCD. Those funds are to be used for other housing activity, community development activity, and so this is that request and allocation. In the past, we have used this for different development projects or acquisition type projects. We did Collins Chapel a couple of years ago. We recently awarded CME headquarters. I think they're doing some work on their roof and elevator systems. And we awarded New Chicago Community Center. They were doing some HVAC work. So when we have other development projects, we'll try to hold some of the funds to get enough to do things, but then we also work on different development, smaller scale development projects. That is all, and we ask that you approve the award of those funds.
All right, colleagues, we have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington in the queue. You recognize.
Hi, Director. And I wanted to commend you on the Orange Mound Library. You all did a beautiful job. That was a great celebration.
Thank you so much. It was so much fun, and thank you for coming out and speaking. We appreciate it.
Are you familiar with the scattered housing sites?
I am not. Are you talking about in the resolution?
No, in order to be able to get some allocation and partner with the Memphis Housing Authority for affordable housing.
So we have been looking at different places where we might be able to do some scattered site housing. We've been looking in Orange Mound, actually, as we speak about it, different land that might be available. We don't have a program established, but we're working to try to figure out what that could look like and how that could be established.
Okay. That's a partnership I wish that we could investigate and see if between the mayor and council and all stakeholders that are necessary to be able to bring some of that funding in for affordable housing.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Would you bring that back to the next committee meeting? Just give us a presentation and if we need to ask anyone else, let us know. Councilman Warren?
Just a quick question. We had something come up a couple weeks ago. I think we held, it was an old nursing home that was being converted into single unit type housing over there off of Airways and I-240. Is that the type of project that would use funds like this?
It could be eligible. We would just look at the budget details of that project, but it would be an eligible type project. We have some other sources that may be better suited. So we've got the Memphis Affordable Housing Trust Fund that may be better suited to that because it's already set up as a housing program. We typically do general community development type stuff with these funds, but it definitely would be an option.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Councilwoman
I don't know if I missed it and I was still at the announcement, I apologize. So what are these pilot funds are going to be used for exactly?
So these are funds that we use and we redistribute those. So typically it's for different kind of community development grants. So this is the pilot fee from the Health Education and Housing Facility Board. They are contributing back to development and housing in the city of Memphis. And so I just gave a couple of examples of types of projects. So we've done Collins Chapel. We did some interior repairs there. We did some, actually we're currently working with CME headquarters on their roof replacement and some elevator accessibility replacements, not replacement,
Install.
Thank you. And we work with New Chicago Community Center on their HVAC. So it's typically development type projects in the community that we do. And we have a grant process for that as well, a grant application.
So do the grant match what you get from the health educational, or does it exceed that?
The grant usually exceeds that amount.
It exceeds that amount. So I'm just curious. I'm new, and I like to see how these funds are being allocated and where they're being used and what projects.
Okay,
so I like that. Could you do that for me?
Yes.
I would love to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. All right. All right. At this time, anyone else have anything? All right, we're going to go ahead and take a voice vote on this item. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This item carries. Thank you. And we're going to take item number 3 right now. Thank you, Director Cash. Item number 3 is an update from Memphis Housing Authority regarding the housing market state of affairs in Memphis. All council districts requested by myself. I'd like to recognize the Chief Executive Officer of the Memphis Housing Authority, Mr. Dexter Washington, and who is going to present, and you can introduce your team members with you. And we have about 10 minutes or so for the presentation. Thank you. Give us your name and address and go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilman. I'm Dexter Washington, Chief Executive Officer of Memphis Housing Authority at 700 Adams Avenue, Tennessee, 315. I have with me today. Bowers in the Housing Joint Voucher Program Director. And we will, as Councilwoman Logan said, give a
If you would, speak into the mic, make sure that little green dot is on.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. As Councilwoman Logan said, we'll give a brief overview of the activities of Memphis Housing Authority, as well as a bit of the general overview of the housing, affordable housing climate in Memphis today. So in our overview, we will cover who we are, some of our major programs and development efforts, some of the challenges in the affordable housing market, MHA's actions to mitigate some of those challenges, affordable housing resources in Memphis, and we will give an overview of our wait list and just the general housing demand in the city of Memphis. So who we are. Memphis Housing Authority was created in 1995. It is the second oldest housing authority in the nation. We are, and this is a clarification that we make, quite often. We are an independent public agency, a quasi-governmental agency. We're not a part of the city of Memphis or Shelby County or HUD. However, we do receive funding allocations from all of those entities, including the state of Tennessee. We are governed by a board of commissioners who is appointed by the mayor, and we are largely funded by HUD at about 86%. Some of our major programs are, of course, the public housing program and housing choice voucher program, and I'll give you a little information on those shortly. Real estate development, construction management, property management, and social services, which comes through services like our Choice Neighborhood Initiative grant, Family Self-Sufficiency, and a HUD-funded Ross grant. We have today about 1,702 available units of public housing. Memphis Housing Authority today has 5 sites that we own and operate, and the rest are our development partners, many of which are listed on the screen there. But we have a total of about 1,702 in our public housing inventory. Now, public housing inventory has shrank over the years, and this is just the nature of public housing in the United States. HUD, as well as operators of public housing authorities have recognized that public housing is not the most sustainable system. It was a great idea when it was set up, but it's just not funded well enough to be sustainable and keep the houses, the housing units in the condition that they should be. So more housing authorities are switching from public housing, which is Section 9, over to Section 8, which is the Housing Choice Voucher Program. To that end, I first came to Memphis Housing Authority in 2001. I think at that time we had about 4,500 Housing Choice Voucher units. And today we have nearly 9,000. So, you know, over the course of a little better than 20 years, the program has doubled. The Housing Choice Voucher Program is typically a more sustainable funding platform. It does take away some of the property management responsibilities from one entity, being the Housing Authority, because it is a connection between the Housing Authority, who provides housing subsidy, and private individuals who offer homes for participants. Within our HCV inventory, we have several different programs. The regular Housing Choice Voucher Program, VASH, which is Veteran Assisted Housing, FUP and FYI, which are foster programs, foster unification program, and foster youth to independence. We have properties that are starting to come online from the RAD conversion. So that is RAD is Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, which is the actual action that repositions assisted housing from Section 9 to Section 8, so from public housing to HCV. And we've done that so far in several developments, some of which are listed here: Barry Tower, Jefferson Tower, and College Park and Uptown Askew. Some of the demographics of the people that we serve, we have about 1,400 heads of households residing within our public housing units, which total 2,766 residents, about 8,500 heads of households in our HCB program, which is over 23,000 residents. We have in public housing just at 1,100 children that are under the age of 17, a little over 11,000 children in our HCV program that are under the age of 17. And nearly 700 seniors in public housing, a little over 1,600 seniors in the HCV program. And the average income for HCV and PH programs, respectively, are $13,700 and $14,100. One of the other functions of the Housing Authority is expanding affordable housing throughout the city of Memphis and Shelby County. We have been very fortunate in the city of Memphis to have been the recipient of some pretty significant federal funding through the Hope 6 grant program, which is a community revitalization program for distressed housing units. We received our first Hope 6 grant in 1995 with the Lemoyne Gardens project, which became College Park. And then in 2001, we received more Hope 6 funding for the former Hurt Village, which became Uptown, and then Lamar Terrace, which became University Place. Dixie Homes became Legends Park, and Claiborne became Claiborne Point. So in total, we received nearly $150 million in Hope 6 funding that leveraged, over $300 million to revitalize these communities. And then the program changed to the Choice Neighborhood Initiative grant, and MHA in 2015 received $30 million in partnership with the city of Memphis, who also matched that $30 million award to transform the Foot Homes development. And this was our last really large public housing development. At the time of demolition, there were nearly 400 units of housing there. Through the Choice Neighborhood Initiative grant, we will come back with 712 units of housing. We will replace on a one-for-one basis every unit of public housing that was there, so that every resident that was there has the opportunity, if they so choose, to move back to that development. Mixed in with that will be some market rate units, as well as some other affordable housing that is supported by the low-income housing tax credit program for moderately income individuals. And then, of course, we're doing more rehab development through our rental assistance demonstration program. Kind of already gone over this, but this is just another way that we partner. Some of our developments are MHA-led, and I've talked about the Hope 6 and the Choice Neighborhood projects, as well as one that we recently closed in the fall, Edgeview at Legends Park, which is a 99-unit senior development. But MHA supports other affordable housing developments through either land partnerships, where it's former public housing land and we do a long-term lease to allow development to occur on that land, or we support the developments with subsidized housing, either through the public housing program or the Housing Choice Voucher program. So the affordable housing market, what are some of the challenges? One of the things that I always make clear is when people say that there's a lack of affordable housing in Memphis, it's not. There's a lack of quality affordable housing in Memphis. There's a lot of trash that's being offered for affordable housing. And we run into that, sometimes just within our program. Director Dowers can speak to the number of fails that we get on initial inspections, when homes are offered for the program. Coupled with that is a high level of demand. So, there are a lot of low to moderate income families that just can't afford these, stark rises in rental and homeownership prices. So, for the affordable housing stock that exists here, you have many people that are in line trying to qualify and get into it. Increase in rent costs. We saw a lot of this over the last 3 to 4 years, particularly after COVID. Prior to COVID, it was kind of an MHA policy to only grant $50 rent increases on an annual basis. But in order to keep up with the rises in the market rate units, and make participation in the program still attractive to landlords and property owners, we had to abandon that and start giving some pretty significant rent increases, and also raise our payment standards significantly to match what was happening in the private market. So qualification requirements. This is a big sticking point for me. So a lot of renters, landlords have a requirement that rental applicants make on monthly income is at least 3 times of the monthly rent amount. It's hard for a low income or moderately income person to meet that requirement. Even with our subsidy through the Housing Choice Voucher program, a lot of times the subsidy calculation isn't considered. So that's to say that if the rent is $1,000 a month, but the tenant portion is only $300, they still charge 3 times the $1,000, for the income requirement, rather than $900. So, that is a challenge that we encounter with our residents trying to find units that they can actually qualify for. And then, of course, limited funding. There's never enough funds to go around, regardless of the source, whether it's state, federal, city, to go around to meet all of the affordable housing demands and the need for expanded development. So some of the actions that MHA has taken to mitigate some of the challenges are, and I'll let Director Dower speak on these.
Hi again. So some of the things that the Housing Authority is doing to mitigate some of the challenges that we have with families finding houses is we've offered $1,000 landlord incentives to landlords to rent to voucher holders. And some of our programs, for our special programs for VASH and Mainstream, that's for disabled families, we are offering $1,500. But as he said, we had this pot of money that was provided to us by HUD, but that pot of money is now shrinking. So as a result of this, that money not being available is helping to not allowing us to move families into houses quicker as we were when we had a large pot of money. Second thing is increased payment standards, as he stated. We're having to increase our payment standards to remain competitive with the private rental market. Just to give an example, on today we received a request from one of our private sites that they're requesting $1,300 for a 1-bedroom, $1,800 for a 2-bedroom, $2,200 for a 3-bedroom. Our participants just can't compete with that. So in order for us to make these units more attractable and affordable, we're looking at increasing our payment standards to 120% of the FMR. Also, to mitigate these challenges, typically HUD requires that families are issued vouchers to shop for a term of 90 days. We're now having, because of all of the challenges that families are encountering, having to extend the voucher terms to now beyond 90 to 120 days to, in some cases, 180 days to allow families to find suitable housing. And even with that, it's still a bit challenging. We also have special programs that we've deployed in conjunction with the Community Alliance for the Homeless, our special programs like VASH and FUP and FYI, partnering with them to help our families to find housing. We have a Community Alliance of the Homeless that's providing a housing locator service to help families in those special programs to find housing. One of the major things that we're looking at, or one of the things that we've employed, is our family self-sufficiency and home ownership program. It's never our goal for a family to stay dependent on housing choice voucher or just housing assistance for a lifetime. So in an effort to help these families to become self-sufficient, we have our family self-sufficiency program with the goal of helping families that want to transition to home ownership to transition to our home ownership, or as we call it, our SHAPE program. And the last thing that we are heavily focused on in order to encourage participation is the program just would not be successful without qualified landlords, because without offering the quality housing, we wouldn't be able to house families. So we're actively engaged with our owners to by having landlord symposiums to educate landlords and to bring landlords and tenants together to help them to find affordable housing. And then the last one is landlord and investor groups. So.
Great. I'm gonna go through this next slide really quickly because I do want to recognize the partnership between the City of Memphis and Memphis Housing Authority through some great funding tools. One is the Memphis Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which we heard Director Cash speak of. Another is the city's down payment assistance program, which MHA utilizes to help support residents that are transitioning from assistance to home ownership. And then the other is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, both phases 1 and 2, which was federal funding, but is administered by HCD and helps support several developments and rehab projects throughout the city. So down to our wait list, and you want to give an overview of our wait list process?
So essentially, we have our wait list process is, due to the demand, we open our wait list every couple of years. Back in 2022, we opened our wait list and we received over 27,000 applications. From the application process, we had a lottery that identified 10,000 families to be placed on the wait list. Currently, we have about 6,000 families on the Housing Choice Voucher Program wait list, and it takes about 30 to 36 months for families to be selected from the wait list and issued a voucher for housing. On our public housing side, we have about 37,000 families on that wait list.
Let me give a caveat right there at the 37,000 families. So on the public housing side, one family has the ability to list themselves on every single public housing development that we have. So that 37,000 is probably greatly inflated because they may be on 7, 8, 10 different public housing wait lists. So it's not actually 37,000 individuals or households.
So as you can see from this number, there's a significant need for affordable housing in Memphis, because we receive calls daily from a family asking where they are on the wait list because of family circumstances. They're looking to go into affordable housing due to the rising cost and rents and just, the limited income of our families. So.
And what are you all doing about that? They've been getting the calls every day. I think you all are working with administration on coming up with a outreach or support system for those that are waiting.
Indeed. We met with Mayor Young probably several weeks ago, a month ago, and gave a lot of the same information that we presented here today. And his question was, well, what is the state of the individuals that are waiting for housing? And so we are developing a survey to send out to them to, one, determine, are you permanently housed right now? Are you temporarily housed right now? Are you homeless, near homeless? What other services are you in need of right now? Is it food insecurity, referral services from a case management standpoint? So we are wrapping that survey up and also and hope to get it deployed within the next 30 days.
All right, thank you for that information. Colleagues, I really wanted to bring this back. We had this presentation during my first term, and I don't see that it's really getting any better in terms of, I'll be right with you guys. And, they noted that they had, and the last time it was open, there were 27,000 applicants, only 10,000 positions. And now those people on the wait list, it takes 30 to 36 months. And so, we're asking what innovation, what types of things can we do, what's being done around the country, what are other options, because we're going to need to look at that. But when people don't have housing, when there are some on the streets, some, we don't know where they are. And those are some of the conversations we're having as to those 17,000 that you could not place. They have to start over again. They have to go back and start the process over again. And so we don't really know where they are. And that's for a city our size, we really are going to have to do something about our housing crisis. And I just wanted to make sure that we all were aware and putting our heads together to come up to assist, offer some solutions for our fellow Memphians who are experiencing homelessness. I want to go to the queue. We have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Dexter, Mr. Washington Director, I need to ask you a question. How long have you been with this program?
I've been at MHA twice. So I was first there from 2001 to 2010, and then I came back in 2018. So all total about 14 years.
Okay. I knew your name sounded familiar. I knew I had tried to speak with you and with the Memphis housing. In my past life, I had two patients. One was burnt out, and the other one was on the voucher for HUD, and she was living in a house that was deplorable. And I called and I reached out to the housing authority. When the doctor and I went to visit the home where she was living at, we did set code out there, but no one from your department would respond to us because we were trying to get she and her children in a decent housing place. I left several messages on your voicemail for you to return my call. Eventually you did, but we found housing for her. And the doctors and I and myself in the facility that I work with, we had to end up housing her. I agree with what Councilwoman Logan has said. You got on here that you said that there's a landlord symposium. That's what you said? And how often is this held?
Twice a year.
And so the landlord shows up with a tenant?
Well, no. The landlord symposium is where we educate owners on the program requirements, and especially now HUD is deploying new initiatives. But we also have landlord and investor groups and housing fairs where we bring landlords and tenants together, and that's based on the availability of vouchers and housing.
What does your staffing looks like there? Do you have enough staff?
If we're talking for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, yes, we're adequately staffed for the program. I think we all total down there have about 40 employees.
Your housing staff people, I can't call them by names, are very rude and very disrespectful when we called. I did a test run to call just to see how the poor people were being talked to and addressed. And it was very embarrassing that this is how they're treated. I know they're low income, so I need you to evaluate, and maybe there needs to be some training on this when they're calling. They're already in a very terrible place. They already don't have anywhere else to live. And so, to get someone on your side that should be committing a should be giving a service for customer service is unacceptable from what I have experienced.
So 2 months ago, we deployed a customer service survey specifically for our housing choice voucher program because I get the emails, I get the calls, that I'm having trouble reaching my caseworker, or I call someone and they didn't call me back. So we did devise a customer service survey that we set out. What was it, in month of March, and we've started in April. Got our first responses back. Largely, responses are positive, but some of the feedback that we have gotten was about poor communication or
yes,
lack
because
of
I called for a
communication.
test run just to see how the people were treated. Because I just don't take people's word, and I think people will tell you around here. If someone or constituent or anyone tells me anything, I go out for myself to see so I can have accurate information and I can know exactly what I'm talking about. It was horrible.
Yeah, and
disappointing.
Yeah, and we recognize that we have some improvements that we need to make in the customer service, and so that's the path that we're going down now. We are actually in the process now of developing a holistic customer service plan. Part of the issue that I have recognized from a capacity standpoint is that we don't have the phone systems to handle the demand. So in our phone system, once it gets to, I want to say, the 25th caller in the queue, then the next person is put on hold and without an opportunity to answer. So we're working with our technology department to find something that can handle the volume of 9,000, individuals. And as well as, we're also looking at the staffing capacity. But it's not a one item issue. We have to look at it all and say, okay, so it doesn't matter if we have 10 people on the phones if the phone system can't accommodate getting a call to them. So, this is an active process that we're going through.
Director Cash and I talked about the homeless situation, and she's looking into that. Dr. Warren is also dealing with homelessness with a lot of women and with their children being put out. And I've been dealing with this for over 10 years or more, seeing this in the process. This doesn't work. This isn't working. It doesn't work. We don't have affordable housing. We don't have anywhere to put them. And it's really sad because majority of them end up on the streets or homeless. Because of the clinic that I work for, we had a lot of doctors that were able to house some of our patients, and single mothers and older people, that had vouchers. And that was, just like you said, the issue. Even with me trying to call, even with me just trying to get through, and the rudeness. So I hope, that we can get something done about this, because the homelessness, as Director Cash and I have talked about, and me dealing with for many, many years, the funding, we talked about the funding, and we're looking into how the funding is being allocated and how the funding is being used. And there's a lot of misappropriation. And we're going to have to get to an answer, because what we're seeing now is just heartbreaking in this city. And so we need to work very closely. I would like for you to come back maybe quarterly or whatever, and we need to talk about a plan. I need to know about that phone system and how's it going, and the people are being trained properly on engaging others on the other line who are already traumatized.
No, I agree.
Thank you.
I'd love to come back on a quarterly basis. I do want to say that, we have, across both programs, about 10,700 slots to serve individuals, whether it's through public housing or it's through the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The affordable housing need in Memphis is far greater than that. Mm-hmm. So, we try to, utilize our slots, to the best of their availability. But the other answer is that we have to find ways to expand affordable housing outside of MHA throughout the city of Memphis. And, even through HUD sponsored voucher programs, every voucher in Memphis is in the MHA voucher, but yeah, absolutely. We have to find ways to expand affordable
Absolutely,
housing.
and I appreciate
thank you. Yeah. And tell your landlords to go live in the conditions that they want these people to live in. Go there for a week, a day or two, and see how uncomfortable and how deplorable it is to live. Since you got those, you're teaching, you're showing them and what they should be doing and how they should be doing. Tell them to go live in their own houses that they're renting. That is unacceptable for any human to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And again, I appreciate you coming down and, as council members, these are the constituents. So we're going to be working with you, put our heads together. That's why we were elected, to make certain that everyone is being served. And we want to do our due diligence to work with you. And so I appreciate you coming down just to kind of give us the lay of the land. And as I share with you, we'll be coming back and we'll continue to stay in relationships so that we can find solutions. It's going to take all of us. And I appreciate you for laying it out here. We want innovation, and we'll all have to bring that innovation. So anyone else has anything? Very quickly, Councilwoman.
Very quickly, I just want to say
Swearingen.
it's good to have the training, but it's also good to hold people accountable. Because whether we have 500 people on the line or 9,000 on the line, you know that your responsibility is to answer the phone. And each call should be, thank you for calling. Memphis Housing Authority, how can I help you?
I agree.
We just want to make sure we have high expectations. And those who do not heed to those high expectations, there are other places for them. But we want to make sure that our customers are valued and they feel respected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
it is 3:22. This, in the words of Joe Kent, this historic council is on time. I call the May 7, 2024 executive session of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Oh, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. And Chairman Smiler.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hyman. So before we actually get started, we have 3 items on the agenda today. I just want to, level set and just remind this body, we all are here for the same reason. During budget season, sometimes tensions are high, and sometimes, we find ourselves saying things that we may not need to say to our colleagues. But our job and our role is really simple. It's to serve the people of Memphis. And I say it all the time, and y'all tired of me saying it over. Our job is really simple. It's to provide for the general welfare of the people. We don't do that yelling at each other, going back and forth. We do that by looking at our agenda, reviewing the documents, and asking pertinent questions and working with our colleagues to find solutions to the issues that we have. And this budget season is a tough one. We're asked to determine whether or not a 75-cent tax increase is in the benefit for the people who call Memphis home. We're asked to take a look at the solid waste fee, determine if we need to increase it so that we can provide better service to the people of Memphis. So I just want to remind us that we got to go back to our why. Our why is to put the city in a better position. Simple as that. So just be mindful of that. If you find yourself getting a little heated on the collar, it's okay to step out. And I'm going to talk about Chase because he's the person I like to pick on. There's times we don't see eye to eye, but we are always mindful of sometimes we need to step out. And sometimes we hug it out.
It's because your church is taller than
Y'all hug it out?
Yeah, we hug it out. It's okay. But seriously, y'all, we are a team. We are a team. At the end of the day, we are a team. We're just trying to put the Memphis in a better position. And when I'm talking about a team, we have the best staff. So kudos to our staff. Thank you for helping us navigate this process. Now, I can get back to the business of the people. So we have 3 items on the agenda. The first item is what you all have been waiting for. The impasse selections, all council districts, requested by myself. Now I'm going to go through the impasse selections. For ASME, well, let me level set. So our impasse ordinance requires the administration to choose a council member. The bargaining unit is allowed to choose a council member, and the 2 council members selected by the administration and the bargaining unit are to agree on the 3rd member and agree on the chair. Now, if y'all don't agree, I'm just going to choose somebody. The ordinance allows me to do that as well. But luckily, everyone agreed, so we're here. Now, for FY24, the impasse meetings, 25. Oh, I love the sound effects. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Let's go.
Coming out of the ASME division.
All right, so ask me, Cooper Sutton. For ask me, the association selection, Councilwoman Yolanda Cooper Sutton.
Don't applaud, this is the worst.
All right, for the administration selection, the gentleman I talk about a lot, none other than Councilman Carlisle. And the 3rd member, the infamous, the notorious, always talked about, Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren. And the chair, the budget chair himself, Councilman Carlisle. Legislative analyst, Ivy Johnson. CWA, Communication Workers of America. Association selection, Jerry Green. Administration selection, Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren. Back again, you're on fire. And the third member. They call her the Queen of North Memphis. Always talked about, never controversial. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Let me go back. You better put the respect on her name. Dr. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Legislative analyst, Kimberly Golden.
No,
that's incorrect.
It's Clay Wilson.
Clay?
It is. It's Wilson.
Okay. Never believe what book writes on the paper. Got it. Clay. All right, so fire. Mr. Malone. He's always in our face, trying to get stuff done. The association selection. They call him the vice chair. I call him my friend. Councilman Ford Canali. The administration selection. Someone told me he was an undertaker. They also said he was on this council 20 years ago. Plus. The myth, the legend himself, Councilman Ford Sr.
I know.
I don't think you're alone with that one. Okay. Sometimes she's my partner in crime. Sometimes she just tells me I don't know what I'm talking about. My friend, Councilwoman Jerry Green. I think this is right this time. Legislative analyst, Kimberly Golden. No one's correcting me. Got it. All right. For IAMAW, the machinist, the association selection. I think for the 40th time, Councilman Carlisle.
I don't know why you
For administration selection. Here she goes again. It's not red, it's green. Councilwoman Jerry Green. Back again.
Whoa, HR's here.
The daughter of a preacher. The always inquisitive Councilwoman Rhonda Logan is the third member. The chair, the green lady, Councilwoman Jerry Green. Legislative analyst, Takesha Johnson. IBEW. I literally think this is like 4 or 5 for her, but she's back. Maybe it's her advocacy skills, or maybe she just doesn't know any better. Councilwoman Jerry Green, the association selection. And the gentleman to my right, who is always eager to serve. I do, if you all recall, he said this was his lifelong dream. All right. He's chosen again. It's Councilman J. Ford Canali. He did say that. I hope everybody remembers that. He did say that. You know.
I think I said hi, right?
All right. The third person, the one that Councilwoman Green and Councilman Canali agreed to. It's not black, it's white. She's a lawyer. Janika White. The chair of the Public Safety Committee. And Public Service, Public Safety, and it's about to say. Councilwoman White. Legislative analyst, Charity Cole. MPA. Right. Get your popcorn ready, because we know this is going to be a good one. The association selection. He left the council once before.
All right.
And then he decided he wants to come back to serve the people of Memphis and relate. That means I'm having too much fun with this. Councilman Spinoza. Oh, he loves sitting beside Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. The administration selection, Councilwoman White. And they agreed. They met in the middle, and they said they get more in District 4. She said that before. Her sister said that before. Her auntie said it before. She's here again. Councilwoman Jana Swearengin Washington. The chair? Mr. 4523 to return again. Philip Spinoza. Legislative analyst, Regala Mauricio.
All right.
All right. The meetings will be.
Right.
When you know how to handle this, you make sure you're just out. All right, I'm done. All right, so the meetings will be conducted between May 13th and May 20th. The budget hearings are also scheduled and attached. Council chairs, impasse chairs, get with the other members to figure out a date for the meeting.
Tuesday would be a really good day to do it.
We'll get you dates tomorrow. We're going to go over the letter. We'll get you dates tomorrow with your permission.
Well, those of us who are not in the committee, we don't have to worry about that. All right. It's great. Item number 2, the Police Advisory and Review Committee. Phoebe McLean, Reverend William Vaughn III. Don't forget the third. It's a request for the same 9 minutes. Anyone wishing to speak on that item, please approach. Anyone? No one? All right. Moved by Warren, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. And then item number 3, because we have 4 items now. Item number 3, a resolution in support of the After School Act to strengthen after-school programs aimed to reduce crime among at-risk youth, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Spinoza and myself. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Swearengin. Councilman Spinoza, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we need to read this for the record?
They got it in their documents.
No? All right. Well, this was brought to us by some staff of Senator Blackburn, and we'll read it for the record downstairs.
We have one question.
Effort? Yeah.
Absolutely. So it's a bipartisan effort. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I read it. Sounds great. Can I be added? 2 questions. I want to be added as a co-sponsor. And are we urging the city as a whole to apply for this as well as a municipality? Since we're talking about spending.
Yes.
Yeah. So the mayor's administration, we got word there's someone who's talking, unless he wants to come up here. I'm teasing. Stay back there.
I mean, it's a yes or no.
The mayor wants to sign on to it as well, apparently. And anyone wants to sponsor it?
Not signing on, applying for the funding.
He said yes.
There's someone out there saying yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. Anyone not want to be sponsored? All right. Sounds like everybody to me. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you all. Item number 4.
That's held.
This one held?
That's the one that they held. No. This
We
was
seen urban
held. You just did urban art.
No, we did park. We did park.
No, we did police advisory.
She wanted, okay, that's fine. You read them all.
Okay. So we're doing urban art now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Item number 4, Urban Art Commission, Public Art Oversight Committee, appointment of C. Rose Smith.
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Janice Swearengin Washington. All right. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Appears all hearts and minds clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right. Item 6 will be held until July 9th, 2024. Item 18 will be held until May 21st, 2024. That brings us to the add-on items 20 through 22. Ordinance amending Chapter 15, Section 15 through 12 of the Memphis Code of Ordinance regarding solid waste fees for collection and disposal, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for this item to be added on for first reading. Item number 21, Police Advisory Review Committee, Phoebe McLean, Esquire, and Reverend William M. Vaughn III. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 2 and 2, Urban Art Commission of Public Art Oversight Committee. Appointment of C. Rose Smith, request for same 9 minutes. The same 9 minutes items are 8, 9, 21, and 22.
That's the shortest since I've been on this council.
Yes.
Okay. Did I forget anything, Brooklyn? All right. Does any other committee member have anything to speak? All right, in the opinion of the chair, this committee is adjourned. Holla. See you downstairs in